The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In 1831, there are in America estimable men whose minds feed upon philosophical reveries, and whose extreme sensibility feels the want of some illusion. These men, for whom philanthropy has become a matter of necessity, find in the penitentiary system a nourishment for this generous passion. Starting from abstractions which deviate more or less from reality, they consider man, however far advanced in crime, as still susceptible of being brought back to virtue. And pursuing constantly this opinion, they hope for an epoch when all criminals may be radically reformed, the prisons be entirely empty, and justice find no crimes to punish.
The Heavenly Prison. A study in American reform. Item 8 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American reform. The Heavenly Prison.
When Beaumont and I arrived in America in 1831, we were impressed by the fact that everybody was a success.
The whole world here, man turns and fashions to his pleasure. Not a man, but may reasonably hope to gain the comforts of life. Not one who does not know that with love of work, his future is certain.
But even in America, Beaumont, there are persons who have come into conflict with society. Persons, therefore, whom their fellow Americans wish to reform. But this passion for reform is made more complicated by the American belief that their democracy peculiarly expresses the will of God. The attitude towards American democracy is permeated by religion, and hence, to the American, a criminal is also a sinner.
Americans are very zealous in promoting schemes to reform one another. It is part of their belief in the indefinite perfectibility of man. Do you remember, Tocqueville, our trip up the Hudson River and the American who chatted to us?
In America, if we think anything needs to be changed, we know it can be changed, and that we can change it. That great stone building there is a machine for changing human nature. It's the new penitentiary of Sing Sing.
Welcome to Sing Sing, gentlemen. How do you like our penitentiary?
Mr. Warden, this word, penitentiary, it interests us very much. These places you very often seem to call penitentiaries rather than prisons. Why is this?
A prison is a place to shut a man up, to keep him away from society, as a menagerie shuts up a fierce tiger. Very well. A penitentiary is a place for penitence, a place for a man to do penance. In other words, a place to reform him and send him back to society converted and improved.
And by what means do you attempt this difficult task, Mr. Warden?
Work and silence.
Almost the Benedictine rule.
I would know nothing about that, sir. As far as I'm concerned, this is the rule of Mr. Elam Linz, who was the first warden of Sing Sing. Sometimes we call it the Auburn system because Mr. Linz started the system when he was at Auburn Prison, upstate a piece. Well, that was 10 years ago.
And do you find this system works?
You gentlemen will be here for a week or more. You'll judge for yourself how it works. We have here nearly 1,000 desperate criminals, kept without walls. We put the convicts in cell blocks at night, and by day they all work together in the open under a few guards, in absolute silence.
To prevent possible conspiracy.
Yes, and also to prevent possible contamination. Even a bad man can be contaminated by a worse. And also to give the men a chance to meditate on their crimes and to realize that they offended against the laws of man and of God.
Mr. Elam Linz, recognized even by his enemies as the father of the present penitentiary system, was indeed a very remarkable man. We finally met him at Auburn, near Syracuse.
We found him in a hardware store that he owns. He was dressed like a salesman and acted like one. But when he came over to see us, we soon saw that Elam Linz, for all his coarse appearance, is very intelligent and singularly energetic.
All right, gentlemen. Elam Linz at your service.
This is a great pleasure, Mr. Linz.
That's right.
I've heard a great deal about you.
That's right. Some good, I hope, sometimes.
But of course.
I've got enemies, don't tell me. I retired from 10 years of prison work a year ago, and now I look after my store. Done enough for the common good. Time to look after myself.
We shall not detain you long.
Glad to hear it. What's on your mind, Mr. Tocqueville?
Reform is on my mind. The American faith in the power to reform the heart of man.
That's right. A penitentiary is not just a lockup. It's a place to learn new habits, preferably good ones. Should be, anyway.
We hear that your system, Mr. Linz, is extreme discipline.
That's right. Silence and the whip. I regard whipping as the most effective and humane punishment. Never injures the health, forces the inmates to live an essentially healthy life, and makes them prudent.
Do you think this would work outside America?
It'll work anywhere it's put to work, given a chance. I'd say it worked better in, say, France than in America. Your prisons are solidly supported by the government. Over here, we're the slaves of something that's always changing, public opinion.
But Americans say that your system works because, fundamentally, Americans respect the law.
I don't believe it. At Sing Sing, a quarter of the inmates are foreigners. I disciplined them as if they were Americans. The French, by the way, submitted with the least trouble. I'd rather direct a French prison than an American.
Mr. Lenz, you speak frankly.
That's right.
Then, frankly, do you really believe that a penitentiary reforms a great number of the inmates?
Let's understand each other, Mr. Tocqueville. I don't believe in complete reform. Except maybe for juveniles.
Never?
I'll say this. I don't think you often see a mature criminal become a religious and virtuous man. I don't have any faith in the saintliness of those who leave prison. And I don't believe that the exhortations of the chaplain or the private reflections of the inmate ever makes a good Christian of him.
The chaplain at Auburn Prison is of the opinion that out of 650 inmates, there are already at least 50 who are radically reformed into what he considers good Christians.
That's the chaplain's opinion, is it?
It is, Mr. Linz.
He's entitled to it. My opinion is that a great number of former convicts don't relapse into crime. They even become good citizens. But the reason is that they learned a trade in prison and picked up the habit of doing a little useful work.
Is that reform?
It's the only reform I ever hope to produce. And I think it's the only one that society can reasonably ask for.
The conduct of the inmate actually in the prison, what do you think that proves about his future reform?
Nothing. I'll go further. If I had to bet, gentlemen, I should even say that the inmate who behaves perfectly in prison will probably pick up his old habits on the outside. The worst characters are excellent inmates, just fine. They're usually more clever, more intelligent. They see through the system, if you like. They calculate the way to get by is to stay out of trouble, stay clear of the whip. And that's right, of course. So, of course, they act well. But as to being reformed, why, that's another matter.
Oh, you are very frank, Mr. Linz. Your candor leaves us speechless. There's really no conclusion to be drawn.
Yes, there is. But some impractical reformers mightn't like to hear it. It's the conclusion that you should never, under any circumstances, grant pardons for good conduct in prison. All you do is put a high value on hypocrisy. And you're no nearer reform than you were in the beginning.
So, pondering on the American dream of the infinite perfectibility of man, we came at last to the great city of the Quakers, Philadelphia. Philadelphia, beyond all other cities, is infatuated with the penitentiary system. And since, of course, the penitentiary system is our trade, the Philadelphians compete in pampering us. There are here, above all, two kinds of men who take a prodigious interest in prisons, although they look upon the subject quite differently. These are the theorists and the practical men, those who write and those who act.
Our own interest is to listen to everybody freely without taking anybody's word for anything and accept the books and dinners pressed upon us by these zealous Quaker philanthropists. Philadelphia gentlemen like Mr. Robert Vaux, who is ardently dedicated to the reform of man.
I tell thee this, friend Tocqueville, that in Philadelphia we believe that it is the duty of those that have seen the light to reform those that still walk in darkness.
What exactly do you mean by reform, Mr. Vaux?
Reform. Reform. To make again. If thee's never seen before a man made again by God's grace, then I can assure thee can see it here. There are many eloquent testimonials to the powerful working of the inner light.
Well, of this I have no doubt. Nonetheless, it seems to me that you have undertaken a very formidable task.
Very formidable.
Formidable?
To change human nature.
Thee has forgotten we are not alone. If God be for us, who can be against us?
Most commendable sentiments, but surely sometimes a little difficult to achieve in practice.
No, friend, not for us. We are clothed in the whole armor of righteousness. There are many frail men and women in Philadelphia, many who have broken the laws of God and man. We do not punish them so much as provide them through God's grace with the means of salvation. That is why the Eastern State Penitentiary was built on Cherry Hill. We've spared no expense. The wall alone cost $200,000.
$200,000? Then how much does each cell cost?
In the neighborhood of $1,600.
A very large sum of money.
But it is needed to provide every prisoner with the silence and solitude necessary for him to repent his sins and become a true penitent.
Do you really keep the prisoners in silence?
In complete silence.
And always alone?
Always completely alone.
Is not this very cruel, Mr. Vaux?
No, friend, it is not cruel. It is the greatest kindness, for it gives every prisoner the best chance to hear the still, small voice. The guilty conscience never stings with keener pain or smites the soul with greater grief than when we are alone.
Are they well, in good health? Are they penitent?
They are well looked after. They are alone with their consciences. They must be penitent.
If I can talk to some of these prisoners myself, talk to men who have not had a conversation with a fellow human being for months, perhaps years, then I shall have a real idea about what the value of your prison system may be.
No one has ever been permitted to speak to the prisoners. This would violate the heart of the system. We believe in it and are sure of its worth.
I know, but...
But thee come from France to learn, and we have no other interest than the truth. We shall arrange it, so thee may speak to the prisoners, friend Tocqueville. What use it may be is up to thee. But if there is something vicious in the prison we direct, it is important that we learn of it. As thee see, friend Tocqueville, some of the cell blocks over in that direction are incomplete. The prison is but 2 years old.
These prison cells appear to radiate out like a wheel.
They do. Here, friend, is number 28, condemned for murder. Protests his innocence, knows how to read and write. He has nothing but his work and the Bible. He has talked to no one for several years. Well, open the door, Warden. I shall wait for the outside.
Good day to you.
Sir. Good day, sir.
My name is Alexis de Tocqueville. I've come here from France.
France?
France. They have given permission, and I have come to talk to you a little and find out what it is like for you in this prison. Would you like to talk to me?
Yes, sir. Sir, I am innocent.
Be sure I shall tell the authorities.
I've been a drunkard, sir, and very turbulent. I'm not religious, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, of course not.
But I've repented, sir. I've repented from the bottom of my heart. Excuse me, sir, I can't help tears. It's rather a shock being alone, you know.
Is it very bad to be alone?
Well, sir, I don't know. Sometimes there's almost a kind of pleasure in the solitude. I am tormented.
You are tormented?
Tormented by a desire to see my family again. I want to give my children the right sort of bringing up. I never used to think about that. Now I think a lot. Sometimes. You see, sir, I'm not a murderer, though I did do other things.
I see you were at work when I came in. Do you think you could live here without work?
No, sir. Don't mention the idea. Work isn't a burden here. It's a privilege. Sometimes the solitude is frightful, and then work is all there is. It's absolutely necessary to existence, sir. I should die without it.
Do you see the keepers at all?
Through the bars, I see them go past, that's all.
How often?
I'm able to see them 6 times a day.
Is that any help to you?
Well, it's a consolation. It's a sort of joy to glimpse a human face. This summer, you know, a cricket came into my yard. Each prisoner has a little bit of yard, alone, of course. I was glad to see that cricket. It looked like company for me. When a butterfly or any other animal comes into my cell, I never do it any harm.
They often told me that though their bodily health was good here, the soul was sick. In these solitary cells, I interviewed 42 prisoners. They were all anxious to talk, and many of them wept while they spoke to me. They all tried to prolong the conversation and detain me. It took 8 days to see them, one by one. Work and the Bible was all they had. Many of them professed themselves reformed, made new men, as the good but stern Quakers who had built the prison would have wished and prayed for. Others, however, were not affected by their punishment in this particular way. One man, age 40, imprisoned for armed robbery on the highway, told me,
I was 14 or 15 years old when I arrived in Philadelphia. I was the son of a poor farmer in the West and found no work. And the first night I was obliged to lie down on the deck of a vessel, having no other place to rest. And here I was discovered the next morning. The constable arrested me, and the mayor sentenced me to 1 month's imprisonment as a vagrant. Confounded during my short imprisonment with a number of malefactors of all ages, I lost the honest principles which my father had given me. And on leaving the prison, one of my first acts was to join several young delinquents of my own age and to assist them in various thefts. I was arrested, tried, and acquitted. Now I thought myself safe from justice, and confident in my skill, I committed other offenses which brought me again before the court. I was sentenced to an imprisonment of 9 years in Walnut Street Prison.
didn't this make you feel that you needed To correct yourself?
Yes, sir. Yet the Walnut Street prison has never produced in me any regret at my criminal actions. I confess that I never could repent them there, or that I ever had the idea of doing it during my stay in that place. But I soon noticed that the same persons reappeared there, and that however great the finesse or strength of courage of the thieves was, they always ended by being taken. And this made me think seriously of my life, and I firmly resolved to quit forever so dangerous a way of living. So I conducted myself better, and after 7 years imprisonment, I was pardoned. I had learned tailoring in prison, and I soon found a favorable employment. Then one day my master received a letter from one of the constables in Philadelphia which informed him that one of his journeymen was a former prisoner of Walnut Street. I do not know what could have induced this man to such a step. I owe to him my being now here. As soon as my employer had read the letter, he sent me indignantly away. I went to all the other tailors in Baltimore, but they were informed of what had happened and refused me. Misery obliged me to seek labor on the first railroad then building between Baltimore and Ohio. Grief and fatigue threw me after some time into a violent fever. Well, my sickness lasted a long time, and my money was at an end. Hardly recovered, I went to Philadelphia, where the fever again attacked me. When I was convalescent and found myself without resources, without bread for my family, when I thought of all the obstacles which I found in my attempts to gain honestly my livelihood, and of all the unjust persecutions which I suffered, I fell into a state of inexpressible exasperation. I said to myself, well then, since I am forced to do it, I will become a thief again. And if there is a single dollar left in the United States, and if it were in the pocket of the president, I will have it. I called my wife. I ordered her to sell all the clothes which were not indispensably necessary, and to buy with the money a pistol. Provided with this, and when I was yet too feeble to walk without crutches, I went to the outskirts of the city. I stopped the first passenger and forced him to give me his pocketbook. But I was arrested the same evening. I'd been followed by the person whom I had robbed, and my feebleness having obliged me to stop in the neighborhood, there were no great pains necessary to seize me. I confessed my crime without difficulty, and I was sent here.
What are your present resolutions for the future?
I do not feel disposed, I tell you freely, to reproach myself with what I've done, nor to become what is called a good Christian. But I am determined never to steal again, and I see the possibility of succeeding. If I leave in 9 years this prison, no one will know me again in this world. No one will have known me in the prison. I shall have made no dangerous acquaintance. I shall be then at liberty to gain my livelihood in peace. This is the great advantage which I find in this penitentiary.
Had this man reformed as his jailers intended? Had he grown more virtuous? Or had he grown only more cautious? The penitentiary had made its impression, but what impression? On the surface, of course, everything was ideal. Can there be a combination more powerful for reformation than that of a prison which hands over the prisoner to all the trials of solitude, leads him through reflection to remorse, through religion to hope, and makes him industrious by the burden of idleness? It is incontestable All this perfect isolation shelters the prisoners from all harmful contagion.
It seems irresistible, but there are difficulties. There are indeed difficulties. All this mass of evidence and so little that we can be sure of.
Look, we have the materials to prove that the penitentiary system reforms and that it does not reform, that it is costly and that it is cheap, that it is easy to administer and that it is impracticable. In short, that it suits and that it does not suit France, according to the taste of the selector.
And we guarantee to support each of these assertions with pertinent examples. But we still wonder how much these systems actually reform.
What do you mean by reform? The radical change of a wicked person into an honest man? A change which produces virtues instead of vices?
A thing like that must be very rare.
Yes, to give back its primitive purity to a soul which crime has polluted. And here the difficulty is immense. It would have been much easier for the guilty individual to remain honest than it is to rise again after his fall. It is in vain that society pardons him. His conscience does not. Even when he resolves to live honestly, he cannot forget that he has been a criminal. And this remembrance, which deprives him of self-esteem, also deprives his honor of its rewards and its guarantees. But something still remains. The American's belief in perfectibility in all its forms, whether through public progress or private reform, whether by forming associations to modify the laws and even the customs, or to work no less earnestly upon the souls of those citizens who stand in need of punishment, correction, and ultimately recovery and reinstatement in society. Such is the fixed belief of the Americans, and to further it, they are willing to spend time, energy, and money.
You have just heard The Heavenly Prison, a study in American reform, Item 8, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair. Music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Tyranny of the Majority, Item 9 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Relax and enjoy the companion listening of Radio NBC.
In just a moment, enjoy Best Plays. But first, they invented radio, developed color TV, and are responsible for two-dimension motion pictures for nervous people who faint from fright in three-dimension movies. Who are they? Why, Bob and Ray, of course. And every weekday night, you'll enjoy their antics over these stations. The boys join such other great weekday shows as Bob Hope, Dave Garroway, One Man's Family, and NBC's award-winning News of the World. Yes, each weekday, NBC brings you the best in music, comedy, drama, and news. Now it's Best Plays on NBC.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Sir Cedric Hardwicke in The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse by Barry Lyndon. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. Welcome, friends and listeners, to another session of our Theater in the Ear. 2 weeks ago, our best play was an English drama about Napoleon, St. Helena. The same year that this piece was done on Broadway, we had another interesting import from London, a melodrama by Barry Lyndon titled The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse. And in the title role, we had an imported English actor, Sir Cedric Hardwicke. Sir Cedric had come to us once before, but it was his Dr. Clitterhouse which made us sit up and take notice of him. Since then, we have practically taken peaceful possession of the man. Hardwicke is known for his very many smooth roles in the movies and for his many contributions to the New York stage, not only as an actor, but also as a producer and director. He was a calm and witty Caesar to Lily Palmer's beautiful and feline Cleopatra in Shaw's Caesar and Cleopatra. As a matter of fact, Hardwicke, I think, was Shaw's favorite actor and Shaw's favorite director of Shaw plays. Cedric was even more calm and witty as the statue in Don Juan in Hell. One time in Hollywood, I was chatting about acting with Sir Cedric, and I commented on his uncanny knack of riveting an audience's attention upon himself by standing still. Most actors think they can hold or steal a scene by fluttering about or catching flies, as they say in the theater. But the Hardwicke method is much more effective and much more legitimate. I told him the only other actor I ever saw with your complete poise was Sacha Guitry in Paris. Cedric looked at me with a deadpan and a twinkle in his eye, and he said, "I learned it from Sacha, old boy." Our best play now is the thriller, The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse. Dr. Clitterhouse is a London physician, but his consulting room is not in the traditional Harley Street or the Baker Street, which was frequented and still is haunted by a doctor named Watson. Our man conducts his practice in the neighborhood of St. John's Wood. Here and elsewhere in London we shall meet him and a number of other interesting characters. An inspector from Scotland Yard, of course, and a devilish fellow named Benny Kellerman. Our opening scene is the consulting room of Dr. Clitterhouse. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, but in the consulting room the lights are still on, and Nurse Ann is for the 4th time heating the pot of coffee she has brewed hours before. Now, why should Nurse Ann be heating coffee and staying up this late? She's in love with Dr. Clitterhouse, but of course he doesn't know it. Dr. Clitterhouse comes in, apparently in great haste, somewhat breathless, but he stops short when he sees Nurse Ann.
Hello, Nurse. Waiting up for me?
Well, I wondered what had happened to you, Doctor.
Well, I was held up.
I have coffee here.
Very thoughtful, but let it go for the moment. Help me with this, will you?
Doctor, are you going to do a blood pressure?
I am.
At 1 in the morning?
At 1 in the morning.
Not your own?
Yes. Here, you work the bulb.
Well, there's nothing to worry about there.
No, there isn't, is there? Well, it was up before I went out. Oh, well,
Was that an experiment of some sort?
Well, one could call it that.
Coffee?
Thanks.
Oh, Doctor, you've picked up some paint from somewhere. Look at your jacket.
What?
I'll get it off with some ether.
Very awkward. Have to be more careful in the future.
Doctor, this can't be your bag.
Don't touch that. Now, who gave you leave to touch that bag?
I'm sorry. I thought the ether would be in here.
Of course, naturally, I beg your pardon, nurse. Well, now that you've seen what's in the bag, what do you think of them?
Well, they're beautiful, aren't they? These pearls in particular.
I suppose they are.
And this brooch.
Nurse?
Yes, Doctor?
At the moment, we're being strictly professional. I didn't mean you to see this at all. It's very confidential.
Well, I don't quite understand, but of course you can trust me, Doctor.
Well, that's very fortunate, because you see, all this is stolen.
Stolen?
With my own hands, nurse. Look at them, by the way, my hands, I mean. Not a tremor. Oh, that's pretty good, you know.
Doctor, you don't really mean that you've stolen these things.
They are the proceeds of my fourth burglary.
Impossible.
At Cranston Lodge, the Andersons' house.
And I suppose you got the paint on your jacket while you were breaking in.
That's right.
Oh, really, Doctor?
Here, get this paint off, will you?
All right. I suppose you have to guard against little clues like this.
Yes, I left my hat behind at my third burglary and had to go back for it. That was at Lady Challing's.
Oh, yes. I read about that. And so apparently did you, Doctor. The burglars got in from the garage roof.
I got in, you mean? I borrowed the gardener's ladder and forced a landing window with a table knife. I picked a lock with a bit of wire and forced a drawer with a tire lever. Paint off yet?
It's off, Doctor.
Oh. It's off apparently just in time. See you at the door, will you?
Certainly.
Good evening, nurse.
Why, it's Inspector Charles.
Good evening, Doctor. I saw a light in the hall, so thought I'd ring the bell.
Oh, come in, Charlie, come in. Well, you're a long way from the yard, aren't you?
I'm a long way from my bed, Cliff. Who's in charge of the coffee around here?
I'll get you some, Inspector.
What are you doing over here, Charlie? Or is it a secret?
I'm supposed to be inquiring into that little bit of nocturnal thieving at Lady Challenger's.
Lady Challenger's?
The third burglary, nurse.
That's right. The third burglary around here in a fort. How did you know?
Oh, inside information, old boy.
Oh, of course. Newspapers.
And what are you doing about it?
I told you, just hanging around. You see, we know those 3 jobs were done by the same man.
How do you know?
Oh, by the style, as it were. I'm really just waiting for him to do a 4th. And then we'll probably get him. The constable knows where to reach me.
Are you expecting another burglary tonight?
In a way. The first 3 were done at 4-day intervals. He'll do another soon. Not that he'll be easy to net.
You mean he's clever?
I'll tell you how clever.
Milk and sugar, Inspector.
No, thanks, my dear. I'll take it black. On Lady Challenger's job, this man took a ladder which the gardener had left under the hedge and got onto the garage roof with it. Then he forced a landing window with a table knife. We know that by the marks. He picked the lock on the library door and forced the desk with something thin.
A tire lever, perhaps?
Very likely.
A table knife and a tire lever. Smart, you know.
Smart. The fellow's an absolute amateur.
Amateur? Now, look here.
He climbed ladders and roofs, crept through the house, and picked the lock. But the library window, the very room he wanted to get into, was undone all the time.
What? It was?
Would you have said he was an inexperienced burglar, Inspector?
Oh, a raw amateur.
Has this burglar taken very much, Inspector?
Oh, quite a bit.
Lady Channing had a diamond necklace, a thing like a dog collar. He got that. She says it's worth £2,000.
Is it?
No.
Oh, I suppose not. Tell me, Charlie, how do these burglars get rid of their swag?
Oh, break it up or use a fence.
Fence? Receiver, you mean?
Yes, but this fellow had better not try that. A fence won't take chances with anyone he doesn't know.
Are they all like that?
Pretty much so.
Well, who would you call a good fence?
Oh, they're all bad. There'd be no stealing without them. There's nothing smart about any of them. Except perhaps one fellow.
Who's that?
A chap called Kellerman. Benny Kellerman.
Kellerman.
Oh, he's behind a lot of stealing. You understand this is between ourselves, Fred?
Oh, of course, yes. And we can trust Nurse Anne, can't we, Nurse?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, we've been after Kellerman time and again, but he's a leery bird.
He is, eh?
Yes, he used to be a working jeweler and watchmaker, then he got into trouble.
Now he runs one of those little clubs.
Oh, as you told me about him. Is his in the East End?
No, off Theobald Road.
Hello? Yes? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Inspector Charles.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, Constable. What? Yes, at once. Goodbye. What did I tell you?
Not your amateur burglar again.
You're right. Cranston Lodge, Councillor Anderson's place.
Anderson's place?
Yes, well, thanks for giving me shelter. I'll have to be off now.
Well, so long, Charlie.
Good night, Doctor.
So, there has been a burglary at Anderson's house.
And you've seen the proceeds.
But you can't be the inspector's burglar.
Well, I should be if you caught me. I wish we could have taken my blood pressure when he walked in here.
Do you mean that you've really and truly stolen those things?
4 burglaries within a fortnight, and he calls me an amateur.
4 burglaries? Doctor, you can't realize what you're doing.
I think I have a pretty good idea, Nurse.
But you can't have. Why could you possibly want that jewelry? And, Doctor, if you were caught...
Yes, that would be awkward, wouldn't it?
It would be terrible.
You know, I have a very good reason for all this.
Is there a good reason for burglary? For stealing?
In this case, there is, Nurse. You know, I believe I'm onto something that's very much worthwhile. You stumbled onto part of my secret. Well, you better know all of it.
I think I'd better, Doctor.
I'll admit that part of it is that I've grown rather tired of all this business of... Well, how are you today? Worse, thank you, Doctor.
But you've a wonderful practice.
Yes, what I'm onto is much more important than my practice.
You see, knowing old Charlie, I've grown rather interested in crime and crooks.
Evidently.
No, sarcasm doesn't become you, Nurse.
Sorry. Are you experimenting about crooks?
I'll hang it all, I'm being one. Nurse, has it ever occurred to you to wonder why criminal activity should actually change a man's face and physique? Gradually change someone who was once quite normal into something furtive and cringing. It does, you know, in time.
I'm afraid I've never thought of anything like that.
Now, there are medical reasons for these changes. They affect the mentality of the crook and influence his actions. They're the result of the fear and excitement and the tense emotions which he works under. And I want to find out the precise nature of these reactions, and I can do it only by studying crooks whilst they are actually at work. Not after Charlie has stuck them away behind bars. It's research, and I needed a living subject. So I started experiments on myself. I observed my reactions, pulse, respiration, blood pressure. I've had to explain this to you, Nurse, but it needn't concern you, and it won't affect our work here.
You think it won't? I don't like it.
Well, if I've upset you, Nurse, I'm sorry, but I must go on with it.
Is it possible that you have it all in the wrong perspective?
Are you hinting that I've gone slightly mental?
Well, you have been overworking.
Nurse, I know precisely what I'm doing. It's simply research work in a slightly unusual form.
A very unusual form, Doctor.
Well, if you think that, you better go home to bed.
Yes, Doctor. I hope I haven't annoyed you.
Humoring the mental patient, Nurse?
Well, I do feel a little concerned.
Oh, don't you worry about me. I'm quite all right. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Oh, Nurse, just one thing.
Yes, Doctor?
Were you thinking of telephoning Sir James Hillary in the morning?
Telephoning Sir James? Why?
You were, weren't you?
What makes you think that?
Well, we called him in when old Trimmer began to see things the wrong way. Don't do it, Nurse.
But I feel that someone
You said that I could trust you. This is a professional matter and very confidential.
Yes, Doctor.
And if this jewelry worries you, I'll be getting rid of it. I'm calling on Benny Kellerman tomorrow. Good night, Nurse.
Good night, Doctor.
I'll have another ale, Kellerman.
All right. right, Okie.
Me too, Kellerman. Hey, want one, Daisy?
Well, I don't mind if I do, pal.
How's that? It's coppers.
Coppers don't knock like that.
Whether it's coppers or not, we can't let them see Okie.
That's right, Kellerman. I've got to hide.
Quick, in here, Okie.
Gotcha.
All right, Daisy and Pal. Mum's the word.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking for Mr. Benny Kellerman. It's me. Fine. Well, I can't talk to you from outside here. Who sent you? Inspector Charles of Scotland Yard.
Copper. Keep quiet, pal.
The copper, are you? Come on in, then. Thank you. But the fact is, I am not a policeman. Then what do you want? I want to do a little business with you. But, it's confidential.
Tell him he's butting in, Benny.
The only business I've got is running this place. Inspector Charles seems to think you have other interests. Well, I haven't. Sorry. Well, let's have a drink, shall we? Young lady?
Don't mind if I do. Martini dry.
And you, sir?
Well, if it's free, mine's a beer.
2 dry martinis and a beer, Mr. Kellerman. Well, all right. Mr. Kellerman, is it all right to discuss confidential business with others present?
Oh, don't you mind us.
What do you want? Well, I understand that at times you undertake to dispose of, shall we say, articles of jewelry
Benny,
that,
don't buy from strangers.
Benny, don't buy at all. I see that I'll have to convince you. Well, let me put it this way, old boy. I'm not a narc, and I'm not coming the old soldier. I've got a daffy of sparklers, and I want a flasher.
Well, I never.
Hey, you've got the petter all right.
You might have got it out of a book.
Mr. Kellerman, you've read about the burglary at Councillor Anderson's. What would you give for the pearl necklace? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, show him the stuff, mate.
Well, do you think I carried about with me?
Open up there.
This is the cops this time.
Stand away from the bar. Look natural.
Well, Kellerman.
Hello, Sergeant.
Now, who have you got here? Daisy? Al Green? Oh, and who's that?
A friend of mine.
Thank you, Daisy.
Where's Bob Oakes?
Who?
You heard Oakey's been here.
Not tonight, Sergeant.
When did you see him last?
3 or 4 days ago.
Oh. Have you seen him, pal?
Me, Sergeant? No.
What do you want him for?
Oh, would I be likely to tell you?
Oh, he hasn't done nothing.
No? Something's been pulled off that was just his handwriting. If it wasn't him, he can come to the station and say so. If it was him, well, we'll pick him up anyway.
Well, what was the job, Sergeant?
It's jewelry. Stuff that's red hot. Understand me, Kellerman?
No, Sergeant.
You wouldn't, would you? But I'm telling you, it'll burn the fingers off anybody that touches it.
What is it?
Nearly £2,000 worth. Pearl necklace, diamond bracelet, brooches, and rings. All very nice stuff.
Taken from St. John's Woodway, Sergeant?
How do you know that?
Well, I read the papers.
Oh, you do? Well, who are you?
Beg your pardon?
You heard. What's your name?
For the matter of that, what's yours?
Now, don't try to be funny with me. Come on, answer up. Who are you?
Who are you?
Sergeant Bates is my name.
Oh? You got your warrant card?
What do you mean?
You know perfectly well what I mean. Your warrant card will prove your bona fides. Have you got it?
Oh, of course I have.
Then will you kindly produce it?
Yeah, what's your game?
Well, you come in here asking questions of everyone, and we've a right to know who you are.
Well, they know me here.
All the same, I should like to see your card.
Very well.
Thank you. Sergeant Augustus Bates.
What are you laughing at, pal?
Sorry, Inspector.
And then who are you?
Me?
You, yes.
What's that to do with you?
I asked you your name.
And I refused to give it.
Now, don't you come that with me.
You've no shadow of a right in even requesting my name.
Haven't
No.
I? Have a good mind to pick you up.
On what grounds?
Suspicion.
Then why don't you do it, Sergeant? You've anything to be suspicious about?
Have you seen Oakey?
I don't even know him.
All right, then. I'm going now. But you keep a civil tongue in your head next time you speak to a police officer.
Sergeant Bates?
Yeah?
If this kind of impertinence is repeated, I shall take steps to bring it to the notice of your superiors at the yard. Good night.
Good night.
Well.
Blimey, did you hear that? Take steps to bring it to the notice of your superiors.
Will you choke the sergeant off?
You'll have it in for me after this.
Good on you, matey. He's a right un, Benny.
Oh, you certainly got a nerve. What's your name?
Well, I wouldn't even tell a policeman that. All right, okay. You can come out now. How did you know he was in there?
I heard every word. That was a treat that was, mate.
Your beer hour gave you away, okay? I could see it running out beneath the panel. Have another?
He's a right un, ain't he, Okie? Take steps to bring it to the notice of your superior. Oh, God love me, that was worth living for.
I'll try the same as you.
You never did that job, did you, Okie?
No, not me. But I don't want to answer no questions tonight.
I'm afraid I owe you an apology, Okie. I must have duplicated your excellent methods.
You did the job?
That and 3 others.
Working on your Jack Jones?
On my own. Yes. Yeah. Okie. You think he's all right?
Well, you've got to say about that, Kellerman.
Are you prepared to do business, Kellerman? Where have you got the stuff? With me?
You said you hadn't got it.
I beg your pardon. I asked if you thought I carried it with me. As a matter of fact, I do.
Well, blimey, look at that.
Stone, you're a knockout.
Are you back onto the sergeant with all that on you?
I assume, Kellerman, that we can do business after all. I think we can.
I'd like to do some business with you myself.
Okay, it's an interesting suggestion, the one that I was about to make. I know you're experienced in this sort of work. How about Pal?
Try me.
And me.
Excellent. Just what I'd hoped for. I think this can be a most interesting group. I think, in short, gentlemen, and Daisy, that we are in business together. Your health.
Well, Benny? And what do you think of the flat?
I don't like it.
Don't like it, don't you? But those drapes, do you know how much they cost a yard? And their clock. And look at the furniture.
I don't like the idea of him setting you up in a flat.
Jealous?
I don't have to be jealous of him. When the time comes, I'll have him crawling to me.
Then you are jealous. Oh, Benny, honest, it's just like you said. This is a place for the gang to come to. This is where we make plans and split the swag.
And you live here and he pays the rent. He don't pay it on the proceeds of that one job we done, neither.
I tell you, he ain't touched me.
But you wouldn't mind if he did, would you? Would you?
As to that, he couldn't say, being a lady.
Come off it. All right, I bide my time. I'll watch and I'll wait. But I'll get him, whatever his name is. I'll get him in the end.
Off a mo. No, I'm not going to have it done.
He says you got to have it done. He says it's important. He taught me how to do it, and he's the boss. So I'm going to do it.
I don't need no blood test. No, my blood's red the same as anybody else.
Well, we'll see if it is. Here now. Hold still. Blimey. He's fainted.
I can't understand it. One burglary after another, each one bigger than the last. It's a gang, there's no question about that. And some of the features of these cases seem to point to certain old friends of ours. But the planning, the execution, so clever, so daring. It indicates that the gang has a leader who never operated around here before. We got to catch that fellow. That's all there is to it. We've got to catch him.
Here's your share of the swag, okay?
Thank you.
Al and Daisy.
Thanks ever so.
All right. Now then, okay. Have you those blood pressure charts?
Here they are.
Fine. Now, next Tuesday, we're going after the biggest haul yet. Furs. I've got a price from Kellerman, and there'll be £1,500 in it for each of you. We'll meet here at 8 Tuesday. Very interesting date on these charts.
Over here, Ogie. All set.
Watchman?
Trussed up.
Is Pal getting the furs?
Putting them in boxes, just like you said.
Fine. Now we've got to carry them across from the roof of this building to the roof of the next one. Then through the skylight and down to the street and load them into our van.
Yeah, mate. Help me with these boxes.
Quiet, pal.
Look, there's one thing I hope you've covered.
What is it?
I don't fancy carrying those boxes out onto the street down there. That street's patrolled, you know.
That's covered.
Oh, how? Hey, hurry up.
Pal's right, okay. Let's help him, and don't worry, I've covered everything. Coming, pal. All right, okay. Pal, this is the last of the lot. Into the lorry.
To me. There.
Fine. Now we close the door. And we're on our way.
Lumpy, up it, a copper. Run.
Stand still, you fools. Now, get into the lorry. I'll speak to him.
Wait.
Here now. What are you doing about here this time of night?
Oh, officer, I'm so delighted that you came along. Have you, your street directory with you?
Never mind, none of that now. I'll just take a look at what you got in the back of that there van.
Certainly, officer. You see? Boxes.
Ah.
My men just finished loading them.
Well, but this time...
Well, it was a special rush order. I had to come down myself in the middle of the night to superintend it.
How?
Have you your street directory with you, officer?
Huh? Oh, yes, I have. Yes.
Can you direct me to Emmons Road East?
Emmons Road East? Well, let's see. Yeah, I have it right here. Straight out it is, and then a right turn on the avenue, and then you'll come to it. It'll be on your left.
Oh, thank you so much, officer. It's a very lucky thing for me that you happened to come along. Good night, officer.
Oh, good night, sir.
All right, pal. Let's get underway. But slowly.
Almost died. Me too.
I told you I had everything covered, okay? Now, why do you suppose we took our boxes over to the next building before bringing them onto the street?
I don't know. Why?
Because that building is a box factory. Now, what more natural than that boxes should be carried out from it?
You can see for yourself, officer. They're just boxes. Yes, boxes.
Well, let's celebrate. 1 year, Benny.
Whiskey, neat. Martini for me.
And me. I'll go on too.
Then I'll join in.
Well, that's to cheer things up a little. You came in with a face like fate, Mr. Kellerman.
I've had a funny feeling about this job. Never liked it from the start. I've got all the stuff away. I've collected my dough. But still, I've got a feeling.
Well, chase it off with this. Go on, drink up.
Oh, it's nervous reaction, that's all.
If I knew more about you, I'd feel safer.
I wonder if you would.
What do you mean by that?
Come on. Your very good health.
Cheers.
Look, why don't you open up a bit? I never did like working in the dark.
Well, then, do the next time, Governor.
Mud in your eye.
Here's to crime and research. What? All right, then, plain crime.
Well, long legs to the baby.
Now then, the money.
How have you brought it?
500 in each packet. There you are.
Well, here's yours, pal.
Thanks, Gov.
Never seen so much money.
If you say things like that, I shall be conscience-stricken.
If the coppers could only see us now, eh?
Oh, Daisy, this is for you.
Oh, well, I didn't expect this.
Well, that's being a good girl.
It's ever so nice of you. I'm going to kiss you for it.
Yeah, Daisy.
Daisy, you will embarrass our friend.
Ooh, don't mind us.
You count out your own, okay? Daisy, put the rest in my bag, will you?
Yes, dear.
You Trust me, don't you?
I do. Will you be easing off now?
Yes,
How
long for?
Well, I don't know quite. I thought perhaps you might be. Well, everything appears to be settled. I'll just make a call and be on my way. Best thing for everyone is to keep quiet for a bit. Yes, stay around and act normally. Hello? Yes, it is. Telephone immediately and say I'll be there in 20 minutes. Then I'll come straight back. That's all. Goodbye. I'm afraid I'll have to be getting along.
Aren't you going to set a time to mate for the next job, Governor?
No, okay, not now.
Well, I can let everybody know when you're ready.
Of course. Well, you'll have to excuse me, I'm afraid.
Why? Have another one before you go.
No, thanks. No, I really must be getting along. Goodbye, Mr. Kellerman. Right. Cheerio, pal.
So long, Gov.
Goodbye, Okie. You backed me up splendidly. Daisy, my dear, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bit of an hurry, wasn't he?
Oh, well, he's got his own friends.
Oh, he upped it quick.
Yes. You know what he's doing?
He knows what he's doing.
It looks to me like he's dropping you.
Dropping me?
All of you.
Not him.
You'll see.
Oh, he's all right. I'll take me oath on that.
Well, I want to know a bit more about him. Where's that screwdriver?
Is this it?
Yes, thanks, Okie.
What are you doing?
Taking this dialing plate off the telephone. He always telephones someone before he goes. He isn't the only clever one.
Well, what are you after, Benny? I don't like the look of this. No, me neither.
I know what I'm doing. There. It's off. You see this? It's a little scriber I put underneath the plate. When the dial spun, the scriber marked it and clicked back a notch. I can tell now what number he called.
Benny. Here, Benny, are you ringing the same number?
I am.
I wish you wouldn't, Benny. Looks too tricky to me. Why don't you lay off it? It can't do any good.
You leave this to me. Hello? Doctor Who's resident? Oh. Sorry, wrong number. Now I know.
You know who he is?
Yes, I do. Now I'll have a bit of fun.
In a moment, Act Two of The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse, starring Sir Cedric Hardwicke. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse, starring Sir Cedric Hardwicke. Here again is John Chapman.
So now what's going to happen? Rather a clever idea, I thought, for Benny to put some kind of marking machine he calls a scriber under the telephone dial to make a record of the number called. I know a man who can beat that trick, though. He's a box office man in one of our Broadway theaters. He can tell what number is being called just by listening to the dial clicking around and counting the clicks. This may sound more fantastic than Benny Kellerman's little trick, but it's nothing to what a good box office man can do. Every evening, for instance, along about the second act of a play, the treasurer counts up. He has to make a report on the number of tickets sold, the amount of money taken in, and the number of tickets left unsold. He takes the unsold tickets out of the rack, makes a smooth pile of them, holds them up to an ear, and ripples through them with his thumb. I've got a deck of playing cards here, and I'll try to let you hear about what he hears. I take the deck, hold it up, and run my thumb across an edge like this. Can you count how many cards there are? I can't. But a box office treasurer can, and that's the way he counts the number of tickets left unsold. He may pause for a split second now and then to let his brain catch up with his thumb, like this. But he doesn't make mistakes. But let's find out now what is happening on our play. Dr. Clitterhouse has got himself into Benny's little mob by saying, I'm not a narc, and I'm not coming the old soldier. I've got a daffy of sparklers, and I want to flash them. I love that line. I don't know what it means, because Humphrey Bogart would never talk like that. but it has a pleasant underworld sound to it. So Clitterhouse is in the mob, and the clever Benny with his scriber has found out who Dr. Clitterhouse is. It is early evening, a week later. Benny Kellerman has not attempted to get in touch with Dr. Clitterhouse during this interval. Benny Kellerman is too smart to rush quickly into something that means so much to him. He has spent his time learning everything he can about the respectable Dr. Clitterhouse. And now, only now, he sits in the waiting room of Dr. Clitterhouse's office while Nurse Ann goes into the consulting room.
Oh, Doctor, can you see someone?
Who?
A Mr. Benjamin.
Patient?
You've never attended him, but he says it's rather urgent.
I do have some writing to do.
Your notes, Doctor?
Yes, I've discovered some things which should prove interesting. Highly interesting.
I've always been so afraid that you'd be caught.
I've been very careful.
But I've always known when you were doing something.
Have you? How?
Well, I could tell.
Oh? Have you noticed anything recently?
You've been very anxious to see the papers.
I have, haven't I? Yeah, there's an acknowledgement in this one, just there. Got it?
Receipt for £7,000. Anonymous. Police orphanage?
The Prisoner's Aid had another lot, but I thought that was rather selfish of me.
In case you ever needed their assistance.
Well, that was the idea.
Don't you think you've done enough now? Can't you give it all up?
I haven't quite decided.
I should feel much happier.
Why doesn't it affect you, Nurse?
Yes. Sometimes you appear so tired.
Well, late night.
So fagged out in the morning.
Well, I'll turn in on tonight anyhow, as soon as I'm rid of this chap in the waiting room. Send him in, will you, Nurse?
Very well, Doctor. Mr. Benjamin, the doctor will see you now.
Yep.
Callum. Hello, Dr. Clitterhouse.
Perhaps you wouldn't mind telling me how you come to be here.
Through a little idea of my own. You're not the only fly one. So, you're a proper doctor, are you?
Does anyone else know who I am?
No. I've kept it to myself. So far.
And what do you want?
Well, when I know what your game is, then I'll know how safe you are.
Or putting it more clearly, how safe you are.
Have it that way, if you like. You're a doctor. Unless you got yourself into trouble, you don't have to steal.
Oh?
What's all this medical stuff you've been putting across? Taking samples of blood and all that? Come on, open up. What's the game?
Well, I don't mind explaining since you're here. You see this book? It's almost filled with, let's call them my medical notes.
What are they for?
I intend them as the basis of a book, which may in some measure reveal why crooks are crooks and why they continue to be crooks.
It don't make sense to me. Here, what's in this book over here?
Notes on everything that I've done.
About the big job, for instance?
Yes, that's included.
I always knew you were dangerous. Suppose the cops got hold of these notes.
Well, that's very unlikely.
But they'll see this other book when you've written it.
I hope it will assist them.
Yes, assist them to come down on you and me. They'll ask you a million questions. You don't know the cops like I do. Here, let's have a look at that notebook.
Now, be careful what you're doing, Kellerman.
I've got it. Think I'm like the others, afraid of you? We'll just have a look at this notebook.
I doubt if you'll understand it.
There's something here, though. P hit the officer during escape about 8:45. 9:15, officer reported killed. P immediately subjected to laryngeal spasm. I can't make out the rest. What is it, Latin?
Shall I explain it?
There's no need. Any copper could work out the meaning of this for himself. Do you know what you've written here?
Yes, I think so.
Enough to send us down for 5 years apiece. P for pal. 8:45 was the time of that snatch job when we slugged the copper. He thought he'd done that copper in. And every busy in London knows that pal's voice goes when he's scared. It'd be on this like lightning.
Nothing of the sort will appear in the book itself.
How do I know that?
Give me back that book, Kellerman.
Not bloody likely.
You hear what I say?
I shan't sleep till I've seen this burnt.
Burnt?
You bet it'll be burnt. You think I'm going to let you walk out on us and keep this?
Give that to me, Kellerman, immediately.
You try and get it.
That book is very important, Kellerman. I am not going to see my work destroyed by you.
It's a long sight more important to me. Have you ever thought I could give the office about you? I've got myself covered, see? And they can't touch Daisy. She's only done a bit of minding now and then.
Oh, you mean you're thinking of giving me away to the police?
It only wants a word.
I see.
You've been picking the jobs. Now I'll pick them for you.
What do you mean by that?
I've got my eye on a bank.
Oh. Are you suggesting I should break into it?
I'm telling you. and I'll give you 20% of what you take.
Rather harsh terms, Mr. Kellerman. Does Okie know you mean to suggest them?
No, but if you try any funny business, I'll shop you.
I'll turn you in and the whole lot will go inside with you. I think I understand you.
And I haven't finished yet. I didn't make so much off those furs as I ought to have done.
Didn't you?
You wouldn't want to see me lose on the job, would you? Not if you could pass me back 1,000 or so to put me right.
Oh, so you lost on it, did you?
It just occurred to me.
Yes, you're making yourself quite clear now.
I thought I was. Awkward for you, isn't it?
Yes, a little perhaps. Kellerman, do you realize the position into which you are trying to force me?
Trying? I know where I've got you. And we'll talk about that bank job at the club tomorrow night. Not at the flat. You keep away from Daisy, see? All right? Now I think I'll have a drink.
I was about to suggest one. Kellerman, do you seriously mean all you've said?
You try and cross me.
Well, I only wanted to know.
You be sensible and there won't be no hard feelings.
Well, it seems better to be as friendly as possible for the time we're together. Soda?
Not for me.
Here.
Well, here's luck.
I have this sent down special from Scotland. How do you like it?
It's a bit, I don't know, got a full flavor. It'll do, though.
You know, Kellerman, I've just realized that my book would hardly have been complete.
Yeah. You're not likely to write it now, are you?
No. You see, I've secured data on various types of criminal activity, but so far I've overlooked a major interest.
Oh, yes?
You see, I don't know anything at all about the reactions associated with the greatest crime of all.
What's that?
Why, disposing of someone.
You mean doing somebody in?
That would complete the book.
And it would complete you, too. You can't get away with murder.
Well, I rather think I could, you know.
How?
Well, I should make my victim unconscious, but I shouldn't actually end his life until I was quite ready to dispose of him.
Wouldn't you?
No, that would be much too dangerous. I should put him in the back of my car, under some rugs, perhaps. Then I should drive down to Burnham on Crouch. I have a bungalow there which backs onto the river. I should put him into a punt. Then I should go out to midstream, but I shouldn't drop him overboard until I was absolutely certain that I had not been observed and that I was quite safe.
Here
And being unconscious, he would drown. The coroner's verdict would be simply found drowned. There would be no marks, no violence, nothing.
Here I feel sleepy.
Of course you do, Mr. Kellerman. You remember the full taste in your whiskey? I emptied a phial of heroin tablets into your first glass. 12 of them. A full brain.
Sleep,
You see, you created an impossible situation, Mr. Kellerman. You forced me to do it. Well, we'll be going to Burnham on Crouch, Mr. Kellerman.
Dr. Clitterhouse residence? Oh, yes, Mr. Davidson. I'm afraid it's hardly possible for you to see the doctor this evening, unless it's very urgent. Oh, yes. 10:15 in the morning would be fine. Goodbye.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor.
Where's the news?
Right here, Doctor. I thought you might want to see it.
Oh, why?
There's a picture in it. A picture that's been troubling me, Doctor. Look. Isn't that the man who called himself Mr. Benjamin?
Yes.
The paper calls him Benny Kellerman. Isn't he the fence you once said you were going to see?
Ah, you remember.
Doctor, I saw him here 2 evenings ago.
That's right, nurse.
He's been missing since he came here.
Yes, he has, hasn't he?
They found him. Found his body in the River Crouch.
Found drowned, eh?
Doctor, he was not found drowned.
He was?
Read what it says there. The police are investigating. The paper says that he was dead before he went into the River Crouch. Whatever you gave him was too much for him.
Aren't you letting your imagination get the better of you, nurse?
I don't think I am. Did you take him to Burnham?
Yes, you don't realize what you're saying.
Do you realize that they'll trace him to you?
They can't possibly do that.
Did you kill him?
Nurse, I don't want...
Did you?
Yes. I did. I had to. He was blackmailing me, forcing me to go on.
Oh, good Lord.
Everything had been all right, then suddenly it got out of hand.
I can't
It
believe
was
it.
impossible to me.
You did give him the heroin.
What do you know about the heroin?
When I came back from Nurse Harvey's that night, the file on your desk was empty. You'd gone out. You didn't come home until after 2 o'clock in the morning. I waited here until then. I felt there was something wrong.
I see.
You did give him the heroin, didn't you?
Yes. I examined him before I went out on the river. He was alive then.
You meant to drown him. But he must have died on the boat.
I didn't examine him again.
Why didn't you stop before this? Why didn't you? Why didn't you?
You're getting hysterical, Nurse.
You and your precious book. You must destroy it. You see that, don't you? If there's the least suspicion, your notes will give you away.
But nothing can be traced to me.
How do you know? You've made one slip already.
Yes. He was not found drowned.
Going to Burnham. That was another.
I don't think so.
You may have made a third.
No. You know, we're frightening each other, aren't we, Nurse? Listen, there is absolutely nothing that will link Kellerman with myself.
How is it that he came here? You didn't tell him who you were, surely.
No, I don't know how you found that out.
If he could find it out, someone else could.
I don't think so.
But you haven't really thought about it at all until now, have you? You haven't been thinking clearly, Doctor. You were not able to think. Oh, why didn't I act differently at the beginning? Why didn't I get a psychiatrist in?
Oh, don't be absurd.
You've been overworking. You were overwrought. I realize it now.
Nurse, please.
You were just like a patient who won't give in, forcing a new interest to keep yourself going.
You're talking nonsense. I'm just the same as I've always been.
I could have stopped all this, and now I'm so frightened for you, so frightened.
Hello?
Hello, Governor. This is Oakey.
Oakey? How the devil did you get this number?
Kellerman. He did some monkey shines with a phone at Daisy's place and found out your number.
I see.
I called, Governor, because I just heard from a steward that the coppers have your phone number, too.
How did they have got it?
From Kellerman's pocket when they fished him out of the river.
Oh, I see. Okay. Listen, don't stop for anything. Get away now and look after Daisy. Don't stay talking to me. Get away now. Good luck, and good luck to pal. Goodbye, Oakey. Devil.
Hello?
Sir William?
Speaking?
Oh, Sir William, this is Dr. Clitterhouse. I'm wondering if you're busy at the moment.
No, not at all.
Could I see you?
Delighted. What's it all about, Clitterhouse?
Oh, tiresome legal sort of thing.
Oh, but you know, of course, I specialize in criminal work. I could recommend a...
This is a criminal matter, Sir William.
Really?
Yes, so could I just step across the way and have a word with you?
Fine, certainly. But I was just going out. Why don't I pop into your place?
Well, that'll be fine. Thank you, Sir William.
Now, Clitterhouse, what roguery have you been up to, eh?
Well, it's not myself.
Been caught splitting fees?
It's rather more serious than that, Sir William.
Oh, it is, eh?
Yes. A friend of mine has got himself in rather a mess. A medical friend.
Well, what's he done?
Well, Sir William, he had the idea of trying to secure data on the nervous reaction of, crooks.
Oh, yes.
He felt their experiences must have a definite influence not only upon their psychology, but upon their physique.
I think I follow you.
He wanted, among other things, to work out the medical reasons for it by tests and close observation, while the crooks were actually at work.
Interesting. There might be something to it.
He found that there was.
He's been carrying out this investigation?
Yes.
Did you say while crooks were actually at work?
I did.
Oh, how did he manage that?
Well, he simply went amongst the crooks.
Fraternized with them?
Joined them, Sir William.
Good heavens, are you suggesting that he resorted to criminal practices?
Well, he had to find out what he wanted to know.
Oh, did he?
He worked alone at first on small burglaries. Then he met a receiver and another man, and between them, they did some quite reasonably clever jobs.
And he's involved himself, I suppose?
He has. Some of the burglaries they committed were what the newspapers call sensational.
And your medical friend was in them?
Yes, collecting data.
Collecting data? Did I understand you to say he jeopardized a medical practice to do this?
Yes.
What happened to the proceeds of the burglaries?
Well, the crooks had their share, and he gave most of his away anonymously. His object was research, you see.
I don't know that I do see, quite. I suppose it has got rather beyond him, is that it?
Yes. He kept his identity secret, and then one of them found out who he was and tried to blackmail him.
That was inevitable.
My friend's notes were then practically complete. Well, he didn't want to go on, only this man tried to force him to continue.
And then?
Then he suddenly realized that he'd studied various types of criminal activity from burglary to well-organized robbery, but he lacked data on the ultimate crime.
Not murder?
Yes.
And he has?
He has. In fact, he was obliged to.
You mean he removed the blackmailer?
Yes.
So he has his last chapter.
In every detail.
And he's now afraid that the police will be after him.
Yes, William, he does appreciate that contingency.
Look here, Clithouse, are you stating a hypothetical case, or has this actually happened?
Well, let's assume that it has actually happened. What would be his chances of getting off?
Oh, it isn't a matter of chance at all.
Isn't it?
Oh, he would get off.
What? Why?
Well, because the man's as mad as a hatter.
Good Lord.
Well, it's obvious.
And he'd get off?
Well, the facts being stated by you, I'd stake my reputation on it.
Stake your reputation?
It wouldn't be worth bringing him to trial.
But he's not mad, Sir William.
Well, he may not go about with straws in his hair, but he's not sane, and therefore he's not responsible.
But what about his book?
Well, that might be quite coherent and perfectly sensible. He probably goes about and acts like anybody else.
Just like you and I?
Yes. And you'll have to do something about it, you know.
What do you mean?
You're an accessory after the fact. I take it that you've obtained this information confidentially, but you can't keep it to yourself.
Of course, you think
your friend must be restrained. I suggest that you ought immediately to inform the proper authorities. I don't want to propose any breach of confidence, but does it happen to be anyone whom I know?
Yes.
Indeed? Who?
Me.
Good heavens!
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, old man. Good evening, Sir William.
Good evening, Inspector.
Sergeant Bates, come in.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, do you recognize this man?
Yes, sir. This is the man I saw in Kellerman's Club about 4 months ago.
Ah, you remember me.
I do.
What is this, Charles?
Cled, I wonder if you'd mind coming down to the yard with me, if you're not too busy.
Yes, we promised ourselves an evening out, didn't we?
What have you been up to, old man?
Doctor, I don't think I should say very much.
All right, Sergeant, you can wait in the hall.
Very good, sir.
You know why I'm here, don't you, Cled?
Yes, I know.
Benny Kellerman.
Yes.
Is this an arrest, Charles?
No. We just want to ask a few questions.
Well, don't be so upset about it. Everything's all right, isn't it, Sir William?
Perfectly.
Sir William, would you mind taking charge of this?
What is it?
All my notes.
Cled, what is all this about?
Well, I thought it was because he was blackmailing me.
And was he?
Not quite sure now. As far as I can make out, he was helping me to write a book.
Will you come along now, old man?
Of course. Sir William, may I retain you to represent me?
Naturally, my friend.
You won't forget, will you, Sir William? Your reputation is at stake. I shall be very upset if you lose it. Ready, Charlie?
You have just just heard the Best Plays production of The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse, starring Sir Cedric Hardwicke. And here once more is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
I imagine you can understand now why Broadway wanted to see Hardwicke as often as possible after having had a look at him as Dr. Clitterhouse. Thank you, Sir Cedric, for bringing this play back to us. Thank John Stanley for being Benny Kellerman. Thanks to all the good players who have rallied around to our support. Next week, we shall meet several very different characters. They are all quite normal, really, but they do have the oddest names. For instance, there are the gentleman in gay braces and the lady in spectacles. There are a crocus gatherer, a lady in buttoned boots, and even a lady who has lost her underwear. All these people are in a comedy by C.L. Anthony titled Autumn Crocus. It's about a holiday resort in the Austrian Tyrol. The proprietor of this happy establishment, the gentleman in gay braces, will be played by Walter Slezak, and the lady in spectacles will be Carmen Matthews. The first time I saw Slezak, back a long time now, he was wearing gay braces in another Tyrolean idol, Jerome Kern's Music in the Air. The last time I saw him was just the other night, on another visit to the Broadway success My Three Angels, in which Slezak is the head angel. And if anybody ever looked like a cherub, he does. I think we shall enjoy Autumn Crocus next week. And this is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse was transcribed and adapted for radio by Robert Sandella. Heard in the cast were John Stanley as Benny Kellerman, Alfred Shirley as Sir William, Horace Graham as Inspector Charles, Joan Peel as Nurse Anne, Ivor Francis as Opie, Kathleen Cordell as Daisy, Guy Spall as Pal, Richard Newton as Sergeant Gates, and Burford Hamden as the Constable. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Fred Collins. The Coronation Day address of Queen Elizabeth II to her subjects on Tuesday will be broadcast in the USA by NBC. Following the coronation ceremonies in Westminster Abbey, Britain's new Queen will return to Buckingham Palace from the balcony on which she will address the millions jamming the streets of London on that historic day. The program will be introduced by George Hicks, a member of the team of top NBC correspondents assigned to cover the coronation, who will review the day's highlights. Following this, Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill will extend his greetings to the Queen. She will then address her loyal subjects. Remember, all of the colorful pageantry of the coronation will be brought to you on NBC.
This is Eddie Cantor wishing you a nice weekend. Do you want to make sure you'll be back on Monday? Drive carefully. Don't get killed.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to a young man with everyday ideals under a communist regime. Mark Stevens plays the role of Randy Felton in The Heavens Fall.
Randy, can you hear me? It's me, Lord. Open your eyes. Look at me.
The pain.
It'll go, darling, as soon as you take these pills. Here, here's some water.
The woman. The one with the steel rod. Where is she?
What woman?
The build of a wrestler, crammed into a uniform.
A policewoman.
Yeah. That's what she was. Only there were two of them. A partner. Him I could handle. That's when she let me have it. From behind.
You must have gotten away on your own, Randy. Mother found you sprawled out against our back door. I had to help carry you in.
It's a good one. The whipped dog crawling back to his ex-keeper. Good thing your mother likes me.
Don't say that, Randy. She likes you all right. But I love you.
You could have fooled me yesterday.
I didn't want to walk out. You made me. But that was yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday. And look at me now.
I'm looking, Randy. I never stopped looking. Now tell me, how did it happen?
You were around when it all started. Only then I couldn't tell you. It began at the law school when the...
Randy, my boy, I must say I've been hearing nothing but nice things about you. That is, as far as your work here is concerned. I may even take the liberty to predict that someday I shall boast, there goes Randy Felton, one of my brood, and the most brilliant lawyer in Springfield. But as you know, Randy, success adds to our responsibilities toward the community, and I think you ought to...
I know, sir. It's about my holding down that job at night. The drugstore. I'm afraid
the Board of Education feels, or shall I say was advised, that tomorrow's generation of budding jurists should prepare itself for the task of enforcing law by affiliating with the party.
Since when have justice and the party become bedfellows?
Randy, you've got to learn to watch your tongue. Such sentiments are dangerous.
I seem to remember a slogan I learned here. Something about there should be no sword in the hand of justice.
My boy, these days it's not for us to live by slogans, but by the facts that surround us.
And the facts are that only Communist Party members make desirable pupils.
If you wish to phrase it that way. I only wish you'd understand.
I understand, sir.
Then you will?
Don't have much choice. I've come too far to turn back now. Here you are. One reporter's delight. Good to the last scoop.
Thanks, Randy.
Hello, honey.
Hi.
That's all? Just hi?
It's an accepted form of greeting.
Okay. Pull up a grouch and sit down.
What grouch?
The one you're bearing.
I'm all right.
Suit yourself. Love someone?
Very much.
Someone I've seen?
Whenever you're shaving.
Huh? At least the mercury's back to normal. How about a Coke?
Fine.
Now then, tell me, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I should have known better than to listen to those nasty rumors.
Rumors? What rumors?
That you joined the party.
Oh, that.
Randy, you didn't.
You're not so loud. Besides, what would you do if the dean asked you to?
Well, I'd walk out.
Yeah, sure, and jerk sodas for the rest of your life.
At least you'd keep your self-respect.
There's a pretty phrase, self-respect. I wonder how it'll taste for dinner. Or how many ounces it'll take to pay for our honeymoon.
Springfield hasn't got the only law school in the country. I'll go with you wherever you want.
It's not that easy.
Nothing seems to come easy anymore. Like last night. Like last night when you said you couldn't see me because you had to work late helping Mr. Higgins take inventory. So I came by. Thought I'd keep you company. But the place was all locked up and dark.
So we worked with a seeing eye dog. Just drop it, will you?
I will not.
Hey, Randy, how's about the service out here?
Yeah, I'll be right with you. Look, honey, I can't explain now. I'll have to wait until I...
Now, there seem to be a lot of things you can't explain. Okay, it's just as well. It'll save me the trouble explaining about the job I've been offered in New York.
A job in New York?
And I was going to tell you about the kick I got in turning it down. But now it looks like I'd better take it. Here, for the Coke. I wouldn't want you to miss a dime the next time you take inventory. Goodbye.
If I only could have told you then about how we were trying to help Sanders.
You mean Sanders is running for mayor against that commie?
Yeah. Needed a push. Had no campaign funds. Probably the last non-red will appear on the ticket in Springfield. Remarkable guy, Sanders. With all the odds against him, he refused to budge. Stood his ground. That's why he needed us more than ever. Then I went to see Bert last night and laid it straight on the line.
It's going to be rougher than we figured. Looks like the party's out for blood. This being the night before election, police patrols are being doubled. Johnson's got an in with a desk sergeant at the 5th Precinct. He found out that most of the patrols are reserves, staunch party members who managed to get their schedule and they're out of their beat.
Got a cigarette?
Huh? Oh, yeah, here. Pay any attention to what I said.
Every word. Easiest layout you could wish for.
Meaning what?
You don't need me. Any half-baked kid could tack up those posters. You figure the time and the place. That's all there is to it.
I'm afraid not. You got to work in pairs now. One just for a lookout. Patrol schedules aren't reliable.
Okay. Where's the stuff and where does it go?
Thanks, Randy. I guess you and Joe can handle Barn Street.
I can handle it alone.
I told you, you'll need a lookout.
When I need a nursemaid, I'll ask for one.
Sure, Randy, sure. Only the cops travel in pairs. And if there's trouble, you'll need some extra hands.
There won't be any trouble.
Have it your way. Just time yourself and hurry. Get there before 11. There's a patrol due sometime after that.
Like I said, it'll be a cinch. Yeah, cinch. Like putting an elephant into a phone booth. When I left Bird with the posters tucked under my arm, it was already 10:15. I didn't want company, because I was going to look you up first. Might as well have carried dynamite with a lit fuse and hauled that bundle around the streets, and then it started to rain. It was coming down in buckets. The posters under my arm started to get soggy, so I stopped at Paul's newsstand to get some papers to wrap them with. Paul gave me kind of a funny look, like he knew I was up to something.
Lousy night to be running errands.
All I'm running for is home.
Better not. You'd be crossing up Burton Sanders.
You know?
Heck, kid. Been in on it from the beginning. Wouldn't miss helping old man Sanders for all the vodka in Russia. Hey, where's your lookout?
I don't need one.
You need something. Got a gun?
I'm not the type.
This is a tough setup. Can't go walking around naked. Here, put this in your pocket.
Hey, hold on. I'm not figuring on opening any letters tonight.
A kidder, huh? Only this ain't no time for being smart. The town's crawling with goons.
Yeah, I know, but a knife, I've never handled one before. If an icicle could burn, the knife in my pocket felt like one that did. By then, I really needed seeing you more than ever. I went straight to your house. The rain wouldn't let up.
Randy! My goodness, you look soaked to the skin. Come inside before you catch a death cold.
Lois in?
She went to a movie. Why don't you take off that red coat and make yourself comfy? She ought to be home soon.
I can't right now. If it's okay with you, I might come back a little later, as long as she's...
As long as she doesn't take off for New York? There are no more trains leaving tonight. Besides, she hasn't even started to pack.
Do you really think she's going?
I don't rightly know. I think that's more or less up to you.
Up to me. Up to me. That's all I could think about after I left your house again. The rain had stopped. Whatever move I made from there on seemed to come automatically. My thinking wasn't too sharp. If it had been, I probably would have looked at the clock before I headed for the street corner where Bert wanted me to tack up those posters. I wish it would start to rain again. The night was sensitive. Too sensitive. The air had been washed too clean to muffle sound. The pavement wore that shiny glaze which brightened shadows. And when I came face to face with the wall that was to bear my posters, I felt like I walked onto a stage with thousands of eyes peering at me out of the darkness. My hands felt clumsy as they unrolled the posters. Then it came.
Stay where you are. Keep those hands up.
There were two of them, both in uniform. One wore a skirt. That was about her only claim to womanhood. She was bigger and rougher looking than her male partner.
Well, well. Out late playing politician, eh, Sonny?
There's going to be an election tomorrow, and I'm within my constitutional rights to advocate our candidate.
That's so. Well, if you ain't the one with the fancy lingo. You hear that, Chuck? Mr. Smarty Pants is dragging out the Constitution again. One of the brain boys, that one. The commissar'd love him.
Let's see your identification papers.
What if I won't show them to you?
You will, or I'll...
You'll nothing. Here they are.
Oh, here now. Let's have that knife.
Stay away.
Oh, Brainy's a wildcat. Go to it, Chuck. The kid's bluffing.
Now, you wouldn't want to get hurt, would you now? It'll all be over in a minute. I simply reach over like this and then...
And then what?
To play rough, huh?
Chuck, the knife!
I can't. My wrist, he's got it. Get the pipe. Hit him. Ow!
You little run! I'll teach you to...
The ground under me turned to pudding. I had to stay on my hands and knees to keep from sinking into it. I didn't know how I mustered the strength, but I did. And an upward kick with one foot set the big woman reeling against the wall. I heard the lead pipe bounce on the pavement. Then I ran, stumbling, but I ran. Didn't know where, didn't know how, I just ran.
Randy, I wish I'd known.
You said something about going along. Wherever I'd go. You still want to?
Want to? Do I want to breathe?
But we have to go separately. I'll go first. I'll get word to you somehow, through Bert.
I don't care. I want to leave town immediately. They must be looking for you everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah,
Only what?
Nothing.
You mustn't stop anywhere.
Today's election day. If things go well, I might not have to leave.
Darling, let's face it. What are Sanders' chances outside of a miracle?
None. And the age of miracles is over.
Hey, Randy, what are you doing here?
Same as you? Waiting in line to vote?
You nuts, the whole goon squad's looking for you.
They haven't got my name yet, have they?
No, but they can't mess with that description. Got you down to a T.
Next, please. Step forward.
Don't worry. I'm skipping right after this. Yes, sir.
Name, please?
Randy Fulton.
Let's see. Felton. Ah, here we are. Registered as living at 86 Dayton Way.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's your ballot.
Thanks.
Are you familiar with the procedure?
Sure, I voted before.
Well, there have been a few minor changes since then. Now, if you wish to vote for Hollingsworth of the People's Party, you need not even place a cross behind his name. Merely deposit the ballot in this box right here. Now, isn't that simple?
Yeah, very. But how about Sanders' name? It's not on the ballot.
Oh, well, there's an empty space provided for those who wish to fill his name in, but well, then, of course, you'd have to go to the voting booth over there to do so. But you see, this way we save you all the fuss and bother.
I like being bothered.
Suit yourself, young man. After all, it's still a secret ballot.
Oh, secret ballot, my foot.
Will you please help yourself to the booth? Others are waiting.
Hey, you better oil up these curtain rings. For the use this booth's been getting, they've rusted to the rod.
I'm next. My name is... Just a minute, sir. If you'll excuse me, I'll have to make a quick call. Be right back. Sergeant Cranker? This is Mrs. Decker. About that young fellow you've been looking for. I've got a hunch he's right here. Yes. Voting.
You are listening to The Heavens Fall, starring Mark Stevens. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Randy, you've got a visitor.
It's that lawyer they've been sending. I don't want to see him.
Some kind of a professor. Says he's the dean from your law school.
The dean? What does he want? Make more speeches?
No, just offer whatever help I can give.
Last rites are usually administered by a priest.
Please, my boy, give yourself a chance. Embittered emotions rarely turn the wheels of justice.
Nuts. The wheels got jammed a long time
You're
ago.
wrong. Examine the facts, my boy. Regardless of what the circumstances may have been, you did attempt to kill a man. He almost died.
Good.
Now then, if I had tried to kill, and justifiably so, would you not have hastened to my side?
Yeah. If the scales of justice were still in balance.
Well, let's trust that they are. As long as you're on trial, you must retain that trust.
Look, Dean, I realize you're my elder. But hasn't it come clear to you yet that all hopes for such support died in our voting booths? The timid clutch their bread and keep their silence. They close their ears to the cries of those that dare to be strong. Me, I'm neither. I'm just guilty of growing up too darn late. Oh, I know you tried. Thanks.
Ready?
Sure. Which is it, court or scaffold? Not that there's much difference.
Court's waiting.
Randy, you didn't want the lawyer they sent you. It's not too late for me to take over your defense. I can get a postponement, prepare a solid case.
Oh, come now, and deprive me of handling my first and last case? I wasn't that bad a pupil, was I, Dean?
May God bless you, my boy. God bless you.
All right, let's go.
Do you mind if I come along?
Well, it's okay part of the way, but I got to turn him over to the marshal out and back.
Back of what? Are we going to the courtroom?
No, it's been booked up for weeks.
I'll bet.
They're taking over the dance hall across the street. Want more room. Seems you're a pretty important boy.
Dance hall? What's the idea, Dean?
Well, I suppose your case is to set a precedent and discourage any further political crimes.
All the dance halls in town, they have to pick the evidence.
Nothing deliberate, I'm sure. It's the closest.
Yeah, the closest. The closest to everything.
In what way?
Dolores and me, we got engaged there.
Hear ye, the 12th District Court of the People in the Soviet States of America is now in session. The Honorable Judge Dawson presiding. All those having grievances, draw near.
Gentlemen, I see the first case on the calendar is the case of the People versus Randolph Filton. Are you ready to proceed?
The government is ready, Your Honor.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Filton, you still wish to proceed without counsel?
I do, Your Honor.
Very well. Will the prosecutor call his first witness?
Well, Policewoman Jean Barton, please take the stand.
Those other witnesses, who are they? I've never seen them.
They're supposed to have witnessed the crime.
Remarkable how I managed to escape from a street cluttered with this many witnesses.
And such questions should be placed before the court.
Oh, what good would it do?
You have more friends than you think. Give them a chance to show their faces.
The only face I liked seeing, I kept away.
You mean Lois?
Yeah, sure. I'm glad I asked her to stay away. There's too much of the past clinging to these walls. If you listen real hard, you can hear it. Listen.
Why, is anyone
You hear it?
Hear what?
Why, the music. It resounds from the rafters. Like it got lost up there, so it could stay. Stay there for always. You can hear it now.
Maybe I can.
Sure. Sure you can. It's just like then. Flowing, soft and easy. Like heavy colors that made a picture. Some of it filled out those ugly cracks in the wall. Made them look like they belonged there. Everything belonged just as Lois believed. Dance nicely. Hold nicely.
I never really danced before. I went through the motions, but never really danced.
I know. It's not the steps. It's that slow beat. The beat of the heart.
Hey, love someone?
Very much.
Someone I've seen?
Every time you powder your nose.
Oh, if all the world were only safe as it feels in here.
This is our world. Right here.
Maybe today it is. That other world can't come inside. But what happens when we've got to go out and meet it? Tomorrow. What about tomorrow, Randy?
Just stay close, honey. Tomorrow will take care of itself.
Tomorrow will take care of itself. Will take care of itself. Take care of itself. Take care of itself. Tomorrow will take care of itself.
Mr. Felton! Mr. Felton, I'm addressing you!
Yeah, but tomorrow didn't take care of itself, did it?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind.
If the defendant finds it within his power to gather his faculties, I'd like to repeat the question.
By all means, do.
Does the defendant wish to question the witnesses?
No question.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to take the stand and subject myself to cross-examination by the prosecutor.
Has the prosecutor requested your testimony?
No, Your Honor, but under the circumstances, I'm sure the prosecutor will have no objections.
Well, this is highly irregular. However, if the prosecutor finds this agreeable, you may take the stand.
I see no objections.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your name?
Benton Caldwell.
Occupation?
Dean of the Springfield Law School.
Are you familiar with the defendant?
Yes, he's been my pupil. And since it has been my task to build his knowledge and shape his destiny, I feel that I share the responsibility of his actions.
You mean to say that you subscribe to his dastardly deed of attempted murder?
I object, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that the prosecution is trying to incriminate a witness, while the testimony should pertain solely to the case in question.
Objection sustained.
Dean Caldwell, you asked to take the stand. Did you primarily do so to make a statement?
Yes. With the court's permission, I would like to quote a Latin slogan and have the defendant translated.
Permission granted.
Justitia fiat, ruat coelum.
The defendant will rise and translate the words.
Let justice be done, though the heavens fall.
Was the defendant requested to translate these words because possibly he did not understand their true meaning?
On the contrary, I wish the defendant himself to remind the prosecutor of his responsibility.
Your Honor, the prosecution objects strongly to having its integrity questioned in this foul manner. I ask that this witness step down from the stand.
Objection sustained. Will the witness please leave the stand?
Without calling the defendant to the stand, I would like to ask him whether he fully understands the meaning of the words that he has just translated.
I do indeed.
In that case, doesn't your belief in justice prey on your conscience? Does it not fire you to seek repentance and admit the wrong of your criminal act?
It took me 5 years to learn how I could best benefit this community, namely by doing everything to rid it of the red pestilence. It would take me another 5 years to find one single reason why I should not have done what I did.
You mean you would repeat your criminal acts were you given the opportunity?
I would not only repeat them, I would multiply them. And I would do it so precisely because justice must be done though the heavens fall. And today, right here in this very place, the heavens have already begun to fall and shall keep on falling until all of us are crushed beneath.
Your Honor, in order to spare the court any further theatrical recitations, I hasten to make my recommendation as to the defendant's deserving punishment. A mentally unbalanced killer is a trivial menace to society in comparison to this cold-blooded, calculated, would-be murderer who admitted right here and now that he would complete the job of killing and keep on killing anyone who would stand in his road of treason against the Soviet government. Nothing but capital punishment could still his thirst for blood. And I thus ask the court to find Randolph Felton guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as well as of high treason, punishable by death.
Randolph Felton, before this court pronounces sentence, do you wish to make a statement?
I do, Your Honor. At the risk of being labeled a dramatist by the prosecutor, to whom sincerity is nothing but an affectation, may I say I consider my life a worthwhile price for freedom. For I am sure this court may put an end to my individual strive for liberty. The new dawn will see thousands of others whose plain, downright sense of human decency will compel them to arise and protest.
and protest they will in such growing force that none of the self-appointed few will be able to stem the sweeping tide of freedom.
Order in the court! Order in the court!
Your Honor! Your Honor, if it pleases the court, may I remind the defendant and all those witnessing his underhanded methods of misrepresentation that only recent statistics reveal a conspicuous absence of these thousands that may arise in protest. And where are these thousands? Surely they had no better chance to show their protest than during our recent election. Yet, given that chance, these thousands went to the polls the other day and cast their vote in favor of the Communist Party's candidate for office. Yes, Mr. Randolph Felton. Let the facts and figures speak for themselves. 10,306 citizens voted for the party's candidate, whereby only 10 votes went to his radical and capitalistic opponent.
Correction. Only 10 votes were permitted to go to him.
I repeat, Mr. Felton, 10 votes, 10 citizens protesting. And where are those 10 now? Why aren't they at least here to plead your case? I'll tell you why. They bring to mind a poem about 10 little Indians. In this instance, it would begin, 10 little Indians were standing in line. One of them cheated, and then there were 9. And would end, one little Indian thought killing was fun. He was hanged by the neck, and then there were none. Do you understand, Mr. Felton? And then there were none.
You have just heard what happens to an ordinary, ambitious young man under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any young American if communism ever took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in communist-occupied East Germany. It did happen to Hermann Josef Flade, who was tried for warmongering and attempted murder. It did happen at the Olbernhau Ballroom in Germany, where Flade openly defied communism. Hermann Josef Flade was to be beheaded, but the execution was delayed. Flade's voice had been heard by too many. He was finally sentenced to 15 years in prison. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mark Stevens as Randy Felton in The Heavens Fall. John Stevenson was Bert, Ben Wright was the prosecutor, Stan Waxman was the dean, and Georgia Kirkwright was Lois. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. The Heavens Fall was written for If Freedom Failed by Peter Brook, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is chestertonradio.com.
This is John Daly at Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. On this 25th day of June, 1788, the Virginia Ratifying Convention has been taken completely by surprise. Mr. Edmund Randolph, present governor of Virginia, has come out publicly in favor of the proposed federal constitution for the United States of America. As a delegate to this crucial convention, and up to now an avowed enemy of the Constitution, Governor Randolph has been a leader in the campaign against ratification. But he has just told reporters that he will speak and vote for ratification when the convention reconvenes to vote a few minutes from now. Thus, the Constitution, which would unite the 13 American states under a strong central government, has found a powerful friend in an unexpected quarter.
June 25th, 1788, the Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Virginia, key state in the plan to form the 13 original states into a united America, stands undecided, torn by dissension, and the Constitution hangs in the balance. CBS takes you back 160 years to the day that determined whether Americans could go forward from revolution and establish a stable central government. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Virginia, the Richmond Convention Hall, and John Daly.
For a group of reporters hurriedly summoned to the governor's executive chamber a few minutes ago. Asked why he is turning from the party of Patrick Henry to the party of James Madison, Governor Randolph would not amplify his statement, saying only that he will give the reasons which prompted his move on the floor of the convention. And we hurried from that news conference to this microphone here on the convention floor to bring you this news. There's Mr. James Monroe, one of Mr. Patrick Henry's chief lieutenants, in the fight against ratification. Mr. Monroe?
Sir?
Sir, are you aware that Governor Randolph has gone over to the Federalist Party?
I am indeed.
Would you care to comment on it, Mr. Monroe?
Any remarks on Governor Randolph's strange conduct will come from Mr. Henry, the leader of our party.
But how do you think Governor Randolph's action will affect the vote on ratification, sir?
No comment, sir. No comment.
Mr. Monroe has turned away from the microphone. Our brief conversation, a mark of the confusion Governor Randolph's change of mind has produced here. Ned Kelmer has been analyzing the possibilities inherent in Governor Randolph's action and is ready now with his report. So over to our CBS headquarters booth here in Convention Hall and Ned Kelmer.
Governor Randolph's sudden allegiance to the Federalists may have a decisive effect on this convention. Roughly half of the delegates represent the cities, towns, and the tidewater planters, and the other half come from the rural districts. Generally speaking, the planters and the businessmen are in favor of a national constitution. They are haunted by memories of Daniel Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts last year, and they want the Constitution as an instrument to end social chaos. On the other hand, the rural delegates, by and large, oppose the Constitution. At present, they're paying their debts with cheap state paper money, and they fear that national currency reforms would work to their disadvantage. But Governor Randolph has much influence and prestige among the country delegates. His change of position may very well swing the necessary votes from among them to carry the ratification. Thus, what happens here in Virginia today may decide the destiny of America. As you know, 9 states must ratify the proposed Constitution if it's to supplant the Articles of Confederation. 8 states have already ratified, and 4 others probably will not. If Virginia fails to ratify, the Constitution is likely to be doomed. And in that case, just a moment, Governor Randolph, at his executive mansion, has consented to grant our reporter, Don Hollenbeck, a brief interview before departing for this convention hall. So over to Don Hollenbeck at the governor's mansion.
Governor Randolph, sir, will you tell us why you've made this last-minute turn from the anti-Constitution party to the Federalists?
I have joined the Federalists because the anti-Constitution party has caused far too much delay on the pressing issue of a strong central government.
Why do you feel that we need a strong central government such as the proposed Constitution outlines?
It is imperative. The union of the states sags apart for want of it. Mr. Henry fails to see the danger. He occupies himself with legalistic assaults on various phases of the Constitution without realizing that the measure as a whole is desperately needed.
Well, Governor, do you endorse the proposed Constitution in toto without amendments?
No, I do not. I hope and trust that certain amendments will subsequently be adopted, such as a Bill of Rights and a clause absolutely forbidding the importation of Negro slaves. But all that can come later. Time is running out, and we cannot go on under the Articles of Confederation.
Thank you, Governor Randolph. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you now to John Daly on the floor of Convention Hall.
About 80 delegates are here now, and among them is Mr. Patrick Henry, former governor of Virginia, leader of the anti-Constitution party. He's wearing the ill-fitting wig and shabby black coat for which he is famous, and his hawk-like face is grim and forbidding. Mr. Henry! Sir, would you care to comment on Governor Randolph's repudiation of the anti-Constitution party?
Governor Randolph, bah! My opponents are welcome to him. He, like they, has turned his back on the revolution. He's divorced himself from the common people and embraced that hydra-headed monster property.
Well, do you mean to suggest, sir, that the Constitution favors the property-holding classes of the nation?
Yes. May I charge you? The worship of private property is implicit in every article of that infamous document. 1 year ago, sir, at Philadelphia, the Constitution stank so noisomely that Governor Randolph refused to sign it. Does it smell any sweeter now? No. The Constitution remains unchanged. It is Edmund Randolph who has changed. Randolph. An empty sail billowing with the wind from the Tidewater.
Are you implying, Mr. Henry, that Governor Randolph has yielded to pressure from the Tidewater plantation?
No. Randolph was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He is rich. He has many slaves. He is also a politician, and as such, he flirted briefly with the ideas of liberty and equality. But the governor has seen the light. Property is the thing that counts.
Well, wouldn't you say, sir, that the protection of private property is important for the welfare of the country?
Important, yes. But human rights are equally important. And where, I ask you, where do you find one single mention of human rights in this Constitution that we are asked to ratify today?
But if that is so, Mr. Henry, how do you explain that 8 states have already ratified the Constitution?
Citizens of those 8 states would bargain away their heritage of freedom for a mess of pot. For my part, give me liberty, greatest of all earthly blessings. Give me that precious jewel, and you may take everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Here comes Mr. Madison. He's a small man and quiet of voice, but Mr. Madison yields to no man in intellectual capacity. Indeed, he is as famous for the logic of his arguments as Mr. Patrick Henry is for the brilliance of his oratory. Mr. Madison! Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry has just charged that the Constitution places property rights above human rights.
An interesting phrase. But then Patrick Henry is a master of interesting phrases. One of them helped to start our revolution. The trouble is, Mr. Henry is in a constant state of revolution. He should remember that the war is over and that his antagonists in this hall are not redcoats.
Yes, Mr. Madison, but what about his argument, sir?
Yes. Property rights above human rights. Well, now, suppose we examine that without the benefit of oratory, shall we? Mr. Henry would give you the impression that this is a struggle between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak. The fact is, sir, that there are wealthy men who hate the Constitution and poor men who love it. The point is that all Americans, rich and poor, are in dire straits today because we have no strong central government. Mr. Henry poses as the shining knight of liberty. But where, sir, is liberty without order? Order is what we need, not at the expense of human rights, but precisely to render them secure.
Well, Mr. Madison, it's been reported that Mr. Thomas Jefferson, our ambassador to France, is against the Constitution.
That, sir, is a distortion. Mr. Jefferson is a friend of mine. I'm in constant correspondence with him. It is true that he disagrees with some aspects of the Constitution, but on the whole, he favors it. As a matter of fact, it would be well for Mr. Henry to remember there are other patriots of the war for independence who stand behind the Constitution. Not only Thomas Jefferson, but General Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Dickinson, and a host of others.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
A pleasure, sir.
Well, you've heard that the Constitution would be of great benefit to all Americans, and you've also heard that it will benefit only the rich. Outside this Virginia hall, there's a representative crowd waiting for the result of the vote, and Ken Roberts is out there. So let's switch to him and find out how these people feel about the Constitution. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
In this crowd, judging by their dress, are people from every section and class of Virginia. I see men who are obviously planters, others who must be tradesmen, and a large number of farming folk. Some of them must have come a long way to be in Richmond at this fateful hour. Here, for instance, is a tall man wearing a fringed shirt and a coonskin cap. Where are you from, sir?
I be from Pineville, in the Western District.
You're a delegate, sir?
Nay. I come here to watch all the delegates.
Oh?
I want to be sure they vote the way they're supposed to.
And, how are the delegates of the Western District supposed to vote, Mr.
Holloway, Thomas Holloway, and they're still supposed to vote against the Constitution when Governor Randolph will be paying for turning his coat on us come next election.
Would you mind telling us why you're against the Constitution, Mr. Holloway?
See this bullet wound in my left arm? I received it 10 years ago, come September. I received it fighting to free Virginia from the rule of King George.
Don't you mean that you were fighting to free the United States?
Nay, to free Virginia.
But aren't you a citizen of the United States?
Nay, I'm a citizen of Virginia. We fought to be rid of the third George, and we want no fourth to take his place.
Then you think the Constitution would result in a king being imposed on the American states?
Aye.
What makes you think so?
If there be a Constitution, there'll be a president. If there be a president, he'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
But, Mr. Holloway, it's generally agreed that if the Constitution is ratified, the first president of the United States will be General George Washington.
Aye. He'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
You think that General Washington, if elected, will establish a monarchy?
Aye. There'll be nothing in the Constitution to stop him if he's a mind to. And I reckon he'll have a mind to. Power would be spoiling a man, say I. There's always that's a ridiculous statement.
Mr. Holloway has just been interrupted by a well-dressed man in the crowd.
Would you have the mind to be crying at me, Feinberg? You're hurting the reputation of the best kind of
Gentlemen, just a moment. Sir, we'll be glad to have your opinions on General Washington and the Constitution after Mr. Holloway has finished.
Himself, I have no
Now,
Mr.
Holloway, you were just saying General Washington will make himself king if the Constitution is ratified.
Aye, and he could do it. According to the Constitution, the President would have his own standing army.
Yes, but wouldn't the army be subject to the decisions of the Federal Congress?
With a gun at its throat, what could the Congress do? He'll be making himself monarch, Congress or no.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Now, sir, now you have your opportunity.
He'll tell you now, he's an empty head, that.
Empty head? There you see, abuse, canard, that's the way with you rascals. You impute the most dastardly motives to the patriots who frame the Constitution. You don't want the truth.
Don't want the truth.
You're a riffraff, troublemaker, that's all you are. Scum of the backwoods.
Be holding your tongue now, you value that
Please, gentlemen, we were discussing something else. Let's get back to the Constitution.
Yes, the Constitution. I predict, sir, that unless the Constitution is ratified, the merchants of this country will be ruined, wiped out utterly.
Are you a merchant, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I am a merchant, sir. I trade in tobacco, fine Virginia leaf, sir. Ask anyone in Richmond, you will find that Ralph Barker handles only the best.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would be a boon to business?
Absolutely, sir. Business is bad today. Oh, bad, very bad. And my warehouse is bursting with unsold tobacco. The country is in a depression. And it's because of the money situation. It's scandalous, absolutely.
Would you explain that, please, Mr. Barker?
Yes, you explain. I will if you will only give me a chance. My word, there are so many different kinds of money in circulation. It's like a man in that. Doubloons, pistoles, gold, Johannes's, English, French crowns, English guineas, Spanish dollars. Yes, and to cap it all, the states are issuing money that isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Now, how on earth can a merchant do business under such conditions?
It must be difficult.
Difficult? Why, it's impossible. It's confusion compounded into an unholy mess.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would restore order in interstate commerce and regulate the currency?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do. The Constitution specifically...
This is John Daly in Convention Hall. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because Governor Randolph has just come in. He entered by a side door to avoid the crowd outside. Now he is walking down the aisle, and the tension here is so thick one can literally feel it. Mr. Henry has just snubbed Governor Randolph, and the snub was unmistakable. His face pale, the governor has walked to his seat, sits down, shakes hands with Mr. Madison. Now the gavel sounds. Mr. Pendleton, president of the convention, is calling the delegates to order. The final debate will begin in a few moments. As you know, the resolution embodying the Constitution has already been debated clause by clause in the 3 weeks this convention has been in session. And now, Mr. Pendleton.
The ratifying convention is hereby declared to be officially convened.
By previous agreement, the final speech in opposition to ratification will be made by Mr. Patrick Henry, and he will be followed by Mr. James Madison, who will speak in favor of ratification of the proposed federal constitution. I now recognize the first speaker, Mr. Henry.
And Patrick Henry rises, walking slowly up the aisle. He's moving toward the front of the hall. Now he's mounting the rostrum. His hawk-like eyes under that ragged wig look out piercingly around the room, and they have come to rest on Governor Randolph. Mr. Henry stares at the governor now with an expression of, well, you might almost call it contempt, and now Mr. Henry's about to speak.
My concluding remarks in behalf of the anti-Constitution party, the party of liberty, will be brief. But I would first make a few observations on the conduct of one of the delegates. I am referring to none other than Governor Edmund Randolph. Last year in Philadelphia, Governor Randolph denounced the Constitution. It seems to me very strange that which was then the subject of his denunciation should today become the object of his praise. Something extraordinary must have happened to operate so great a change in his opinion.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
Governor Randolph is calling for the floor. He's been ruled out of order. Now, Mr. Henry.
I yield to the member. Let us hear what the honorable member has to say.
The honorable speaker hints that I have changed my opinions for some hidden and therefore discreditable reason.
I have no personal intention of offending anyone. I merely do my duty.
The gentleman smiles when he says that. His conduct is malicious, and it is not compatible with the least shadow of friendship. Very well. If our friendship must fall, let it fall like Lucifer, never to rise again.
Does the member accuse me of malicious behavior?
I believe the meaning of my words is clear.
Is the member prepared to back up his remarks with deeds?
If the gentleman seeks satisfaction, he will find my seconds ready.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to render satisfaction. Mr. President, I request a short recess in order to arrange the details of a matter of honor.
This is unprecedented. However, due to the member's request is granted, I hereby declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Henry are leaving the hall, no doubt to choose and confer with their seconds as is traditional in these affairs of honor among gentlemen. This is a startling turn of events, and we'll try and bring you the developments just as fast as we can. The floor here is a scene of confusion. The delegates are milling about, shouting and arguing, shaking their fists at each other, and from the look of things here, it would almost seem that there will be more affairs of honor out there on the floor of this convention hall unless this convention is called back into order, and very soon. And there's Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton! Sir! Will the session resume in spite of this conflict between Mr. Henry and Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I will reconvene in 5 minutes.
And the vote will be taken as scheduled, sir?
Certainly.
Do you have anything to say on that?
Not now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pendleton. The debate will continue. The vote will be taken despite this dramatic interruption. As you know, Mr. Henry is one of the principal speakers, and he must be back before the convention can properly be reconvened. As I said before, the floor is a scene of confusion, and there is a chance there will be more of these affairs of honor unless the convention is indeed called back into session, and very soon. But now I've seen Ned Kelmer out there circulating quickly among the delegates to learn how Mr. Henry's attack on Governor Randolph will affect the vote. So let's go over to our CBS headquarters booth and Ned Kelmer.
Thanks. Well, on the basis of my brief conversations with the delegates just now, it's safe to say that Mr. Henry, by his open attack on Mr. Randolph, has restored the situation to what it was before the governor came out in favor of the Constitution. Yes, I'd say there's no doubt about that. The delegates from the rural districts admire forceful speech and prompt action. They saw it today, and no matter what outsiders may think of Mr. Henry's conduct, well, his action sits well with the country people. These rural delegates who might have been shaken by Governor Randolph's new allegiance to the Federalists now seem to be back in the anti-Constitution fold, definitely. And it does look as if the Constitution may fail of ratification. And Now Mr. Pendleton has called the convention to order again, so back to John Daly on the convention floor.
The Republic itself.
The delegates are again seated. The convention has reconvened, and Mr. Henry has resumed the floor and is speaking on the resolution embodying the proposed federal constitution of the United States of America. Now let's listen to Mr. Patrick Henry.
Exclusion of the 4 remaining states. Congress, under this proposed constitution, would have a tyrant power, and more. It could lay whatever taxes it chooses. With a standing army, it could keep the people in submission. The president, if he should be ruthless and able, could make himself an absolute ruler. I would rather have a king, lords, and a House of Commons than a government complete with such insupportable evils. Gentlemen, my opponents ask you to surrender not only the sword and the purse, but the very scales of justice. Ratify this Constitution, and you place our state courts at the mercy of federal courts. A monstrous creation. I dread popular resistance to this proposed government. So vague, so indefinite, so ambiguous in its assurances of liberty and human rights. Let me warn emphatic terms of the dreadful effects which must ensue should the people resist. I beg, I beseech the delegates to search their consciences and vote nay on this resolution, lest they rouse the people to rebellion in defense of their God-given liberties.
Mr. Henry has left the rostrum, and Mr. Madison is coming up now to speak. He carries his hat in his hand. Now he's taking some slips of paper out of the hat. They are the notes for his address, and he's waiting for the convention to come to order.
Order. The chair recognizes Mr. James Madison.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, I yield to no man in my respect for the previous speaker. Yet in these brief concluding remarks, I would point out that his objections to the Constitution arise out of misunderstanding. This is not strange because the form of government we are proposing is new, unique in the history of the world. Let the delegates, therefore, not measure it by outmoded standards. Mr. President, the American states have stirred the admiration of the world by setting up free governments under the pressure of war. How much more will they win admiration if they should be able peaceably to establish one central government when not cemented by common danger? But will the states achieve that goal? Suppose only 8 states ratify and Virginia refuses to become the 9th except on her own terms. Then even if the others agree to our terms, which is doubtful, every state must call new conventions to consider the amendments. There will be endless disagreements. Every state will be encouraged to offer its own amendments. Agreement will be even more difficult to reach than it was in Philadelphia. In short, Mr. President, if Virginia holds out today, the United States may never have a functioning central government. But if Virginia ratifies the Constitution, it may bring the most fortunate event in the history of mankind. I therefore respectfully submit that the honorable delegates vote yea on the resolution before us, the resolution containing the Constitution of the United States of America.
Mr. Madison replaces his notes in his hat and leaves the rostrum, and from the floor, many voices calling the question. Mr. Pendleton is raising his gavel.
The convention will now vote on the resolution embodying the proposed Constitution for the United States of America. The vote will be by a show of hands. A simple majority will decide. Those delegates who are in favor, those who wish to vote aye on the proposition, will raise their right hand.
Hands are going up all over the hall, and the tellers are moving about counting. A total of 166 votes will be cast. 84 are necessary to carry or defeat the resolution. And it seems now as if half the number of delegates here have their hands up, but it's impossible to tell exactly. However, it's going to be close. You can be sure of that. Very close. We'll know the result in a moment from the aye count. If it's 84 or over, the ayes will have it, and the Constitution will be ratified here in the Virginia Convention and will become the law of the land. The tellers have completed their count now and are moving up to report to the rostrum. They're at the rostrum. Mr. Pendleton is receiving their reports, checking the totals, and we'll know in a moment. Mr. Pendleton.
The tellers report in favor of the resolution, 89 votes. The resolution carried by 89 votes. 5 votes more than necessary. The United States is now committed to a strong central government. We're to have a president, a Congress, a federal judiciary, a national army under the Constitution. I have a copy here in my hand, and its preamble begins, "We, the people of the United States, in order
June 25th, 1788, Virginia ratifies the Constitution and government of, by, and for the people begins."
The ratification of the Constitution was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The program was written by Michael Sklar. Thomas Chalmers played Patrick Henry, Richard Waring was James Madison, Eric Dressler played Governor Randolph, and the cast included Carl Swenson, Chester Stratton, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, and others. Footnote: the Virginia Convention debated and voted under the impression that it was the 9th necessary ratifying state. The 9th necessary state was actually New Hampshire. It had ratified 4 days earlier. Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry, and their colleagues did not know this because in those days news traveled slowly. Beginning next week, You Are There will be broadcast regularly over most of these stations at a new time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for You Are There next week and thereafter. Next week,
November 7th, 1637, Puritan, New England. The trial of Anne Hutchinson. You Are There.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized. And if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
College Inn Porterhouse in Chicago's famous Hotel Sherman, we invite your family to join the millions of families from coast to coast and listen to America's favorite, Don McNeil and his Breakfast Club. And here is your Toastmaster, Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Morning to ya. We woke up bright and early, just howdy do ya. First call to breakfast for all of you out there.
America, awake, the Breakfast Club is on the air.
Well, good morning to you. Happy Tuesday morning.
Tuesday.
Good old Tuesday it is.
Good.
And we have with us in the Breakfast Club audience this morning Girl Scouts from Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's
Good old Girl Scouts.
Yeah, good young Girl Scouts, radio workshop group. And Little Bluebirds group from Mount Prospect, good young Bluebirds. And their moms are here, and senior, now you can say good old moms if you want.
Good old moms.
Senior Girl Scouts in St. Joseph, Missouri, a bunch of high school juniors and seniors from Remsen, Iowa, near Sioux City. Who's that group that just came in here? Where are you from? Pleasant Hill, Illinois. Yes, sir. That's an old one.
Good old.
Good old. Yeah. All right. Well, that constitutes our audience, beside a few other fine assorted folks this morning.
Thank you.
We have a new young lady singer with us this week. Tell you about her in just a second.
Good old one.
Righto. Well, the young lady singer that I mentioned, who's with us this week, let's give a nice big Breakfast Club welcome to this young lady, Miss Jeannie Thomas. Jeannie, would you say you're from the Deep South?
That's right. Real deep.
Where's that?
Deep Creek, Virginia.
Deep Creek, Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think we all know where Deep Creek, Virginia is, but just for the benefit of few people, where is it?
Well, Deep Creek is a little community outside of Portsmouth, Virginia. You know where Portsmouth is?
Why, I certainly do. Deep Creek, Virginia, boys. Yeah. This young lady was Miss Virginia in the Miss Universe contest, and very charming gal she is. Got a new record going for you. What's that called?
Believing.
Believing. What's that about?
Well, it has lyrics to the effect that if you believe, then miracles will come true.
Somebody told me this was a song of faith which has actually become a part of the congressional record. Is that true?
Yes, sir, it has. It's in the congressional record. It was in there on March the 17th, I believe.
Congressional record? Don't tell me that Congress is putting out records now. Wait till they get in that payola thing. Well, what label are you on?
On the Genie label, but that's spelled G-E-N-I-E.
That's not your own label.
No, that's like Genie in the Jug.
Well, I know that this gal has won a lot of beauty contests, writes a beauty column for Hit Parader magazine, and I'm told that your mother and father had an orchestra, Jeannie. Is that right?
Yes, they did. My dad had an orchestra, Busta Asbel Orchestra. My dad played the saxophone and clarinet, and my mother played the piano, and I sang.
I'll say, that was nice. Keep the whole thing in the family, huh?
That's right.
Well, it's nice to have you with us, Jeannie. We'll hear from you in just a moment. First of all, we're going to start out song-wise with a young group who's here. The young group.
Hey, young group, sit down. Well, that could be me.
I didn't have you in mind, Dick. I was going to have you in just a second, if you would. But the group I had in mind was a group of gals from Mount Prospect. The card for them a minute ago around here.
I know who you mean. You mean the Little Bluebirds?
The Little Bluebirds are the ones that I had in mind. Where's the leader here? Mrs. Ed White, I believe, is the leader of this Mount Prospect group. Aren't you? Oh, who is the leader? Miss Schroeder's the leader. Oh, Miss Schroeder, would you have your cute little bluebirds stand up, please, and sing their little greeting for us, because we'd love to hear them. All right, bluebirds, let's have your little singing greeting, please.
Little bluebird, why do you go? Come back to me. I go send the bird as he flew on high to see if my color matches the sky.
Well, isn't that nice? Now, I understand you have another little deal you do, too, huh? All right, let's hear that.
All righty.
Wish to have fun, to learn to make beautiful things, to remember to finish what I begin, to want to keep my temper most of the time, to go to interesting places, to learn about the trees, flowers, and birds, to make friends.
Well. To learn to keep my temper most of the time. That's what I like, yeah. Here's a little bluebird coming up here. What have you got there, honey?
I am Lynn Hetke. We are the Merry Maids Bluebirds, and we are all in 3rd grade. We go to St. Paul Lutheran School, Mount Prospect, Illinois. We've made this fudge for you. Hope you like it.
I am Don McNeil. I am 52 years old. I am delighted to have this fudge. I shall eat it, and I do appreciate it, period. Thank you.
I am Sam Cowling. I would like to try it out for you first to see if it's all right.
There goes my fudge. Thank you. I'll get some. Thank you, Bluebirds. I appreciate that very much. And my, she learned that to a T, didn't she? She had that speech down just perfectly.
I think we ought to get them something.
I do, too.
I'll go out and get a can of worms.
No, not.
Bluebirds eat worms?
No, they don't. We'll get them something very nice before the program is over. Right now, we'll start them off with a song by Dick Noel. All right, group.
Dear, when you smiled at me, I heard a melody. It haunted me from the start. Something inside of me started a symphony. Sing went the strings of my heart. 'Twas like a breath of spring. I heard a raw bluebird sing about a nest set apart. All nature seemed to be in perfect harmony. Sing went the strings of my heart. Your eyes made skies seem blue again. What else could I do again but keep repeating through again? I love you, love you. I still recall the thrill. I guess I always will. I hope 'twill never depart. Dear, with your lips to mine, a rhapsody divine. Sing with the strings, sing with the strings, sing with the strings of my heart.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. Got a young fellow that sounds like an interesting character here from Chicago, Eddie Bear. Where's Eddie? Oh, how are you, Eddie?
Okay.
Attaboy. Eddie, you sound like a guy who's gotten into a lot of trouble in your young career. How old are you?
I'm 12 now.
12 now. What are some of the things you've done?
I've eaten arsenic.
What?
I've eaten arsenic.
You've eaten arsenic. Most people who have eaten arsenic don't get to talk about it. Did you die?
No.
Oh, glad to hear that. Tell us about that.
I was a little around 2 years old, and I was crawling at night and by the medicine cabinet, and I picked it up and ate it.
Oh, smoke. They must have rushed you to the doctor and got something to counteract it immediately, huh?
We went to the hospital, and I had to get medicine.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly glad you're around here to tell about that. What else did you do?
I fell upstairs.
You fall upstairs?
Yes.
Oh, you and Dick Noel, yeah. Most people fall down. You fall upstairs. What else have you done?
I slept in a bathtub.
Slept in a bathtub? Why'd you do that? You mean you were taking a bath and you just fell asleep?
No.
Oh, you like to sleep in a bathtub?
No.
Well, why did you sleep in a bathtub?
I didn't know it.
Huh?
I didn't know it.
Oh, you didn't know it?
Yeah.
You shouldn't drink that stuff. That's what that arsenic will do for you, you know. Arsenic on the rocks, and you don't know where you are, and pretty soon you're in a bathtub. You've got a brother who's a radio ham?
Yes.
What kind of a ham is he?
A kosher one.
You're all right. Are you his sister?
Yes.
You know, I think this is wonderful. May I have this? She has a hat here, and she has her own pigtails right on the hat. Is that your own hair?
No.
Well, it's hair just like yours, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you may think you're the only one that does that, but you're not. Mr. Thomas, isn't it amazing how the girls are wearing their hair on their hats now?
She's way behind.
I know she's behind the time. She should have it on her head. That's right, yeah. I understand. All right, well, it's about time now to hear from Jeannie Thomas. Cute little gal from Virginia is singing for us, I'm Sitting on Top of the World.
I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. I'm quitting the blues of the world, just singing a song, just singing a song. Glory, hallelujah, I just phoned the parson. Hey, par, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm ready to fall. I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along. Glory, hallelujah, I just phoned the parson. Hey, par, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm going to fall. I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along, just rolling along, just sitting on top of the
All right. Let's get Mr. Noel now, who's fallen in practically every body of water from coast to coast, to sing How Deep is the Ocean. He ought to know.
How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think of you? How many roses are sprinkled with dew? How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? is the ocean? How high is the sky?
Well, it was sung so nicely, there's no use in you answering it. It's just a question anyway. And now we come to our hymn time with...
And the burden of the day.
Which brings us to our moment of silent prayer, in which I ask you, each in his own words, each in his own way, for a world united in peace, let us bow our heads and pray. Amen. Memory time this morning, a little note on friendship by Dr. Waldemar Argo from Baltimore, Maryland, that appeared in Sunshine magazine. Friendship is the coming in of love when everything else has gone. The soul's desperate struggle for fraternity against the solitariness and loneliness of cosmic vastness. The battle between the sword and the cross, one seeking to hurt, the other to heal. The determination to believe the best when the worst has been rumored. The golden tie that binds after circumstance, disaster, and death have wrenched all visible bonds. The deliberate ignoring of the fool and the radiant evoking of the saint in a human soul. It is the healing of success without envy. The forgiving of a hurt without demanding an apology. The keeping of an affection in spite of misunderstanding. Asking for a privilege to serve without counting the cost or demanding a reward. Closing the eyes to ugliness and opening the inner eye and ear of the heart which understands rather than sees or hears. In other words, it is to ask, what can I give rather than what shall I receive? I'm going to ask Miss Marcy Moore to come up here. She's traveling around the country with a table, and if you've ever tried to sit 6 guests around one of these tables for 4, you know what gets in the way, and that's table legs beside other people's. Morning.
Good morning.
This lady has the answer. It's a very unusual thing, this table that's traveling with you. Tell us about it, Marcia.
Well, as you said, Don, it doesn't have any legs, and this means that you can seat from 2 to 8 people at it, and you don't have to worry about that.
I've often wondered why somebody hasn't done this before. In fact, somebody has done it before. I've heard of one years ago. It was a little different from this. It was actually suspended through a huge bar that went up right from the middle of the table to the ceiling.
But it probably wiggled.
Oh, I don't know about that. I never sat at it, but I often thought, with my long legs, I'm always getting in trouble there. Why didn't somebody do this before? Do you know why?
Well, I think probably they didn't put their imagination to it. And we decided that the best thing to do was to get someone who hadn't designed a table before. So we went to an aircraft engineer.
Oh, is that so? Well, this ought to be handy for our show. People could not only march around this, they could march under it, too, without any trouble. This is experimental, I presume, or is it in operation?
Yes, it is. It's appearing this week at Carson Peary Scott.
Oh, you're in Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you do when you're not table hopping around the country, Marcia?
Well, I like to help women get ideas for setting the table.
Well, this is really terrific here. I noticed on this table there's a built-in fountain, isn't there, for centerpieces?
That's right.
And built-in warmers right on the table to keep food warm.
I think keeping food hot is always a big problem, and so we put warmers right in the table, and they turn on when you turn them over. The table is entirely flat if you want it to be that way, and then by pushing a little button, the warmer turns over and goes on.
Oh, I see. There's even a phone jack here if you want to telephone
That's
the
right.
table. That's terrible. One time you ought to be able to get away from the telephone, you know?
Another thing this table has is a TV set in it.
Oh, no.
Yes, but nobody ever watches television at breakfast, just lunch and dinner.
That's right.
They listen to the radio at breakfast time.
Naturally, and of course it's got a concealed radio in there somewhere, I presume. And Lighting is a very important thing in this, isn't it?
Yes, if you want to have a nice romantic dinner for two, you can turn the lights down very low.
Legless tables.
And then if you've got the whole family there and you want it well lit up, you turn them up.
The table of tomorrow. Well, it's a cute idea, anyway. Cute idea.
Yes, it was sponsored by the Melamine Council, who make melamine dinnerware. And they thought that perhaps people would like new ideas for their dining table, and they had this commissioned, as I said, by an aircraft engineer who made it shaped like a guitar.
I noticed it is shaped like a guitar.
Well, the reason is that in the middle, it's narrower, so if you've only two people, they sit in the narrow part. And then if you have more people, you put them all around the edge.
Oh, I see.
So that if you just have two people, you don't have to feel that you're at a great big table because you're right close to each other.
I presume that for large dinner parties, they have one shaped like a bull fiddle. Huh?
Well, maybe you could have two tables instead.
Well, that's a very cute idea. Telling us about this offbeat design, I'm certainly sure adds to our Breakfast Club enjoyment this morning. Marcia, thank you for dropping by.
Thank you very much, Don.
Thank you. Marcia Moore. Legless table, huh?
You know, they could actually make a lot of furniture like that, and it would be so easy to dust under then, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Huh?
Nothing to dust.
That's right.
Except some old legs that might happen to be there.
Left over.
Yeah. Jeannie Thomas is our new girl singer this morning for this week. Jeannie, have you ever heard this program before?
Oh, yes, sir. I was raised up listening to this show.
Did you ever think we really marched?
It sounded like it.
Yeah? Well, now you saw it.
I sure did.
Is it like you thought it was?
I guess so.
Yeah. Worse. Raised up with this show, huh? Where's it you're from again?
Deep Creek.
Oh, yeah, Deep Creek.
My grandmother's been listening to the show for, Lord only knows, I reckon.
Since she was born.
Since she was born.
You know, that's what I get all the time from people. My grandmother listens to you all the time. It makes you feel old, you know. Well, I'm glad we have youngsters that come here every morning. Makes you feel young. We're going to have Jeannie Thomas and Dick Noel sing together. Let's see what happens here.
I give to you and you give to me true love, so on and on it will always be true love, for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me love forever
True love. Thank you. Thank you both. All right, Dick, I'm going to ask you to sing one now for us, if you will.
I got one.
You got one? About the cookie?
About cooking.
About cooking. All right. What's cooking cookie?
The moon is a silver platter filled with the food of love. The night is a cozy kitchen that you are mistress of. What's cooking, cookie? Let's have a lookie. What you cooking up for a hungry heart? Ah, diddle, diddle. What's on that griddle? When do all those sweet surprises start? Holding hands on the menu, that wouldn't hurt. And don't forget those kisses when you plan the dessert. What's cooking, cookie? Let's have a lookie. How's about some romance? How's about some romance a la carte?
There. I would like very much to speak to a champion babysitter who's here this morning. This is Mary Sofsky. She says she's one. Yeah, she looks like one. For,
Good morning, Mr. McNeil.
How are you this morning?
Fine, thank you.
Why do you call yourself champion babysitter?
Well, I've been taking care of children for 30 years almost.
Have you really?
And the people that I'm engaged by now told me when you go to Chicago, if you happen to see the Breakfast Club program, you'd be sure and tell them you're the champion.
Well, I'm glad they think that
And
of
so
you.
that's why I put it on my card.
Have you any advice for babysitters?
Yes, sir, I sure have. I think babysitters, people that have children to have babysitters for, they should have reliable people babysitting for them. They should know a lot about them before they let them come in their home.
Yes.
And I wouldn't advise any mother to have a young teenage babysitting for a small baby. Because in the first place, they think they know a lot, but they don't know anything about taking care of small children, believe me.
You got a lot of incredulous glances from the teenagers here when you said that.
Don't get me wrong. The teenagers are wonderful. Once they get up where they're old enough to understand properly.
As long as they're not teenagers anymore.
Well, no, what I call teenagers. You take them, say, from 12 years old up to 15 and 16.
I see. Yeah.
To me, that's a little too young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now, would you want to trust a baby, say, 2 or 3 months old with a young teenager like that? And if you had 3 or 4 other kids, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're asking me this?
I'm asking, I mean, you wouldn't want that. I mean, you'd want somebody you could depend on, wouldn't you, in case your baby got choked or was taking a bottle and he need burping or something, and this baby gets excited because the baby turns blue in the face. How would she know whether to turn him on his heels and spank him or just let him choke?
What would you do?
Well, if he was choking and I thought that it was nothing real bad, I'd put him on my shoulder and burp him.
Thank you, honey. All right, yeah.
So long, you breakfast clubbers, this ends our meeting. But once again tomorrow you'll hear our greeting.
Yes, sir, time has flooded. It's gone. And so until tomorrow, then, Don McNeil and the whole gang say so long and be good to your neighbor.
Don McNeil's Breakfast Club has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Starring Susan Douglas in a true story, I Speak for Democracy.
bitter cold afternoon in 1944. Place, a farmhouse near Fort Vermilion, a fur trading post in the northern wilds of Alberta, Canada, close to the border of the Northwest Territories.
6 carbon, 7 nitrogen, 8 oxygen, 9 chlorine. Oh, dear. 10 neon, 11 sodium.
What is that you study, Yaroslawka? A new language?
No, Mama. Chemical elements. The correspondence school says I have to memorize them.
That is good, Slawka. Your papa and I, we did not learn things like that in old countries before we came to Canada.
And what we did learn, we like to forget.
But, Papa, it's not enough. I want to learn more. It's so hard to memorize things like chemical elements with no way to apply them.
She is right, Papa. Ever since they closed the school here, for 2 years she's working like this. My heart goes out to her so hard she studies.
She will go to a real school then. I see to it. We come here from the Ukraine so our children can have better than us. We have savings. She goes.
But where? She could not go down to Edmonton and live by herself.
Oh, no, that is true.
Wait. Petro, why we don't think of it before? Your brother, Georgie, in Delaware of United States. There must be fine schools there.
Sure he would take her in.
Oh, Petro, she could come back, teach the other children, maybe even start the school again here.
No, Mama. It would be too expensive.
Oh, what good is our savings if we keep for ourselves? Good. I write to Georgi and tell him our Slawka must learn in the United States.
Mama and Papa, I am writing this on the aeroplane, and we'll mail it to you when we reach New York. There was the boat to the town of Peace River. So slow, so full of time when I was in such a hurry. And then the motor bus to Edmonton that bumped and bumped over the hot, dusty roads. And then this aeroplane. You will wonder, Mama and Papa, if I am frightened. I don't think I am. For there below me, just the way I had dreamed it would look, the United States, and all the things I'd read about. Niagara Falls, and Rip Van Winkle, Valley Forge, Bunker Hill. And now, as I write to you, we are circling the island of Manhattan, and we're going to land any minute now.
Well, this is it, Slawka. Times Square. What do you think?
Oh, dear. It all looks so peaceful from the airplane, Uncle Georgie.
Wait, Slawka. No more Georgie. Here in the United States, I am George.
Oh, sure. Oh, what about just plain Unky?
Fine with me. And we'll have to do something about your name, too. Yaroslawka. In English, that would mean glory to God in the highest. So, in the United States, you will be Gloria.
Gloria. Oh, I like that. Gloria Chumia.
Good. Well, what would you like best now that you're in the big city of New York, huh?
Would it be too expensive if I had an ice cream soda?
Oh, the sky is the limit. What flavor you like?
I don't know. I've never had one before.
You haven't? Well, I'll tell you, you can't go wrong with chocolate. That is, unless you'd rather have strawberry or vanilla or pineapple.
Oh, dear. I'd better let you choose.
All right. Come on. We get it in the restaurant at the Pennsylvania station. Then we take the train to your new home in Wilmington, Delaware. Come on. We don't have much time.
It seems strange. You are in a hurry. Everybody here is in a hurry.
It's a funny country. You'll have to get used to it.
It's just that I expected people who have such great responsibilities as Americans have would be very serious and dignified.
I felt that too when I first came over. The things they have here to make life so easy and comfortable, I thought to myself they were like the topsoil. They could wash away any time and leave nothing.
Yes, that's it.
But then I lived here a while, Gloria, and I found out. Down underneath it's good, rich earth. Strength that nothing can wash away. That's important to people like us. You'll find it for yourself someday.
Yes?
How do you do, sir?
Oh, how do you do?
They said I could find the principal of Wilmington High School here. I wish to register for your fall term.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm Mr. Fulmer, the principal. Why haven't you been in before this to register? School's about to start.
I just arrived here from Alberta, Canada. I'm staying with my Uncle George. My name is Gloria Chomiak.
Well, Gloria, welcome to Wilmington. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Well, then, tell me all about yourself.
Well, Mr. Fulmer, I think I ought to tell you I have been to school only 2 years.
I beg your pardon?
But I had 2 more years study with the Royal Canadian Correspondence School.
Uh-huh. And you wish to enter high school?
I've tried my best to learn, sir. I've read and read. I know your presidents, George Washington, John Adams.
Yes, that's fine, Gloria, but we have a ruling, you see. In order to enter high school, well, you must understand, you might hold the other students back if you wanted to...
I would not. I wouldn't say a word in class. I would just listen. I want to listen, to hear and learn all I can. I wouldn't waste a minute. How could I? Your country has given me this chance to come here, and I want to repay it by hard work and study with all my heart.
Yes, I see. But that isn't my point, Gloria. We want you to say a word in class to feel part of our student life.
Yes, I understand. Well, I thank you very much, sir. You've been so kind to explain things to me. I'd better be going now.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. You see, my parents sent me all the way here so I could learn. And then I want to go back home and teach the other children, because there isn't any school at all up there now. I never thought you might not let me in.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Gloria?
15.
You see, Gloria, we have rules in our school system that are made for excellent reasons.
Oh, yes, sir. I know. It's all right.
But, of course, there's the old maxim that it's the exception that proves the rule.
I don't understand.
Well, here. I'm going to see that you get your chance, young lady.
Oh.
Here you are. Here's a form.
Oh, thank you.
You just sign your name right there. That's it.
Name, Gloria Chomiak. Age, 15. Residence, Alberta. No. Residence, Wilmington, Delaware, United States of America.
Continue our DuPont play, I Speak for Democracy, starring Susan Douglas as Gloria Chomiak, who in her new home in Wilmington, Delaware, is writing a letter to her parents in the far north country of Canada.
Dearest Mama and Papa,
Today was the first day of the new term at Wilmington High School. I thought it was going to be quite simple, that I would go there and register and start my classes. Pardon me. Could you please tell me where the library is?
Why not? You're standing right in front of it. That's the door.
Oh, it's rather confusing sometimes finding one's way.
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Where did you come from?
Up north, Canada.
Oh.
I suppose my not knowing my way around seems pretty strange to you. I don't mind if you laugh.
Was I laughing?
No. But I'm foreign and I'm a little mixed up.
Oh, look. Practically everybody's mixed up first day of school. What's your name?
Gloria.
Oh, gee, that's nice. Mine says plain old Winnie. Say, everybody goes to the cafeteria for lunch. Do you want to meet me there?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I brought my lunch from home.
Well, eat it in the cafeteria then. Oh, come on. Make it about 12, huh? And afterwards, I'll show you where things are around school, and you can meet some of the kids.
Oh, it's awfully kind of you.
Oh, bug. Well, be seeing you, Gloria.
That's right, Winnie. Be seeing you. Dear Mama and Papa, I hope you'll understand why I haven't written very often lately. There is so much to study, and the most wonderful thing has happened. The editor of the school paper invited me to be a cub reporter. And last week, after school, Miss Wright, the director of dramatics, came in while I was working on the paper.
What, Gloria? What are you doing here on a Friday afternoon?
I'm working, Miss Wright. Somebody has to, as the reporters say, put the paper to bed.
I see. Seems to me you're always that somebody.
Oh, no, honestly, it's my turn, that's all. And besides, remember when our class toured the news journal?
Mm-hmm.
I met a real newspaper reporter, and her name is Miss Power, and she's helping me to learn how real reporters write their stories.
Oh, Gloria, I'm worried about you. You're trying to do too much, take on too many activities. Library squad, debating club, school paper. Well, there's a limit, dear.
I'm strong. We're a good, strong family. We know how to work, all of us.
That's obvious, but...
Oh, Miss Wright, my father and mother knew there was much for me to learn, but I don't think even they realize how much. There's something new every day. Some happening, some words to remember. I want to take back with me all I can absorb. Oh, Miss Wright, this is my chance. I don't want to waste a single second of it.
Oh, I understand.
I can go on with things, like the paper. I don't have to stop.
Oh, nobody wants to stop you, Gloria. As a matter of fact, I don't think anyone could. But do me a favor, will you?
Of course.
Get out to a party now and then. Have a little non-constructive fun.
Well,
I mean it. The class party is tomorrow night. I want to see you there, or else.
Hi, Vinny. Hi, Gloria. Hey, you're all done up. You look cute as a button.
Yeah, why didn't somebody tell me?
Winnie fixed my hair a new way.
Straight out of Junior Bazaar, I tell you. Hey, Winnie, did you hear about the contest? What contest? Miss Wright just told me about it, and I figured you and Gloria might be interested. I think it's something to do with writing a script for the radio. Oh. And I hear the prize is a scholarship to college.
College? Oh, Winnie, let's find out.
Okay. Come on. Miss Wright.
Hi, Miss Wright.
Well, hello there. That's a good thing you made it, Gloria.
You scared me into coming, Miss Wright. I'm having a lovely time.
Well, you look lovely, too.
You're not kidding.
Miss Wright, we wanted to ask you about the contest.
Oh, yes. Well, I just heard about it myself. Goldman Walsh and Harvey Smith over at WDEL told me about it. It's a radio contest. The National Association of Broadcasters, the Radio Television Manufacturers Association, and the Junior Chamber of Commerce are sponsoring it. Would any of you like to enter? It's for high school students all over the country.
Well, what do you have to do?
Oh, just write a little talk on the subject, I Speak for Democracy. The winners will read their scripts over the radio.
Jeepers, I wouldn't have a chance.
What about you, Gloria? You're going to try it, aren't you?
I don't know.
Oh, don't be timid about it. It's not supposed to be elaborate, an oration or anything like that.
But the title, Miss Wright.
Well?
I Speak for Democracy. I haven't the right to speak for it. I wouldn't be eligible.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I'm afraid it isn't. Would be presumptuous of me even to enter.
Oh, now come, dear. Think it over carefully. And remember, the prize is a scholarship to the college of your choice.
Yes, Miss Wright. I know. And so, dear Papa and Mama, you can imagine how I lay awake last night, dreaming and wishing I could take part in that contest. Then this afternoon, as I was going across Rodney Square to the library...
Why, Gloria, hello there.
Hello, Miss Power. It's nice to see you again.
Where are you going? Want to help me cover a story?
Oh, that's very kind of you, and I'd love to. But I was on my way to the library.
Oh, looking up something for the school paper,
No. I was thinking about a contest. I just want to write down how I feel about it, that's all.
Contest? Oh, wait a minute. The Voice of Democracy contest.
Yes. You see...
Gloria, you ought to enter that contest. I was even going to suggest it to you if you hadn't heard about it.
Oh, but you don't understand, Miss Power. There is so much I want to say. And yet how can I, a foreigner, be the one to speak for democracy?
Look here. You see that building over there across the square? The federal building?
Yes.
What goes on there?
That's where the courts are, where everyone can get justice. Everybody knows that.
And the city hall? What's that for?
Oh, that's where the city government meets.
Okay. Now, what about the public library over there?
That's for knowledge.
Isn't it there for everyone?
That's right. But, Miss Power, I don't understand.
Now, that statue over there.
The man on horseback? Caesar Rodney?
Well, what about Caesar Rodney? I'm a little rusty on that story.
Oh, well, I read about it in history class. Caesar Rodney was in Dover, but he found out that the resolution for independence might not be unanimous unless he got there to vote for Delaware. So he rode 80 miles through mud and lightning and thunder and reached Philadelphia just in time to cast the deciding vote.
Good. Now, Gloria, you know, all the things we've been talking about, these buildings and the squares, the institutions they represent, probably wouldn't be here if men like Caesar Rodney had just sat back and let someone else do the talking.
I never thought of it that way.
Your voice is every bit as important today as his was, Gloria.
Yes, I see. What you mean is that every voice that speaks out for democracy is important, isn't it?
That's the ticket.
Okay, Miss Power. I'll enter that contest. Dearest Mama and Papa, I don't know how to tell you. It is all so unbelievable. But that day in the square decided me. I entered the contest. When I wrote the script, it was what I wanted to say, but I knew how many others would be doing the same. High school students from all over this country. How could I dare dream that later there would be an assembly at school and Mr. Fulmer would say...
We have just received word of the winners in the Voice of Democracy contest. They are Ann Pinckney, Trinidad, Colorado, Richard Chapman, Brookings, South Dakota, Robert Shanks, Lebanon, Indiana, and it gives me the greatest pleasure to announce that one of the winners is right here in our own Wilmington High School, Gloria Chomiak.
And so they took me to Washington. I went to Congress. The members of the Supreme Court all stood in line and bowed to me. And I met the President of the United States. And then we went to Williamsburg, the little town where the first patriots of this country met to plan this nation. We gave our broadcast from the House of Burgesses, where Patrick Henry cried out, "Give me liberty or give me death." I was standing there right beside General George C. Marshall as he talked to the audience over the radio.
Friends, today we have gathered here in this historic shrine to honor 4 young high school students who, like Patrick Henry, have spoken out for liberty. They have spoken in their own way in a radio contest on the subject, "I Speak for Democracy." But I am convinced that the words these boys and girls have written are more to them than a mere competition for a prize. They are the voice of democracy. Representing these 4 students is a young lady just 17 years old, who I am proud to introduce. Her name is Miss Gloria Chomiak from the Wilmington High School of Wilmington, Delaware.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Susan Douglas and myself. We have a surprise for you at this point in our cavalcade play. I don't think I could begin to read Gloria's winning speech as well as she did that day. And so that you may hear Gloria reading a part of it, as she did on that occasion in the House of Burgesses. Well, here she is, not the actress, but the real Gloria Chomiak.
I speak for democracy because 2 generations back my ancestors could not. Because if I do not speak of it, if many more do not speak of it, there may come a time when we too will no longer have the right to do so. For today, more than at any other time, governing powers are pitted one against another. It seems a crisis has been reached and must be broken. We who believe in democracy cannot trust our living it alone. We must stand up and speak and be heard in its cause. And what is this thing called democracy? It is a thought discovered in ancient Greece, a thing the Slavic serf dreamed of too much and paid for with his life, an ideal started in its practice by a model parliament of England and bitterly struggled for in Louis, France. It found a home in the New World when honest colonists learned to demand a rule by their own choice. It has grown from a privilege of the few to a right of the common, risen from a persecuted idea to a mighty ideal upheld in safety by millions. It is a government that has been developing for hundreds of years and shall develop for hundreds more. It has developed into a system whose imperfections can be remedied and whose virtues are a God-given right. A cynic spoke a truth about democracy when he said that it can make each man his own oppressor. Yet, I believe that greater men have said truer things about democracy, that the people's government cannot and shall not perish from the earth.
Peace be to you. Now there actually is such a thing in the world as authoritarianism. It is communism. What is the essence of authoritarianism? Well, I would say it was threefold. First, it subjects the mind to dogmas. 2, it makes fear the basis of obedience. 3, it destroys freedom of thought. Now, the church has none of these qualities. It could not have them. Because remember that our blessed Lord lived in the midst of authoritarianism. The people among whom he moved were under the power of the Romans. Furthermore, all of the Pharisees were authoritarian. So when, therefore, our blessed Lord founded his church, naturally, he made it a bulwark against all forms of authoritarianism. Notice how he even contrasted his church and what would be likened to communism. He said, "You know that among the Gentiles, those who bear rule lord it over them, and great men vaunt their power over them. But with you, it must be otherwise. And whoever has a mind to be first among you must be your slave." Now, how did our Lord save us in his church from authoritarianism? We're going to contrast here the three characteristics of communism with three characteristics of the church. First, our blessed Lord established a church in which, one, we do not obey a system, but a person. Two, in the church, the basis of our obedience is not fear, but love. And thirdly, in the church, freedom of thought is saved by reverence for the truth. Now let's take these up one by one. First of all, dogmas. In communism and in any other form of authoritarianism, one has to submit to a system, that is to say, a very complicated network of assumptions, codes and directives and orders, which are very often abstract, such as, for example, the dialectical materialism of communism, the theory of class conflict, and the labor theory of value. But as Catholics, we do not subscribe to a system of dogmas. We begin with a person. The person of our Lord continued in his mystical body, the church. What is faith? Faith is the meeting of two personalities. You and our Lord. There is no adhesion to an abstract dogma, but rather a communion with a person who can neither deceive nor be deceived. The authoritarian starts with a party line. We start with our Lord, the Son of the living God, who said, "I am the truth." I am the truth. In other words, truth was identified with his personality. Remember when you were a child? What did you consider your home? Just a sum of commands given by either your mother or your father? It was more than that, was it not? It was the love of their personalities. Our faith, then, is first and foremost in Christ, who lives in his mystical body, the church. It is only secondarily in the explicit beliefs. If our blessed Lord did not reveal them, we would not believe them. If we lost him, we would lose our beliefs. He comes first. Everything else is secondary. There is no doctrine, no moral, no dogma, no liturgy, no belief apart from him. He is the object of faith. Not a dogma. For example, there is a kind of a dogma, we might call it that when a young man loves a young woman, he should give her a ring when he becomes engaged to her. But what is primary to that custom and that dogma that he should give a ring? Is it not a love of her person? So with us. To a Catholic, there's nothing credible in the church apart from Christ who lives in it. Why, if we did not believe that our Lord was God, if we said that he was only a good man, we would never believe in the Eucharist or the Trinity. If we believed that our Lord was just simply a human being who perished in the dust, we would not believe in the forgiveness of sins. But we know that our blessed Lord once taught, governed, and sanctified through a physical body which he took from his mother, and now we know that he continues to teach and to govern and to sanctify in the mystical body which he took from the womb of humanity. His first body was overshadowed by the Holy Spirit. His mystical body was overshadowed by the Holy Spirit on Pentecost. Therefore, we accept every single word of his, not just what his secretaries wrote, but we receive his living word, living through the centuries. You've heard it said, I want no church standing between me and Christ. There is no church standing between us and Christ. The church is Christ. Why, he no more stands between, or rather the church no more stands between him and us, for example, than my body stands between me and my invisible mind. The church is what St. Augustine called the totus Christus, the whole Christ, and therefore is truth living through the ages. Oh, thank God for your faith. Your faith in the person of Christ, who is the eternal contemporary. Now that brings us to the other charge that is made, namely that if you belong to the church, you are subject to fear. It is true that in every single system of authoritarianism, fear is the basis of obedience. But because we start with the person of Christ, the basis of our obedience is not fear. It is love. You cannot love dialectical materialism, but you can love a person. And between our Lord and us, there's a bond of love. And these two are inseparable. That is why our Lord did not communicate to Peter the power of ruling and governing his church until St. Peter told our Lord 3 times that he loved him. The power to command in the church comes only from obedience to Christ. Therefore, the submission that we as Catholics make to the church is something like the submission that we make, well, to one of our most devoted friends. It's like the obedience of a son to a loving father. We do not feel any distance between our Lord and us. As a pupil becomes more and more attached to his teacher, the more he absorbs the truths of the teacher, so too we become more and more united to Christ, the more we love him, and also the more of his truth that we absorb. The more we know our Lord, the more we obey the truth manifested through his church, the less we fear. That is why Scripture says, perfect love casteth out fear. The more his truth is ours, the more we love him. And when we fall away from the faith, God forbid, it is not like falling away from, the love of a book or a song or a trinket. It's falling from a friendship. It's falling from love. I really cannot imagine anything more cold and more enslaving, more paralyzing to human reason, more destructive of freedom than that thing to which millions of people are prostrating themselves every day, namely the terrible anonymous authority of they. They say they are wearing green this year. They say that Catholics adore Mary. They say that the hair will be worn shorter this year. They say that Freud is the thing. Who are they? Countless slaves and puppets are bowing down daily before that invisible, tyrannical myth of they. No wonder dictatorships arose to personalize that terrible slavery. These millions will not accept the authority of Christ who rose from the dead, who continues to live in the church. We know whom we obey. They do not know whom they are obeying. They cannot point to the persons or to the object behind that terrible anonymous they. But thank God we know. We obey our Lord in the church. And the very negative proof of the fact that it is love that binds us is in the thousands and thousands of letters that I have received in the course of years from persons who have fallen away from the church or who are outside of it because they entered into a second or a third invalid marriage. All of these letters express invariably a great unhappiness on the inside, a boredom, an ennui, a disgust, and an anxiety. Not because they have broken a law, but because they have broken a bond of friendship with the Sacred Heart. Their loneliness also bears witness to the truth that when there's no person to love, there's no certitude. There's only subjection. When there's a love of Christ, then love begins to believe everything. And since no one can ever surpass the love that Christ showed for us in redeeming us and founding his mystical body, the church, there can be no greater certitude in the world. And that's the only kind of love that can save us from authoritarianism with its fear and make us really loving creatures bound together in the tendrils of affection to him who loved us even to a point of death. Now that brings us to the third point. It is sometimes said that the church destroys freedom of thought and almost annihilates reason. Actually, it is the contrary that is true. Authoritarianism destroys real freedom of thought. You see, you must always make a distinction between freedom from thought and freedom of thought. The devil has pretty much convinced the world that if you accept God's truth, you are not free. In fact, if you accept any truth, you are destroying your reason. He has very much convinced many souls in the world that any limitation that is put upon a reason is the destruction of that reason. For example, in the garden, He suggested to our first parents that if they did not know evil, that God in some way was destroying their freedom. So he asked, why did God command you? For him, you really are not free until you know evil. In so many words, the devil was telling our first parents, the purpose of God is to prevent free inquiry. He wants to keep the human race in ignorance. Do not be fooled. God is an old fuddy-duddy. He is a reactionary. He does not want you to know evil. Be liberal. Those are the words of Satan. So God is made to appear as the enemy of truth, in just the same way that a father who refuses to let his son, 5-year-old son, have a shotgun is said by the son to be denying freedom. So to the devil, to continue to be loyal to one wife, or to a country, or to truth, is a mark of slavery and a want of freedom. Let us analyze that assumption. Is it true that the more you subscribe to divine truth, the less free you become? Well, before I went to school, I was free to believe, for example, that Shakespeare was born in 1224. But finally, I was told that Shakespeare was not born in 1224. That he was born in 1564. I'm saying that only from memory. I hope that I'm right. But at any rate, I was given an exact date. I found out that education in truth was really restricting my freedom to fall into error. Before I went to school, I also thought that H2O were really the initials of a spy. And then I fell into the hands of a reactionary teacher. He stopped all of my liberalism. Do you know what he told me H2O meant? He said it was the symbol for water. And thus, the more I studied, the less free I became to know error. What the world forgets, really, is that freedom is a word that is very much abused. We want to be free from something only for the sake of something. For example, I want to be free from communism in order to perfect my soul. I want to be free from hunger in order to develop the body that God gave me. I want also to be free from fear in order to be free for love. You notice that freedom from something is always a freedom for something. What's the use of being free from anything unless we know the purpose of freedom? I heard once of a rich man who went up to a taxi driver, and he said to the taxi driver, "Are you free?" The taxi driver said, "Yes, I'm free." And the rich man left shouting, "Hurrah for freedom!" It was nonsense. Simply because the only reason of being free from something is to be free for something. Freedom, therefore, is not liberation from the truth. It is rather the acceptance of a truth. When are you really most free? When you know the truth about anything. For example, you are free to draw a triangle on condition that you give it 3 sides and not 33. You are free to draw a giraffe if you draw it with a long neck. If you do not obey the truth and the nature of a giraffe and you give it a short neck, well, you find that you're not free to draw a giraffe. You are free to drive your automobile in traffic on condition that you obey the traffic laws. You are free in the law. You are free in truth. You are free to pilot a plane on condition that you respect the law of gravitation and you acknowledge the truth of aviation. Now, that's what our blessed Lord meant when he said, the truth will make you free. Now, our truth, therefore, in the church is a truth that has come down to us from Christ. And it is a truth that really is so very, very noble that when we begin to wander away from it, we lose our way. There's a tremendous satisfaction in having a map. And that is what the truth of Christ is like in the church. We may get off the road. We may get off it by sin. We may get off it by error. But as long as we got that map, we can get back on the road. There are indeed some people, once they get off the road, they tear up the map. That's a still greater tragedy. The church, too, really is very wise because it always teaches us both sides of a question. I taught philosophy in a university for 25 years, and I noticed that anyone and everyone who taught in the university always knew both sides of a question. For example, everyone in the Catholic university where I taught, everyone knew the opinions of the modern world in any given subject. In philosophy, for example, we knew Marx and Sartre and Heidegger, Jaspers and Freud and the like. But do you think that the teachers in secular universities knew anything about Christian thought? They know only one side of the question, not both. Look at the papal encyclical on communism. Communists once told me that the clearest and finest explanation of communism that he ever read was in the Holy Father's encyclical on communism. He gave both sides of the question. Look at that great work of philosophy and theology called the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas. Every single question that great mind teaches begins with a doubt and a difficulty. Then he answers it. We know both sides of the question. Those outside the church know only one side. And frequently, it's the wrong side. Our freedom, therefore, is not an independence of truth, but rather dependence in love. That's the joy of being a Catholic. Perhaps I can make it clear with this analogy. On an island in the sea, there were children. Around the island were great high walls. Inside of those walls in the island, children sang and danced and played. One day some men came in a rowboat to that island. They were reformers. And they said to the children, "Who put up those walls? Someone is restraining your freedom. Tear them down." And the children tore them down. Now, if you go back, you will find all of the children huddled together in the center of the island, afraid to play, afraid to sing, afraid to dance. afraid of falling into the sea. That is the church. The wall is truth. And as Christ in the church said, if the Son of Man makes you free, you are free indeed. God love you.
A new sound for 1950 resounds throughout the world. A symbol of hope, a call to arms. Hear it, recognize it, keep it ringing. It's the Freedom Bell. Ho, rider, why so urgent? If you be on honest business, stop. Give your name. Give your destination.
Name's Revere, friend. Paul Revere. Destination? Destination Freedom. America is more than a plot of land. It is a way of life, clean and decent, based on faith in God and man. Any man on earth who professes God and respects the dignity of man is a true American. And until all such men are free to speak, work, raise families, and worship their God as they see fit, no other American is truly free.
That was the spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland on the new radio series titled Destination Freedom, presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom the world over. Paul Revere is the symbol of warning, ready to ride down the skies to shout an alarm. His destination, now and forever, freedom.
Aye, freedom, my friend.
Paul Revere, you're actually here.
Aye, my friend. To talk about freedom. We fought for it in my time. Bloody battle after bloody battle. Now I've shaken loose the sands of time to ride the wind across the land to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it, and are always ready to guard and defend it. An old fact, little remembered.
On the contrary, it's a very familiar quotation, repeated by most anyone.
Aye, there's the trouble. A way of life has become a quotation. In my day, we fought for freedom. We won it, too. And after the battles, we fought in earnest to keep it. Can you say the same?
Why, yes. This generation and the generation before it fought for freedom. Surely you know that, Paul Revere. 2 world conflicts to preserve human rights.
But what of the peace? One failed, else why fight twice? There is no peace today. When will it come?
We work toward peace, world peace, the union of all nations.
That is good. I agree with such an aim. But remember, my friend, I've been watching. Been watching for close on 200 years. Never could retire. Kept my horse ready, grazing in the heavenly pastures. Can't spend all eternity working my craft on the Golden Gates.
Ah, yes, I remember. You were a goldsmith, Revere.
Goldsmith? Silversmith? Coppersmith, yes. And good at my trade. But to the point, friend, to the point. Yes, I've been watching you. I've seen a few things that are good. Later additions to the freedom I fought for. Your United Nations. Ah, wonderful conception. You see, I've been watching the world, not our America alone. I know about oppression, about the limitations of human rights which exist over the world. And when I look back to America, I see it's time for me to ride again. Oh, freedom exists here. Some enjoy it and realize its value. Many others still seek it, even here in the land which symbolizes freedom to the world.
Why do you come here? To warn Americans? Surely it's the oppressed people in other nations who need your warning and your encouragement. We have freedom here.
Aha. But do you have freedom? How do you know you have it? Do you work to keep it and to help others get it?
You spoke yourself of the United Nations.
Yes, but you. What are you doing? Do you know how much freedom you have? That's enough, you see, because if you know, then in times of crisis, war, or peace, you'll fight to keep that freedom. You'll make any sacrifice, even your life, to preserve a free man's way of life. Tom Paine knew, and so did others, but you don't know, most of you. You don't know. Tell me, friend, when you think of people who fought for human rights, what names come into your mind? Perhaps they can help me convince you.
Why, Thomas Paine, Abraham Lincoln, Ben Franklin, Susan B. Anthony. You mean just Americans?
No. The fight for human rights is old. America is new. What about Plato? What about Voltaire?
Oui, monsieur. Voltaire. Surely there's a place for me in your discussion of human rights.
Monsieur Voltaire.
Aye. Here is the spirit of a man who knows about freedom and oppression, about the struggle for human rights.
Vraiment, I tell you, monsieur, when I was alive, sometimes I scarcely dared to walk the streets of Paris, for fear my enemies would have me arrested without reason, and I would disappear. I spoke out of turn in my day, yes. It took great courage then. But today, my free speech would seem tame by comparison with a modern newspaper. No one would pay any attention to an old-fashioned character like me.
But the fire of a genius like yours, Monsieur Voltaire, is immortal.
Merci, vous êtes très gentil. And yet, my peculiar fire burned for my day. I would have a different sort of fire now. I would try to influence not just Paris or New York, but by use of the radio, the airplane with its, what is your word, supersonic speed, I would take your freedom, which is partly my freedom, since I help work for it, and make that freedom real wherever in the world there is a living individual. I would be a sort of, how you say, a press agent for freedom.
You wear your years well, Monsieur Voltaire. You seem to bear no scars from even the Paris of the 18th century.
No? Oh, come back with me a moment, monsieur. See what happened to a neighbor of mine. The real scars are in the memory. This was before the revolution, remember, when the tyranny of a false aristocracy made personal freedom dependent on the whim of those in power. One day, as I was writing in my study.
Monsieur Voltaire! Monsieur Voltaire, look, it is Madame Villard.
Eh bien, come in, madame. The door is not locked. Oh, what is it, madame? Sacre bleu, what is the matter with your arm?
Oh, it is broken, but it is of no matter. I was fortunate to get away from those brutes.
Get away from them? From whom, madame?
You know that my husband and I have not been getting on so well. He is ambitious and unscrupulous.
Oui.
To get rid of me and our children, he went to the king himself.
Oh.
He had my youngest son declared insane. Pierre, the most brilliant boy in Paris. My eldest in prison, dear Jean, who would harm no one. He decided to have me, his wife, spirited away le bon Dieu knows where. Oh, hide me, please.
But of course I will hide you. First, I will lock the door.
They brought a letter de cachet an hour ago. A piece of paper signed by the King of France and countersigned by his minister with the royal seal. My husband pinioned me against the wall, and the gendarmes took my children away. As they were dragging me down the stairs, I broke away, even though my arm was half twisted off in the struggle. But I don't care about myself, monsieur. What will become of my little one?
Now, you must have courage, madame.
No. It is that of the cachet direct from His Majesty. There is no chance of a trial, no defense. There is nothing that can be done against this silent weapon.
Oh.
To think, Monsieur Voltaire, my own husband, conspiring with the king against his family. And I am not the first to suffer. Or shall I be the last? Does a human being have no rights?
Can you imagine such a scene happening today?
Aye, we've come far. Yet it could happen again. In some countries it is happening. Human rights have no place under a communist regime.
True. And a few years ago, the Nazis and fascists were guilty of exactly that sort of injustice.
Ah, but where are they today? They have been on trial as the greatest criminals the world has ever seen, and are being punished thanks to world public opinion. Oh, your generation, monsieur, rather universally admits the right to personal liberty. It was strange to us. It is a commonplace to you. Oh, what a pleasure to go out in the streets and feel that you are safe, protected by laws which the people themselves have put into effect. It is like the France, like the world that I dreamed of, but never saw in my own lifetime. Oh, monsieur, only think of voting for the kind of government you want.
Aha, the right to vote. That concerns me.
Most certainly it concerns you, sir. It concerns anyone who could write as you did on the Republic.
Why, it's Plato. Who else? Wherever there's free discussion of ideas, I will be present. I might say it was my idea originally.
And which of our human rights impresses you most, Plato?
The right to vote. And I'm already familiar with that procedure to some extent. Surely you know that in the Greece of my time, and later in Italy, the right to vote was well known.
As long ago as that?
Yes. In the primitive days, it was customary for the heads of government to ask for opinion from their people on matters that vitally concerned them. It was done in this way.
It is proposed that a new system of providing water direct to the homes of Athenians be put into immediate effect. This will necessitate added taxes. What is the will of the people? Those opposed will indicate by striking their shields. Those in favor of the measure by a shout.
Later, with the development of democracy in Greece, the taking of votes was effected in the form of a poll with a show of hands. In the cases of questions affecting the status of individuals or lawsuits and proposals of ostracism, these were determined by secret ballot. At first, it was done by the use of pebbles, but in my day, this secret ballot was a slip of wood covered with wax.
Then our right to vote is also not such a modern thing as we like to think.
Not modern, perhaps, but even more precious than you recognize.
Human rights, my friend, have been the goal of man since the beginning of time. Freedom, like happiness or life, is not a static thing. It must be fought for, in free discussion preferably, and clung to passionately. As your American saying has it, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. History, my friend, is full of cycles of freedom and tyranny, but always freedom must be the ultimate victor. And as the Roman Cicero said, freedom suppressed and again regained bites with keener fangs than freedom never endangered.
It seems strange to hear you speak like this, Plato. I thought you were more interested in philosophy than in action.
Well, there must be a conception of philosophy before there's action. First the dream, then the reality. And besides, my friends in the sacred groves of Parnassus agreed that I can perhaps argue as well or better than any of them, but my friend Diogenes almost got here instead of me.
Diogenes? Is he still looking for an honest man? Surely he has found one where he is.
He has been given a great star for a lantern, and he goes through the spheres, still looking in limbo. I don't know if his search is over.
I never knew that Diogenes was interested in human rights.
Oh, yes. Have you never heard his famous saying? The most beautiful thing in the world is freedom of speech. We of the ancient world, centuries ago, dreamed even then of what your day takes as a matter of course.
I think we do appreciate our rights. We know that the freedom which we have attained has not been easy.
Let me speak. I've listened too long to this ridiculous nonsense.
when I was Royal Governor of the Colony of Virginia, such talk would be cut short with a good stout rope about the traitors' necks.
How did you get here, Barclay?
Governor Berkeley, if you please, Revere. I tell you, things have changed. This wild talk of human rights, it's deplorable. Some few humans have unlimited rights, and the majority have only those which it pleases their superiors to grant.
You know this wheezing, imbecile American? No, of course you don't. He was even before my time. Governor of the Virginia colony for 30-odd years back in the 1600s. He had a liking for executing colonists and a horror of schools and newspapers.
I said it in 1671, and I repeat it fervently in 1950. Learning has brought heresy and disobedience into the world, and printing has divulged them. Can you deny that I was right? Just see where it's put you, rebel.
Yes, I see. And I'm beginning to see better how tremendous a struggle we made to get here. A struggle against your kind.
My kind, yes. The aristocracy. Superior in even their blood and bones. You have no aristocracy.
No, thank God.
Go away, Governor. Even your own countrymen had no use for bigots like you in 1950.
I had no use for bigots like him a century and a half ago, and I was born an Englishman.
Tom Paine.
Oh, you recognize me. Well, then perhaps you remember my battle cry. Tyranny, like hell, has never been easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation within us. At the heart of the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated.
I like your adjective, celestial.
You should see our heavenly trophy room. We have freedom under glass, in the most honored place.
Aye, there's my grievance. Most Americans of 1950 don't honor freedom, they simply use it. It's an everyday commonplace to them, like electricity.
What's that? Thunder?
No, that's just old Ben Franklin. Ben must have heard Revere say electricity. He's still experimenting, you know. Such a racket as he keeps up, playing around with thunderbolts.
I heard you, Tom Paine, and I came to speak of human rights, not electricity. Though how you can take either one for granted is more than I can understand. Let me say to you, my modern compatriot, that while tyranny exists anywhere in the world, you cannot take freedom for granted. And let me remind you as I go that it's a long struggle, but one most eminently worth the fighting.
Must he go so soon?
Yes. There's been some argument about his right to be present at a discussion of human rights. In a way, that kite of his, you know, made possible your atomic bomb. It's nice to be trillions of miles away from that, I can tell you.
Yes, in your own words, Tom Paine. These are times like your own to try men's souls.
Do you know what they call me, sir? The perpetual rebel. Once I said, where liberty is not, there is my home. I meant that where inequality and oppression crushed my fellow humans, there I would make my temporary home and fight on the side of liberty. Well, now I've done with fighting, but you haven't. Remember that. Remember that, sir.
The women of the present haven't done with fighting either. Just keep this in mind, that there be no nonsense in your plans for the rights of women as well as of men.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Anthony, or is it Miss Anthony?
Never you mind, Paul Revere. A single woman has the same right as a married woman. Call me Susan. Yes, gentlemen. We women have finally got our foot in the door of freedom after humiliation, imprisonment, and public neglect. In 1950, woman, like atomic energy, is here to stay. Nobody can deny that any longer. In fact, it was a woman who helped to discover atomic energy.
A suffragette is certainly welcome here, Susan.
You are amused at my wearing trousers. Well, I'll admit it is a bit old-fashioned. They should be slacks. Dear me, I wish I had a gavel. Sometimes I can hardly think without one.
By all means, a gavel. Here you are.
Now then, this is much better. I have only one complaint to make, gentlemen. It took a war in this country to earn the right to vote. It took woman's record in World War I to break down the barriers of opposition. And just look at the record for World War II. And speaking of wars, it took the war between the states to get us started at all. I personally tried to have women included when the franchise was granted to Negroes. But women were still slaves, so to speak, in spite of the war between the states.
The war between the states concerns me.
Mr. Lincoln. Gentlemen, goodbye. I bow to presidential authority. But I shall be present at each session of the Commission on Human Rights. You may expect me without fail.
Goodbye, Susan B. Anthony. And you may keep the gavel.
Welcome, Mr. Lincoln. I was expecting you.
Thank you, Mr. Revere. My principal reason for coming to this discussion was to remind world citizens of the present that what I said about a house divided not standing must apply to them. Always. Since the world has shrunk, we may think of all peoples as being married, as I hoped in my lifetime to see the states of my own country. I said then that though a man and woman may be divorced and go away to live apart from one another, the states could not. And I say today that one country cannot be divorced and live apart from another. This marriage of the world, this union, must work through mutual sympathies and cooperation, and through the recognition of basic human rights for everyone.
I sincerely believe that our United Nations know that there must be real union of effort to secure world peace and human rights for member nations.
Aye, well, they might know it by now.
You know, Mr. Revere, it is gratifying to see that the peoples of the world can at long last sit at the conference table and peacefully discuss the qualities that make one nation similar to another and one nation different from another, and yet all entitled to a certain inalienable right. It is vital that the question of liberty and human rights be always before the people in this world you live in. There is always danger of losing one's liberty.
Well, that's why we are here, Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, the poet Milton said that unless that liberty which is of such a kind as arms can neither procure nor take away, which alone is the fruit of piety, of justice, of temperance, of unadulterated virtue, unless that liberty shall have taken deep root in your minds and hearts, there will not be long wanting one who will snatch away from you by treachery what you have acquired in blood. This is a question, gentlemen, which has puzzled idealistic men throughout all history.
Aye. Milton knew. He knew.
It is only when a man loses a valuable possession that he begins truly to evaluate it. Foresight has always been more difficult to achieve than hindsight. The important thing is to keep constantly aware of the words and deeds of the men in the past who have enabled you today to seek the true definitions of liberty and human rights for your own time, and to lay as good a foundation for future generations as has been laid for the work you are doing in 1950.
Now do you see? Do you understand, American of 1950, why I'm concerned? Want to warn you of the peril to your freedom?
I do. And yet, Revere, don't you think that we in 1950 are aware of our enemies?
Aware? Perhaps. But the enemies of human rights wear many masks, take many forms, like evil. I'm restless in this era you live in. There is peace, and yet no peace. There is freedom, but many are not free. If only you'll hew to the line set forth by men who blazed the trail of democracy and human liberty.
You have made me realize that we do need to be reminded again and again of what we have, and the examples set by those who have gone before, their sacrifices, and their uncompromising integrity.
Of all the spirits who have spoken today, I am the symbol to reckon with, for I was the man who once awakened America to impending danger. The danger in 1950 is as intangible as my own spirit. Yet it is very real. Heed my warning. Learn from the experiences of those who established the guideposts which lead to freedom. There are stories we need to remember today. Stories which show that freedom is not license. That freedom entails action as well as philosophy. Until we remember, before we lose our heritage, may God grant that the torch of freedom may burn eternally and ever brighter, till darkness is gone from the world.
Oui, Monsieur Revere. The prayer of the human heart is important.
Monsieur Voltaire, back again?
Oui, monsieur. You may well be surprised that the man who is called an agnostic was recalled by a prayer. But perhaps you did not know that 2 centuries ago I composed a prayer myself, a sincere one, which might well have been written for your world of the present.
Will you repeat it for us?
Willingly. That is why I returned. I should like, most of all, to be remembered for this. O God of all creatures, of all worlds, and of all ages, Thou hast not given us hearts so that we may hate one another, and hands that we may slay one another. Grant that the trifling differences in the clothes with which we cover our frail bodies, in the inadequate tongues we speak, in our absurd customs, in our imperfect laws, in our meaningless convictions, grant that all these trifling distinctions, which appear so vastly important to us, and are so insignificant in thine eyes, grant that these differences may not become tokens of hatred and persecution. Grant that men may learn to abominate and outlaw tyranny over souls, as they abominate and outlaw robbery and violence. Grant that we may not hate and tear one another in the midst of peace, but that we may employ our existence in 1,000 tongues, yet in one united feeling, in praising thy goodness, which has given us the brief moment we call life.
Aye, my stories are about freedom. And I've shaken loose the dust of time to ride the wind across the land telling my stories, to proclaim an old fact. God grants liberty only to those who love it and are always ready to guard and defend it. Listen to my stories. Heed my warning. Make your destination freedom.
You have just heard the first in a new radio series presented by station WMAQ in the interest of human freedom. The spirit of Paul Revere, portrayed by Maurice D. Copeland, will return next week at this same time to narrate another chapter in the story which we call Destination Freedom. Today's script was written by Bill Hodap and produced under the direction of John Kahn. Everett Clark was heard as the narrator. Others in the cast were Donald Gallagher, Arthur Peterson, Alma Plotz, and Jess Pugh. The special music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and played by Helen Morton and Jose Bethencourt. Our engineer was George Wilson. Sound effects by Cliff Mueller and Dave Squires. This is Charles Mountain reminding you that the sound of the Freedom Bell is your invitation to follow Paul Revere along the road to Destination Freedom. October is Community Fund Month. Everybody benefits, everybody gives. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The story behind the song. Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe of Boston was distinctly a liberal. He loved liberty himself and admired in a great measure those who sought personal and political freedom with sufficient zest even to fight. It wasn't strange, then, that liberty-loving 23-year-old Julia Ward, upon meeting Dr. Howe, should fall in love with him and subsequently marry him, even though he was 20 years her senior. It was during 1861 that the Howes, with their friends Reverend Dr. James Freeman Clark and Mrs. Clark, journeyed to Washington, D.C. on government business. As they sped through the night, Dr. Howe broke the silence.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to be in for some excitement.
Why,
Dr.
Sam,
Howe.
what do you mean?
There's war in the air tonight. I feel it.
Well, after all, Dr. Howe, the nation is at war.
I know, but there's something imminent here, near the Capitol. Look out the windows. Those bivouac fires of the pickets, all along the railroad right away. Something's up.
Oh, Sam, you're letting your fears run away with you.
Perhaps, my dear. Perhaps.
The next day, the party rode a few miles out from Washington to witness a series of military maneuvers under the command of Union General McClellan.
Well, Dr. Howe, Mrs. Howe, Mrs. Clark, Dr. Clark. Glad to see you. Come right over here. We're waiting for you. All right, Colonel. Give the command for the review.
Yes, sir.
Pass in review.
Column of squads, squads right.
Squads right. Squads right. March.
Oh, this is thrilling, isn't it?
Certainly is. Look, there's a rider coming up from the other direction. Do you see him, General McClellan?
Yes. Yes, I do.
General McClellan, sir?
Yes? What is it?
Captain Ransom's complement, sir. He's been surrounded by Confederate troops and needs reinforcements at once.
Where is he?
In a small woods about 5 miles south, sir.
Colonel Brady, stop the review. Command a detachment of 2 battalions to follow this man to reinforce Captain Ransom.
Yes, sir.
Enter the coat.
I'm very sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. But war is war.
I knew it. I said last night something like this would happen.
The worst of it, I'm afraid you're going to be delayed in getting back to Washington. I couldn't allow you to endanger yourselves while the skirmish is going on.
Well, that's all right. Let's go back to the carriage and just wait. I think with a brigade of Federal soldiers about us, we'll be quite safe here.
You're a very brave woman, Mrs. Howe.
Oh, not at all. Well, here we are. You first, Mrs. Clark. And Dr. Clark?
Thanks. All right, Julia, I'll help you. There. Why don't you sing something, Julia?
Sing? Oh, no.
Why, yes. Now, that's a splendid idea.
Please, Mrs. Howe. Say, I've heard you sing up in Boston.
Well, all right. I'll start it off, and then you boys, everybody join in. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave.
John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a mourning in the grave. His soul goes marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul goes marching on.
Attention! Squads left! March!
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mrs. Howe, I read some of the beautiful verses you've written to your husband's favorite, the Boston Commonwealth.
Oh, yes, Dr. Clark.
Why don't you write some new words for that inspiring tune you just sung? Words worthy of the stirring melody, worthy of this occasion.
Oh, no, Doctor. I don't feel equal to the task. It would take a far greater mind than mine to compose fitting words for that tune.
You owe it to your country, Julia Howe. You do. Why don't you try it?
Well, all right, Dr. Clark. Perhaps I shall.
That night, the excitement of the day passed. In the stillness of her hotel room, Julia Ward Howe lay thinking. Her mind seemed to be on fire, aflame with the glory of creation. Words, words, words were marching row on row across her mind's eye, as the Union troops had done the day before. At last, she arose, walked softly to the small desk, took up a pen in the dismal gray of the breaking dawn, and began to write. With feverish speed, the words dripped from her pen. Entirely unaware of her surroundings, of the fact that her husband had been awakened and was watching her intently, unaware of the time she sat there writing, she finally paused, picked up the sheaf of paper scattered about her, and turned so that the roseate light of a new day could help her to read.
Julia.
Oh, yes, Sam.
What in the world are you doing?
Sam, I've written some words to that tune, as Dr. Clark suggested yesterday.
Oh?
And, Sam, I like this better than anything else I've ever written. Now, I can sleep.
Upon returning to the North, Mrs. Howe took the poem to her friend James T. Field. After reading the verses, it was he who suggested the title for them. And in the February 1862 issue of the magazine, of which Fields was editor, the Atlantic Monthly, the nation read for the first time the heroic words of Julia Ward Howe's immortal epic, The Battle Hymn of the Republic. Like the mad, boisterous flames sweeping rampant across the tender grass of a prairie, the new song swept across the North. Everywhere, the powerful measures of the Battle Hymn of the Republic were raised to the heavens by the voices of men, women, and children. Then, when the last watchfire in the last circling camp had burned itself low, when the last row of burnished steel had marched into the annals of time, when the last trumpet that shall never call retreat had sounded the call for cessation of hostilities, there gathered in the nation's capital a large audience to hear the stirring tales of combat from the lips of fighting Chaplain McCabe. Sitting upon the platform was the president of a once more unified nation, Abraham Lincoln. And as McCabe concluded his speech,
22nd Ohio Volunteer Infantry. It was a glorious regiment, but we finally met defeat. At Winchester it was. And I, with a great number of my fellow soldiers, was captured. We were taken to Libby Prison. Oh, the horror of those days of waiting, of dismal silence within the walls of the prison, waiting for some word from the outside. We didn't know how the war was going. Finally, a little colored mess boy came up to me. His face broadened into a happy grin. Well, sir, Parson McCabe, the Union Army done won the Battle of Gettysburg. At that moment, I knew the tide of war had turned. Then I faced my prison mates and spread the great news to them. As one man, we lifted our voices in the glorious triumphant hymn, Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on.
Chaplain, let me shake your hand for that story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why, Mr. Lincoln, there are tears streaming down your face.
I know. Yes, and I'm not ashamed of them. Not one bit. I just wish I could have been there in Libby Prison that day to sing that song with you.
Years later, when asked for an opinion by the author, Julia Ward Howe uttered these words.
The wild echoes of that fearful struggle have long since died away, and with them all memories of unkindness between ourselves and our southern brethren. But those who once loved my hymn still sing it. I hope and believe that it stands for what our whole country now believes in, that is, the sacredness of human liberty. My poem did some service in the Civil War. I wish very much that it may do good service in the peace, which I pray may never more be broken.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the painful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is a story about the medical profession, about how hospitals are run under a communist regime. David Bryan stars in Prescription for Murder.
Dr. Brooks' office? Yes. Yes, Mrs. Marlowe. All right, we can give you an appointment at 3:30 next Friday. Yes. Goodbye. Mr. Crane?
Yes?
Dr. Brooks will see you now. The door on the left.
Thank you.
Dr. Brooks?
Well, Mr. Crane. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. How are you feeling?
Lousy.
Oh, come on now. You were coming along nicely the last time you were here. Unbutton your shirt, please.
Still got some pains in my chest. And my throat hurts.
Now, breathe deeply. All right. Now, exhale. In again. Let it out. Now, cough. Let me see your tongue. Wider, please. All right.
Well, Doctor?
Well, I can't understand it, Crane. Didn't you take the medicine I prescribed?
No.
What?
I said I didn't take it.
Mr. Crane, I can't help you if you don't want to help yourself. Oromycin is the one thing that can help you. You'd have been cured by now.
Dr. Brooks, have you tried to have a prescription filled lately?
I know. I have sample supplies here. Why?
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
What difference does that make?
Look, Doctor, we're under a new form of government here in America, communism. It's becoming increasingly difficult for anyone who isn't a communist to get anything. Food, clothing, and medicine.
You mean to tell me they refuse to give you the oromycin that I prescribed?
No. No, not exactly. When I presented a prescription, they asked me for my party card. That's common procedure now, you know. When I told them I wasn't a member, they suddenly discovered they didn't have any oromycin. They gave me these instead.
What are they?
You asking me?
Oh? Would you mind leaving them with me? I'll have them analyzed.
I'm glad to. They're not doing me any good.
But you can't go in there. Dr. Brooks has a patient.
I have no time to wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. He wouldn't wait.
That's all right, Kathy. Kathy, do you have a duplicate of the prescription I gave Mr. Crane last week?
Yes, I do, Doctor.
Give him a few capsules from our stock.
Yes, sir.
Crane, check back with me at the end of the week. Kathy will give you an appointment.
Thanks, Doctor.
Mr. Stark, I believe, of the police.
That's right. I was in last week.
Yes, I recall. Bronchitis, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see your throat. Yeah, seems perfectly clear. Let's try your pulse.
I think it's all cleared up, Doctor. I feel fine.
Yes, you seem all right. I'm somewhat surprised.
Don't you have faith in your own curative powers, Doctor?
Of course, but without the medicine I prescribed, I don't see how you managed to recover so fully.
What do you mean without the medicine? I took the capsules as you directed.
You mean your prescription was filled?
Of course. I received an ample supply of, whatever you call them.
Oromycin.
Yeah.
Well, that's strange. The man who just left here said he couldn't get any. The supply was gone.
Oh, him. Well, you forget, I'm an officer in the party.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, there are all sorts of advantages to being a party member, Doctor. Now, a famous surgeon like yourself, you could go far.
No, thanks, Mr. Stark. I'm quite contented as I am.
Oh, that's too bad. Then you won't like the news that I bring.
Now what?
As head of the local division of the police, I must tell you that the Ministry of Public Health has asked you to be transferred to Springfield Hospital. We feel that your private practice is not in keeping with our program of controlled medical care.
I am quite familiar with that program, and I am not interested in it. Now, if you don't mind, I have a great many appointments today.
Please report to Dr. Holmes at the hospital on Monday when you begin your work there.
I said I have no desire.
They'll be expecting you. See that all of your equipment is moved over to the hospital at that time, or it'll be moved for you.
I'll see.
If you don't comply with the report, your license to practice medicine will be revoked, and you may find yourself in grave trouble. Good day, Dr. Brooks.
I'd like to see Dr. Holmes.
Your name, please.
Dr. Brooke. Gilbert Brooke.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Please go right in. He's expecting you.
Dr. Holmes?
Yes, come in.
I'm Dr. Brooke. I understand that I am now on the staff of this hospital.
Oh, yes. You're the one the Ministry of Health recommended. We need good surgeons here. Critical shortage of capable men. Glad you decided to join us.
I didn't decide to join you.
Well, whatever the reason, it no longer matters. Now, I want you to listen to me and understand me. You are no longer in private practice. You are working in a state hospital, and I am the director of the hospital. Your orders will come from me. You will do what I tell you, when I tell you, and how I tell you. Is that clear?
Dr. Holmes, if that's a sample of your attitude, I don't think
Precisely. You don't think. From now on, I shall do your thinking for you. Your days of society medicine are over. From now on, you're working for the people.
May I please know my assignment, Dr. Holmes?
Yes. For the time being, you'll be an advisor on the staff.
Advisor? But I'm a practicing surgeon.
You may make suggestions which the staff may act on if they desire. You may also give some lectures.
Dr. Holmes, I don't claim to be a great surgeon, but as you well know, I'm the only specialist in my field in this part of the country. There are some cases which not every doctor is capable of handling. I certainly feel I should be given the opportunity
If you wish, you may look through the hospital now. Anything you wish to do or to say, you will clear with me first. Good day.
This is the inpatient waiting room, Doctor. This is where we receive our cases each day. Examining rooms are down the hall there.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already visited an inpatient room.
Well, the first one is for members of the party and a few selected officials. There's a list of persons who may be treated through that part of the hospital. I'll see that you get a copy.
Collins, sickness doesn't choose the people it will strike. I see no reason why...
I don't make policy in the hospital, Doctor, and incidentally, I strongly suggest that you learn to follow the procedures as they are outlined. I don't think that you can change our whole operating procedure simply because you were privileged to pursue your own practice.
Collins, I'll thank you to remember you're an intern. You're talking to a surgeon.
Oh, now, don't give me that. The idea that doctors and surgeons are gods went out of vogue 10 years ago. Communism has put you in your proper place, and don't you forget it.
You are the material from which the state expects to make a doctor. You haven't as much chance...
Now, don't let that concern you, Doctor. I'll have my MD by the end of this month.
Collins, I'm not as stupid as you think. I happen to know that your medical exam was one of the worst of the lot. You missed more than half the questions, even with the revised test, which any druggist could pass.
Well, now, there's something you don't know. I passed the political education exam without a hitch, and that's what counts. Well, I don't have time to gossip with you. The tour is over. If you have any problems, give me a buzz.
Dr. Brooke.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
Please, let's get out of this hall. I'm not supposed to talk with you.
Yeah, let's step into one of these examining rooms. What's the matter?
Doctor, it's just terrible. I've been assigned to the nursing staff here. I didn't want to come, but they made me.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I know how you feel. I didn't realize how badly a hospital could deteriorate. And all it took was 5 years under the Communist Ministry of Health.
You haven't seen the worst of it. The operating room, it's terrible.
Collins took me through, but there wasn't anything going on.
They operate only 2 days a week, and then they operate all at once.
But that's impossible. They certainly can't put septic and aseptic cases together.
Yes, they do. And the sanitation, it's horrible. I've been here only a week, but it's a nightmare. You'll understand when you begin your work.
I don't know when that'll be. Dr. Holmes tells me I'm to be an advisor and a teacher. I'm getting my instructions this afternoon.
Dr. Brooke, you've met Mr. Collins?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And we'll get down to business. As you know, the medical school is located here in the hospital. That makes it easier for the students to get a close-hand picture of our work. Now, the course takes 18 months.
18 months?
Yes, 18 months. The classes, which you will conduct, begin at 8:30 in the morning till 11. On the 2 days that we operate, they are permitted to watch the operation. So the actual time you'll spend in instruction will be 2.5 hours a day, 3 days a week.
May I ask the exact qualifications for a medical degree and how the tests are conducted?
So, Mr. Collins, if you please.
Well, 20 medical questions are given to students about a week in advance of the tests. We ask them 8 of the questions. The time limit is 15 minutes.
Is that all?
Well, then, of course, there's the political education test, which usually lasts 4 hours.
There's one more thing, Brooke. From time to time, some of the students will miss a few of the medical questions.
Do you mean to tell me that a student receives his test paper a week in advance and still cannot answer 8 questions?
Occasionally it happens. The political education does not leave much time for outside study. In the event a student should miss some of the medical questions, you will wait until the results of the political tests are published.
And then?
If he passes in political education, he will be graduated.
Come in. Kathy, come in.
Dr. Brooke, you must help me.
What is it, Kathy?
This hospital, I can't stand it any longer. Look at me. Look at my uniform.
Why don't you get a clean one?
Every doctor and nurse is entitled to one clean uniform each day. We use the same gowns, the same gloves for all the operations.
Kathy, there's not much I can do. I'd like to help you, but I'm...
Dr. Brooke, Nurse, what are you doing here?
Why,
I sent for Dr. Holmes.
Nurses are not permitted contact with the doctors without express permission of the head nurse.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Brooke, I'm taking you out of the school. You will begin tomorrow to show some of our doctors some of the more advanced technical operations, so they may widen their scope in this field.
How long will this course be?
There won't be any course. You will show them the techniques of various major operations as they come up, and they will handle them after that.
Am I to understand that they are to perform an operation after watching me only once?
That is correct. You will begin tomorrow morning in the operating room at 6 a.m.
I'd like to see the patient first.
That won't be necessary.
Won't be necessary? How do you expect me to operate without examining the patient first? And what is the nature of the operation?
As a matter of fact, I can't tell you that either. I don't know who you'll operate on or for what. Never can tell what will crop up.
But I must know what instruments to order, and I must
in the operating room tomorrow morning at 6, ready to operate.
They don't bother much with formalities here, do they?
Much worse than you think. But if it's any consolation to you, I'm on duty in the operating room tomorrow. I'll find out what I can about your patient.
Good morning, nurse. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I don't know. He isn't here yet.
No, of course he's not. And his patient's on the last table there.
Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
what's that, please?
Here you are, Doctor.
Here's another case. Put him over near the end.
We need more sutures.
There aren't any more sutures. Use something else. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I'm here. Which is my patient?
Here comes another patient. The nurse will help you.
It's a goiter case, the last on the table over there.
Yeah, let's go take a look at her. By the way, are you assigned to me?
I'm assigned to everybody. I'm the only nurse on duty.
One nurse for 5 doctors?
Yes.
Good. And where are my instruments?
All the doctors use the same ones. They're on the table.
Nurse, please.
Coming, Doctor. Here's your patient. You'd better get started, Doctor. I'll help you all I can.
Good morning. How do you feel?
Not very good, Doctor. Will I be all right?
Oh, I think so. Open wide, please. Nurse?
Minute, please. It pains so, Doctor. Yes, Doctor.
There's no charge for this woman. I'll give you her pulse and respiration. You write it down for me.
I can't do that, Doctor. The doctors have to take care of all that. See, here come the other 2 doctors. My hands are full.
I don't believe it. This is a nightmare.
Nurse, oxygen here.
How can they operate on 5 people at one time in one room with one nurse?
Do the best you can. We have 15 more cases to operate on by 1 o'clock.
Nurse, get over here. Get this oxygen going.
Yes, I'm coming. Doctor, I'm scared. What's wrong?
There's nothing to worry about. Here, I'll hold this over your nose. You count till you reach 100.
Oh, Doctor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kathy, quick, give me an intestinal needle.
Doctor, they're all broken.
Broken?
Yes. Dr. Baird tried to use what we had, but they were the wrong kind. He broke them all, trying to force them into the tissue of the patient.
Well, I must have some immediately. Surely there must be some spares.
They only keep enough in the operating room for just one day. I'll try to get some from the storeroom.
Well, hurry.
Dr. Brooke, are you still here?
Well, that's a stupid question, even from you.
Oh, come now. You're overworked. I forgot this is your first day.
Yes, my first day. And what a day.
I've looked over some of the patients you operated on. Not bad work.
Not bad work. It's pure butchery. Look at this man. His stomach is wide open. And we ran out of intestinal needles. I hope the anesthetic holds until we can get some.
Oh, you worry too much. None of the patients we've had are of any importance. I don't even know why we bother with them.
You will lead your lives and practice your art in uprightness and honor.
What's that?
A line from Hippocrates. But I don't suppose you'd remember.
Something seems to be wrong with your patient, Doctor.
Quick, give me one of those needles.
Doctor, we can't get the needles until we fill out this form.
It's all right, Kathy. We don't need them now.
You are listening to Prescription for Murder, starring David Bryan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
I don't know what's the matter with him. His name was on the call sheet to operate yesterday, and he didn't come in. I talked to him, and he said he refused to operate.
Refused to operate. Well, see about that.
Yes, Doctor?
Send in Dr. Brooke.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it will take some time for him to get used to conditions here. Come in, Dr. Brooke.
Good morning.
Now, what seems to be the trouble? I'm told you refused to do any operations yesterday or today.
That is correct. And I intend to do no more until some changes are made.
Put your suggestions in writing. I will consider them, but you must continue to work.
Nobody can order me to commit murder. And to operate under the conditions in your surgical department is pure murder.
You have always had a private practice. You just do not understand the workings of a large hospital.
Who is responsible if an accident occurs and the patient dies?
You are. Do you refuse to cooperate?
Yes. But since this is a communist hospital, let's call a meeting of the whole staff and I'll present my ideas. Then we can decide by vote whether they can be tried out.
We do not call meetings to present wishes or demand changes. We call meetings to decide how we can best obey orders and to criticize our faults. Now, you do as I suggest. Put your ideas in writing and I will consider them. In the meantime, you will continue on in the operating room, effective immediately.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry that I had to come here, Doctor. I have Mr. Crane with me.
Who? My good heavens. Come inside, both of you. Bring him into the living room. Now, here, on the sofa. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, can you hear me?
You remember me, Doc?
Yes, of course. Here, drink this. You'll feel better.
That's good. Help me up.
Here, put this pillow behind you. There. Oh, Doctor, I hate to break in on you in your home, but I didn't know what else to do.
Get my kit over there on the desk. Let's get your pulse. Crane, what's this all about?
Doc, I've been trying to get to see you for weeks. They wouldn't let me.
Who wouldn't?
Interns at the hospital. I don't have a party card. They said
Here you are, Doctor.
Get the thermometer. Go on, Crane.
After I saw you last, 2-3 months ago, I kept getting worse. My wife took care of me as well as she could. Now she's gone.
Put this in your mouth.
They sent her someplace.
Don't talk. Kathy, come into the hall a moment.
Will he be all right, do you think?
He's half dead. Advanced lobar pneumonia. I could see it when he walked in. He should be in the hospital.
The Springfield Hospital?
Yes. Oh, I don't know, Kathy.
Well, isn't there anything we can do for him?
I don't know. I don't have any supplies here. They took them all. Where's his wife?
She died last week in childbirth at our hospital.
Where did you find him?
At the hospital. He's been in the waiting room day after day, trying to get in to see his wife and to get himself taken care of.
Well, maybe I can get him in. At least I'll be able to keep an eye on him. Let's go see him. Well, you're looking better already. Let's see your temperature. Pour another drink, Kathy.
Why did my wife die, Doctor?
I don't know. I didn't know she was in the hospital.
They called me in. They asked me if I wanted them to use penicillin to save her. I told them to do anything they could to save her.
Go on, Crane.
You know what they wanted? A card. Are you a member of the Communist Party, they asked me. No, I told them I wasn't. They said I'd have to pay for the penicillin. $500, they said.
$500?
I told them I'd get what I could. Every day I brought them a little more money. I worked. I stole. I even killed a man, Doctor. Then I ran into your nurse and she told me my wife died over a week ago. Died. She's dead.
Kathy, do you know who the men are who took that money from him?
I think so. One of them was Collins. The other's a new doctor there.
A grisly business. Kathy, take him to my room and make him as comfortable as you can. All this butchery has gone far enough. I'm going to see that something is done about it.
Doctor, you're early. What's wrong?
Crane, when I got up this morning, he'd left my house. He's practically a walking corpse.
Oh.
Have you seen him?
Well, no. I was just going to register the new patients. They're all in the waiting room. Perhaps he's in there.
Let's go.
Why would he come here? He knows they won't treat him, and he knows his wife is dead.
I don't know, but if he doesn't get some proper care soon,
Here. No, it's so crowded. Oh, look, there's the new doctor. There with Collins.
Oh, yes. Why, that's Jim Caldwell. He was bought from practice years ago. What's he doing here in this?
Well, he's the one that Crane was talking about. The one who was taking money from him.
I'm not very surprised. Well, I guess Crane isn't...
Mr. Collins, aren't you ready to see me?
There he is.
Yes.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Crane. You looking for your wife? Well, now, she's coming along just fine, just fine. She'll be out in a few weeks now.
That's fine. Fine. I have a little present here for you and for Dr. Caldwell.
Fine. That's very nice. Crane, don't! Crane, don't! No!
We've got to get to him. He's fainted. He'll be trampled to death. Please let us through.
Please stand back, please. Please. Crane. I'll get one of the interns. We have an oxygen tent. Maybe we...
Never mind, Kathy. He'll get to see his wife after all.
Dr. Brooks, what do you mean by bursting into my office?
Dr. Holmes, this is Mr. Stark of the police.
Yes, I know, Mr. Stark.
Good morning, Dr. Holmes.
Is there something I can do for you, Stark?
I don't know. Dr. Brooke insisted that I come along. All I'm here for is to find out about the shooting this morning.
Most unfortunate thing. Two of our finest doctors.
Do you know why they were shot, Dr. Holmes? Did you know they had been accepting money for medicine? Your two finest doctors were taking money from Crane for medicine for his wife, who died over a week ago.
I am not responsible for their actions. However, if you have any proof of your accusations...
Proof? Look around you, Doctor. 5 years ago, before we received our liberation, before we were gifted with new freedoms by communism, The Springfield Hospital was a model of efficiency in modern medicine. Now look at it. 3 years under communism have made it a butchery shop. A mockery.
Dr. Brooke, I'm beginning to weary of your talk. The trouble with you is you're living in the past. Conditions are what they are, and you can't change them. I think it's time, Dr. Holmes, that you explain to our friend here just what the policy of the party is.
Policy of the party?
Yes. Of necessity, Dr. Holmes and I must work quite closely from time to time. There are reasons for everything, you see, and for the things you must do. Reasons which are dictated by the needs of the state. I think perhaps Dr. Holmes can explain it better than I. Doctor?
Very well. This is the policy of this hospital and of every hospital in the United Soviet States of America. This is the policy straight from the top. Hear it and understand it. Now, we have dispensed with the sloppy humanitarian viewpoint that wastes valuable time and material on useless dregs of humanity merely because they are sick. We have only one interest and one duty, to keep fit those who are of value to our communist state. These are the ones who will get our attention and our best care. We are not interested in the bourgeois majority who clutter up this country. They must die anyhow before we can build a worldwide communist freedom. To help them prolong their lives by adequate medical care would not only be a waste, but it would retard progress. Now we know that you will never be any good to this hospital or the state. Your license to practice medicine is revoked. Leave this hospital and do not return.
You have just heard what would happen to a member of the medical profession under a communist regime. You have just heard how a hospital would be operated in a country dominated by the communists. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the city of Luanfu in the communist-dominated country of China. It did happen to Dr. Ernest M. Lippe, M.D. Dr. Lippe and his nurse, Sigrid Brynildsen, were ordered out of Red China. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring David Bryan as Dr. Gilbert Brooke, with Herb Butterfield as Dr. Holmes in Prescription for Murder. Will Wright was Stark and Lynn Allen was Kathy. Others in the cast were Herb Ellis, Margaret Kelly, Hal Goodwin, Jack Carroll, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Prescription for Murder was written for If Freedom Failed by Henry Covell, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Thomas Jefferson, First Inaugural Address, in Washington, D.C., Wednesday, March 4th, 1801. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends and fellow citizens, called upon to undertake the duties of the first executive office of our country, I avail myself of the presence of that portion of my fellow citizens which is here assembled to express my grateful thanks for the favor with which they have been pleased to look towards me, to declare a sincere consciousness that the task is above my talents, and that I approach it with those anxious and awful presentiments which the greatness of the charge and the weakness of my powers so justly inspire. A rising nation, spread over a wide and fruitful land, traversing all the seas with the rich productions of their industry, engaged in commerce with nations who feel power and forget right, advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of mortal eye. When I contemplate these transcendent objects and see the honor, the happiness, and the hopes of this beloved country committed to the issue and the auspices of this day, I shrink from the contemplation and humble myself before the magnitude of the undertaking. Utterly, indeed, should I despair did not the presence of many whom I here see remind me that in the other high authorities provided by our Constitution I shall find resources of wisdom, of virtue, and of zeal on which to rely under all difficulties. To you, then, gentlemen, who are charged with the sovereign functions of legislation, and to those associated with you, I look with encouragement for that guidance and support which may enable us to steer with safety the vessel in which we are all embarked amidst the conflicting elements of a troubled world. During the contest of opinion through which we have passed, the animation of discussions and of exertions has sometimes worn an aspect which might impose on strangers unused to think freely and to speak and to write what they think. But this being now decided by the voice of the nation, announced according to the rules of the Constitution, all will, of course, arrange themselves under the will of the law and unite in common efforts for the common good. All, too, will bear in mind this sacred principle, that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Let us then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse that harmony and affection without which liberty and even life itself are but dreary things. And let us reflect that, having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled and suffered, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance as despotic, as wicked, and capable of as bitter and bloody persecutions. During the throes and convulsions of the ancient world, during the antagonizing spasms of infuriated man, seeking through blood and slaughter his long-lost liberty, it was not wonderful that the agitation of the billows should reach even this distant and peaceful shore, that this should be more felt and feared by some and less than others, and should divide opinions as to measures of safety. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this union or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. I know, indeed, that some honest men fear that a Republican government cannot be strong, that this government is not strong enough. But would the honest patriot, in the full tide of successful experiment, abandon a government which has so far kept us free and firm on the theoretic and visionary fear that this government, the world's best hope, may by possibility want energy to preserve itself? I trust not. I believe this, on the contrary, the strongest government on earth. I believe it the only one where every man at the call of law would fly to the standard of the law and would meet invasions of the public order as his own personal concern. Sometimes it is said that a man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he then be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the form of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. Let us then, with courage and confidence, pursue our own federal and republican principles, our attachment to union and representative government. Kindly separated by nature and a wide ocean from the exterminating havoc of one quarter of the globe, too high-minded to endure the degradations of the others, possessing a chosen country with room enough for our descendants to the thousandth generation, entertaining a due sense of our equal right to the use of our own faculties, to the acquisitions of our own industry, to honor and confidence from our fellow citizens, resulting not from birth, but from our actions and their sense of them, enlightened by a benign religion, professed indeed and practiced in various forms, yet all of them inculcating honesty, truth, temperance, gratitude, and the love of man, acknowledging and adoring an overruling providence, which by all its dispensations proves that it delights in the happiness of man here and his greater happiness thereafter. With all these blessings, what more is necessary to make us a happy and prosperous people? Still one more thing, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. About to enter, fellow citizens, on the exercise of duties which comprehend everything dear and valuable to you, it is proper you should understand what I deem the essential principles of our government, and consequently those which ought to shape its administration. I will compress them within the narrowest compass they will bear, stating the general principle, but not all its limitations. Equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political. Peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. The support of the state governments in all their rights as the most competent administrations for our domestic concerns and the surest bulwarks against anti-republican tendencies. The preservation of the general government in its whole constitutional vigor as the sheet anchor of our peace at home and safety abroad. A jealous care of the right of election by the people. A mild and safe corrective of abuses which are locked by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority, the vital principle of republics, from which is no appeal but to force, the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. A well-disciplined militia, our best reliance in peace and for the first moments of war, till regulars may relieve them. The supremacy of the civil over the military authority, economic in the public expense, that labor may be lightly burdened, the honest payment of our debts and sacred preservation of the public faith, encouragement of agriculture and of commerce as its handmaid, the diffusion of information and arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of person under protection of habeas corpus, and trial by juries impartially selected. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those who we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or of alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. I repair then, fellow citizens, to the post you have assigned me. With experience enough in subordinate offices to have seen the difficulties of this greatest of all, I have learned to expect that it will rarely fall to the lot of imperfect man to retire from this station with the reputation and the favor which bring him into it. Without pretensions to that high confidence you reposed in our first and greatest revolutionary character, whose preeminent services has entitled him to the first place in his country's love, and destined for him the fairest page in the volume of faithful history, I ask so much confidence only as may give firmness and effect to the legal administration of your affairs. I shall often go wrong through defect of judgment. When right, I shall often be thought wrong by those whose positions will not command a view of the whole ground. I ask your indulgence for my own errors, which will never be intentional, and your support against the errors of others, who may condemn what they would not if seen in all of its parts. The approbation implied by your suffrage is a great consolation to me for the past, and my future solicitude will be to retain the good opinion of those who have bestowed it in advance, to conciliate that of others by doing them all the good in my power, and to be instrumental to the happiness and freedom of all. Relying then on the patronage of your goodwill, I advance with obedience to the work, ready to retire from it whenever you become sensible how much better choice it is in your power to make. And may that infinite power, which rules the destinies of the universe, lead our counsels to what is best, and give them a favorable issue for your peace and prosperity. End Thomas Jefferson First Inaugural Address. Read by M.L. Cohen, MojoMove411.com, Cleveland, Ohio, September 2007.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou in Morning Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The odds were 10,000 to 1 against a certain 13-year-old girl who came to a certain Hollywood studio looking for a job. But the theater was in her blood. Her mother and father were vaudevillians. She herself had worked in a singing act with her sisters. And like every other trooper the world over, Judy Garland wanted to be a star. 7 years have passed, and the dreams of our little 10,000 to 1 shot have come true. Judy is a star. The latest evidence of that is the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, For Me and My Gal. Because she's lived so much of tonight's story herself, we've cast her as one of the stars in Zoe Aiken's great drama of the footlights, the RKO motion picture, Morning Glory. And starring with her are 2 leading men, John Payne and Adolphe Menjou. Morning Glory is the saga of one stage-struck girl who had talent and a fighting heart. And because it's written in such warm and human terms, it becomes the story of all those girls who flocked to Broadway and Hollywood through the years. But with each girl, the story has a different ending. And here's another story that's developed an unusual twist. Some time ago, I told you about my adventures in washing my own woolen socks. Later, a newspaper cartoon gave a very graphic picture of the same activity. And consequently, my mail has been full of letters from men all over the country who turn out to be brothers under the skin. They use Lux Flakes, too. I thought at the time I took over the job that I was really some sort of domestic hero. But it appears that I have many companions at the washtub, and all seem anxious to give advice to a fellow member of the club. Some insist that wire drying frames are the best. Others vote for wooden ones. I'm a wooden frame man myself. But the main point is, Plenty of those suds that come only from Lux Flakes. And now the thrill that comes with the curtain going up as we present the first act of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland as Eva Lovelace, John Payne as Joseph Sheridan, and Adolphe Menjou as Louis Easton.
May I see him now, please? I've been waiting here for 3 years.
But I did have an appointment. Please, quiet. Mr. Easton can't see everybody. Come back at 3 o'clock. Quiet!
Louis Easton, the famous theatrical producer, is casting a new play. Up and down Broadway, the tidings have spread like a flame. And his outer office is jammed with actors and actresses, young and old, good and bad, well-dressed and shabby. Among them, and obviously out of place, is Eva Lovelace. Eva is the product of a small college town and looks as though she might have won school honors in dramatics. She smiles brightly at the besieged secretary and speaks in her finest stage English.
How do you do? My name is Eva Lovelace, and I'd like to see Mr. Easton, please.
So would a lot of people. Did you get a call?
Well, no, I didn't. You see, I've never met Mr. Easton.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? What experience, please?
Well, I haven't had any. That is not on Broadway.
No experience? I see.
Yes. That's why I'd like to meet Mr. Easton. Because if he's never seen me, then he doesn't know what I'm like. And that's rather important when you're casting to type, isn't it?
Yes, rather. I'll put your name on the list.
Thank you.
Have a seat if you can find one.
Thank you very much.
I hear Rita Burnham's going to do the lead in this opus.
That's a break.
For her, Louis Easton.
Well, she has a box office draw. Why, I don't know.
What's the name of the play? Anyone know? Blue Skies. Joseph Sheridan wrote it.
Look, there's Sheridan now.
Quiet, please, quiet. There are only a few parts. Just a moment, please. Is Vivian Hall here?
Yes, Mr. Sheridan.
Will you wait, please, and Mr. Hedges?
Right here, sir.
Mr. Easton will see you in a moment, Hedges.
Thank you.
Now, we won't have time to see anyone else today. Sorry.
Miss Hall.
Oh, yes?
May I congratulate you on obtaining a part? It must be thrilling to work for the great Mr. Easton.
Thank you. I don't believe I've met you.
My name is Eva Lovelace. You've probably never heard of me because I'm just starting. If Mr. Easton takes me, this will be my New York debut. Oh, but I've acted ever since I was a child.
Really?
Oh, yes, just little theaters, of course. Amateur, but good. I suppose you've had a great deal of experience.
Yes, I have. Aren't you cold in that suit? It's hardly warm enough for a day like this.
Oh, well, I like to feel cold. It makes me feel strong.
Oh, Miss Hall.
Yes?
You won't have to stay any longer. Come in tomorrow and we'll give you the part.
Thank you.
Mr. Hedges, do you mind waiting a few more minutes?
Not at all. I'm used to waiting.
Thanks.
Mr. Hedges, did anyone ever tell you you have an absolutely exquisite voice?
Well, thank you, young lady.
I could tell you were the real thing right off. I'm taken for English sometimes, too. That is, at home in Franklin, Vermont. May I sit beside you?
Why, certainly.
Thank you. Of course, I know your name is Hedges, but won't you tell me your full name? Because I want you to be my very first friend in New York.
Well, it's Robert Harley Hedges.
My, it's impressive. Mine's Eva Lovelace.
And that's a nice name.
It's partly made up and partly real. It was Ada Love. Love is my family name. I added the lace. Do you like it? A shorter name would be much more convenient on a sign. Still, Eva Lovelace in Camille, for instance, or Eva Lovelace in Romeo and Juliet. Sounds very distinguished, doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
You see, I don't want to keep my family's name because I shall probably have several scandals while I live, and I don't want to cause them any trouble until I'm famous. Then they won't mind.
Yes, of course. You said something about my becoming your first friend.
Yes. My friend and teacher. You speak so beautifully, and I know I speak so nondescriptly, but I wanted to ask you if you'll give me a lesson every day right off.
Well...
Oh, I want to pay. Not at once, because I have only enough money for a certain length of time. I've got to succeed before it's gone. But I had planned to go to the best teacher I could find and arrange to pay later. Of course, I should have to find someone who believed in me unequivocally.
How?
Unequivocally.
Do you mean unequivocally?
Yes, that's it. Merci, monsieur. You see, those are the things I've got to learn. Won't you give me a lesson every day and let me pay you later when I find a good part?
But I live way uptown, and, well, my place isn't exactly a studio.
Oh, that doesn't matter so long as it's quiet. And we can sit and smoke. Oh, I smoke, of course. Though in Franklin, it still isn't done in the best of families.
Really?
Oh, isn't that a picture of Ellen Terry up there on the wall?
Yes, I played with her many years ago.
Was she very lovely?
Very.
You've been in the theater a long time, haven't you? Did you know Sarah Bernhardt?
Yes.
She was the most wonderful of all, wasn't she?
They were both wonderful. Bernhardt broke your heart. Ellen Terry mended it.
I suppose I'll never be wonderful. Not wonderful like them. But I've got something wonderful in me, too. You'll see. You'll help me with all the great parts, won't you? Juliet, Lady Macbeth, Cleopatra. Someday my picture will be on that wall.
Why not? You see that picture next to the door?
Oh, yes, that's Rita Vernon.
Rita Vernon. A few years ago, she was young and ambitious and unknown like you. She made a hit in a small part and
now she's a star. She's in Mr. Easton's office now, isn't she? I heard someone say so. Oh, I'd love to meet her. I saw her once. She was so sweet.
Yes, at times she's very sweet. She has a lovely disposition. Very lovely indeed.
You might as well know it and know it right now, Louis Easton. I'm sick of the whole thing. Sick of it, do you hear? I wouldn't care if I never played another part for you again.
Rita, please. Stop throwing my vases around. Now sit down and calm yourself. You're giving me a headache.
What do you suppose you give me? 3 trashy plays in the last 2 years, and now another one.
Rita, that's not very complimentary to Mr. Sheridan.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just the author.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, Joseph. You have written me a couple of hits.
Well, thanks.
But I don't want light things anymore. I want drama, something I can get my teeth into.
But Joseph wrote Blue Skies especially for you.
I wouldn't know it from reading it. The man's part hogs the whole show. Oh, Louis, why can't you get me something by what's-his-name? You know, the man who wrote the thing Catherine Cornell did last season.
Molnar?
Yes. Didn't you take an option on a play by him because Joseph was crazy about it?
Yes, but then...
Yes, he did. It'll be a great play when we find the right woman for the part, Rita.
Right woman for the part? Why haven't you sent this play to me to read?
Well, it isn't translated yet, Rita. I'm working on it now.
That's right.
I don't think you'll like it, Rita.
I'll decide that for myself. What's the name of it?
The Golden Bough.
Now listen, Rita. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make you a proposition. You play Blue Skies for me. After that, you can pick your own play. Any play you like.
All right. When can I see a script?
Louis,
We'll send it to your department tomorrow, Rita. Tomorrow morning.
But I tell you she won't like it. It's all wrong for her.
Joseph, please. Rita isn't silly enough to play something she isn't right for. Are you, Rita?
Certainly not. But I have an idea, Louis, that I'll be just right for Golden Bough. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, sweet.
Louis, are you crazy?
Now, wait.
Vernon can't play that part. It's sacrilege.
I know, but I had to do something to get her to play Blue Skies.
Well, you didn't have to ruin the Molnar piece.
Quiet. Come in.
Mr. Easton.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Hedges, sir. He's been waiting quite a while.
Oh, yes, send him in.
Good morning, Mr. Easton.
Hello there, Bob. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Quite all right.
Have a seat. Now, the part's right up your street. You play...
How do you do, Mr. Easton? I'm so happy to meet you.
What? How did you get in here?
Oh, this is Eva Lovelace, Mr. Easton. She was waiting outside, and we were talking, and...
Well, I just made Mr. Hedges bring me in. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Easton, but if there's one person I've wanted to meet, it's you. I just reverence your work.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Miss Lovelace is, she's rather anxious to become an actress.
Well, that's fine. Now, Bob, about the part. It's not long, but it's good.
The father again?
That's right. How about it?
Delighted.
Well, go and tell Seymour to make up a contract.
Thanks very much, Mr. Easton.
May I sit down here and wait, Mr. Easton?
Wait for what?
Well, until you're not busy so you can interview me.
Well, I'm very busy right this minute.
Oh, it's all right, Louis. I'm all through now.
Oh.
Sit down, miss.
Oh, thank you.
What did you say your name was, Miss...
Lovelace. Eva Lovelace. Do you like it? I could change it if you don't.
No, it's all right.
Oh, I'm glad.
Have you been on the stage long, Miss Lovelace?
Well, not on the regular stage, but I was in a lot of plays the Franklin Theater Guild gave at the Little Theater.
The Little Theater?
Yes, in Franklin, Vermont. You know the Franklin Players.
Franklin Players. Oh, yes, of course.
Franklin's where I lived until some time ago. The Franklin newspaper seemed quite sure I had a future. I play all sorts of parts. Hedda. You know Ibsen's Hedda, of course. The old woman in Riders to the Sea and Kitty and You Never Can Tell by Shaw. And then I play...
Shaw?
Oh, yes. Bernard Shaw, the one and only.
You think Shaw's clever, Miss Lovelace?
He's our greatest living dramatist.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. By the way, I had a charming letter from him the other day. I wrote him a letter and told him I was coming to New York and expected to be very famous and have a theater of my own so I could act his Cleopatra. I have his answer right here with me. It's never left me a moment since I received it. I even sleep with it under my pillow.
Well, that's fine. Well, suppose you come back next week or so.
Wait, Louis. May I see the letter, Miss Lovelace?
Of course. I think it was charming of him to write, don't you, Miss Easton?
Oh, yes, charming.
Louis, this is very interesting. He's very happy Miss Lovelace is going to see he's properly recognized when she has her own repertory theater. He hopes Miss Lovelace won't forget him.
Oh, I won't. I've sworn it. There will always be a Shaw play in my repertoire as long as I remain in the theater. Of course, I expect to die at my zenith. My star shall never set. I've sworn that, too. And when the time comes when I feel I've done my best, I shall really die by my own hand. Some night at the end of the play on the stage.
The producer will love that, I'm sure. Miss Lovelace, I hope you'll excuse me, but I have a few appointments waiting.
Of course, I know. And you don't think there's anything for me in your new production?
Well, I'm afraid not. There aren't any young girl parts in this play.
Well, perhaps an old woman then, or a middle-aged one. I can do both.
There really isn't anything, Miss Lovelace.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, money is no object with me. I'll play any part that appeals to me for $20. Oh, but I'll never, under any circumstances, play a part for which I do not feel a sincere congeniality.
Well, that's very creditable. Now, Miss...
No, money's nothing to me, absolutely nothing. I could have married for money if I'd wanted to. Edwin Talbot, the son of W.E. Talbot, one of the richest men in Franklin, wanted to marry me. You've heard of W.E. Talbot, the Chow Chow King.
No, I don't believe I have.
Funny. Why, Talbot's Chow Chow is famous, of course. Practically owns Franklin. But I think artists should be free. Free to live, free to love, free to...
Miss Lovelace, please, Joseph, that appointment. We're late, very late. Sorry, Miss Lovelace.
Well, I won't hold you any longer. Good day, Mr. Easton.
Good day, good day. Just leave your number with my secretary.
I will. And good day to you, Mr...
Sheridan.
Of course. I'll see you again, I hope. And you, Mr. Easton.
Yes. Come in when you get another letter from Bernard Shaw.
Thank you. You've been so kind. Au revoir.
Au revoir, au revoir.
Oh, excuse me, just one more thing, Mr. Easton.
Yes?
I've had voice training, too, singing, you know. I've never taken it very seriously because acting, straight dramatic acting, is my strong point.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, au revoir. Oh, Joseph, I wish you'd show a little more respect for my valuable time.
What's the matter?
But why encourage those people? I thought she was going to spend the day.
You know, Louis, I think that kid's got something.
Well, she's got nerve, if that's what you mean.
Say, don't you think she might do the bit we had in the last act?
What bit? The maid?
Sure. Doesn't have to be acted. If she'll just get up there and speak, that's all we need. Why don't you let her try?
Are you crazy?
Why not? The girl's looking for a break.
But she's a nut. She's wacky.
Oh, no, she isn't. She's just trying to make an impression. Go on, give her the part.
All right. I'll think it over.
Drop that teaser. Hey, where are those steps?
5 minutes. 5 minutes to curtain. 5 minutes.
Come in.
Hello, Eva.
Why, Mr. Hedges.
Well, my dear, how do you feel on your first opening night? Nervous?
Oh, dear, no. I feel as if at last I'm in my rightful sphere. Of course, I know I'm just a small cog in bringing a creation to life.
I wouldn't say that, my dear.
Oh, well, I only have 3 lines.
That's true, but those 3 lines are very important to the plot.
Yes. I realize the responsibility entrusted to me. And then I practically have the last line in the play, haven't I? Where I say to Miss Vernon, Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am? Well, then there's only one more short speech, so it's really the finish of the play, isn't it?
That's right.
On stage, curtain. On stage, please.
Well, here we go. Good luck, my dear.
Good luck to you, Mr. Hedges, and thank you so much.
Nonsense. What for?
For helping an actress get started on her career.
Let's hope it's a good long one, my dear. See you later.
Yes, Mr. Hedges. Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am? No. Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Oh, Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am?
Who is it?
It's the maid, ma'am.
Well, what do you want?
Mr. Frederick is calling long distance. Will you take it here, ma'am?
You may tell Mr. Frederick that I've just gone to bed.
All right. Take it up again. Take up the curtain. That's enough. Take it down.
Well, Louis, it's over.
It's over, all right. It came right next to being over for good. What happened to that girl?
You mean Eva?
Yes, that Lovelace nut.
Oh, I just think she was a little nervous.
She was not. She got out there and hammed all over the place. Who does she think she is, Bernhardt?
Louis, you'll have to do something about that maid. It was horrible.
All right, Rita, all right.
She simply ruined the tags.
I'm terribly sorry, terribly. I don't know what happened to me.
Don't speak to me. Oh, my nerves.
Curtain call, Miss Vernon.
Shut up. Louis, you've got to do something. Do you hear?
Now, listen, Rita, I tell you I'll do...
Don't tell me. Do it.
Oh, Mr. Easton, I'm so sorry. When I got out there, I know it was bad, but the lights and the people...
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, too.
Don't worry, Eva. You'll be all right tomorrow night.
No, she won't, I'm afraid.
Oh, yes, I will, Mr. Easton. I'll work on it all day, and tomorrow night
There won't be any tomorrow night, Miss Lovelace. Not for you. I have my star to think of. We'll have to replace you.
Replace me, but Mr. Easton...
So, Charlie, what happened to those boarders in the last scene?
Fuse blew on
Oh,
it.
Mr.
Well, watch
Easton.
it tomorrow.
Yes, sir, I will.
Where's Jim Blaine?
Oh, Mr. Easton.
Just tell him I want to see him, will you?
Eva, don't cry. Here, wait. Come here.
No, please. Please don't say anything.
Eva.
Let her go, Joseph. There's nothing you can do about it. She's just an amateur, and not a very good one at that.
Blue Skies by Joseph Sheridan, starring Rita Vernon, with John Hamilton, Cora Blake, Robert Head.
All right. Move along, please.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Out kind of late, aren't you, miss?
Yes, I was just standing in the lobby looking at the pictures.
Well, suppose you stand somewhere else off my beat. I wouldn't want to run you in, miss.
Oh, well, it's all right, really. You see there on the sign? That's my name at the bottom there. I'm Eva Lovelace.
Oh, are you?
Yes. You see, I'm an actress.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou. You recognize that sound? Well, it's Mrs. Brown washing up the dinner dishes. And right next door... Yes, that's Mrs. Allen doing dishes in her kitchen. It sounds just about the same, doesn't it? And that's too bad, because there's really a big difference in what those two women are doing. You see, one of them is using Lux Flakes for her dishes, and the other one is using, well, any one of a number of strong dishwashing soaps. One look at those two pair of hands tells the story. The Lux hands are soft and smooth. The others are rough and red and unattractive, typical dishpan hands. Yet those soft, smooth Lux hands do just as much dishwashing as the rough, unattractive ones. It's the soap that makes the difference. And changing soaps, changing from strong suds to gentle Lux Flakes, can change those rough red hands back to their natural loveliness. That has been proved by actual tests. It's worth a lot to any woman to have hands she's proud of. But do you know how little it costs to change from strong soaps to gentle Lux? You can do it for less than a penny a day. Get the thrifty big box of Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow and use it for your dishes every day. After Act Two, we've got a special bargain for all flower lovers. Have a pencil and paper ready. You'll want to make a note of this. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland as Eva Lovelace, John Payne as Joseph Sheridan, and Adolphe Menjou as Louis Easton. Six months have passed since Eva Lovelace failed in her Broadway debut. 6 long months of hopeful waiting, haunting producers' offices by day, tossing sleeplessly in her boarding-house bed at night, her heart aching with disappointment and despair. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. Across the street from the theater where Blue Skies is playing, Eva sits at the counter with a cup of coffee.
You want anything else, miss?
No, thank you.
Just coffee?
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Oh.
Isn't this my old pupil?
Oh, Mr. Hedges, how nice to see you.
I was just passing the window. I thought it was you. It's been a long time since you came for a lesson, Eva.
Well, I've been so frightfully busy. You know how it is.
Yes. Let me see. The last time I ran into you, you were...
Oh, yes, I was rehearsing for the frolics. Of course, it was only chorus work, but I took the job for experience. One needs all sorts of experience, and besides, there was a lull in the drama.
Yes. Are you working now?
Well, no, not at the moment, anyhow.
Here's your check, miss.
Here, I'll take that.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
How much is it, please?
5 cents.
5 cents? Is that all?
Yes, I had coffee. After dinner coffee.
Of course. Here you are. Come along, Eva. I'll take you home.
Oh, but really, Mr. Hedges, you mustn't go out of your way, really.
I'll get a cab. And by the way, where do you live?
Oh, isn't that stupid of me? I can't remember the address. You see, I just moved. I didn't like the place I was in.
I see. Well, until you remember, you just come along with me. I'm on my way to a party.
Oh, I'd love to, but I don't feel like meeting strangers.
Our host isn't exactly a stranger. It's Louis Easton.
Are you sure you won't have any supper?
Not just now, please. Perhaps later, Mr. Sheridan.
All right. You know, it's nice seeing you again. You sort of dropped out of things, didn't you? I've often wondered about you.
Well, I've been rather busy. Isn't this a delightful room, Mr. Sheridan? I like that etching. It looks like a whistler.
Why, yes, it is.
And that's a lovely pen and ink of Mr. Easton. He's very attractive, isn't he?
Yes, very.
I've thought of him often. I was sorry on his account I wasn't good in that part.
Well, it's always rather hard getting started.
Eva, my dear, I brought you some food.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hedges, but who cares about prosaic things like food? Oh, no, don't take it away.
There you are, my dear.
Looks awfully nice.
Here, I'm taking care of this little lady. Am I right, little lady?
Go away, Charlie.
Go away. No. I discovered this little lady when she first came in. Here, little lady, champagne.
Oh, another? Do you think I should?
Sure, go on.
I've never had champagne until tonight.
Go on, drink up.
Oh, it tickles, doesn't it?
Tickles? She says it tickles.
Hey, Charlie, beat it. Go on,
Here,
will
my
you?
boy, you come along with me. We'll have a bite to eat.
Tickles. She says it tickles.
What were we talking about?
I don't know. How long is Blue Skies going to run?
Oh, about another month. Then we're going to take it on tour.
And after that?
Well, after that, Rita Vernon is going to play the Molnar part.
Golden Bough? Oh, she could never do justice to that part.
Well, what makes you so sure of that?
Because she couldn't. Don't you see? She just couldn't. I know. I read the play.
Well, of course, it hasn't been translated yet.
Well, I read it in the original.
Oh, sorry.
Do you mind, please? Some more champagne.
More?
Well, don't you think I ought to?
Well, that depends, I'd say, on what time you had dinner.
What about lunch?
Oh, lunch helps, too.
Oh, look, there's Mr. Easton. Do you suppose he'd mind if I went over and spoke to him?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Easton. Oh, Mr. Easton.
Yes?
Mr. Easton, do you mind if I sit here beside you?
Not at all, Miss Lovelace.
Thank you. Mr. Easton, I've got something to tell you. Mr. Easton, I shouldn't be surprised if I am a great actress.
Oh, you think so?
I shouldn't be surprised. Either I'm a rotten actress or I'm a great actress. I'm not just a pretty good actress. Sometimes I think I'm very, very bad. No good at all. But tonight I think I'm wrong when I think that. I feel wonderful, Mr. Easton. Not afraid anymore.
Well, I'm glad of that.
You see, I wasn't afraid, not for a long time. When I lost that part, I thought it must be because I was a genius. And geniuses always have a hard time. Then I began to get afraid. Maybe I'm crazy, I got thinking. Maybe I'm not a genius. And then I said it's better not to think. In this world where but to think is to be full of sorrow, it's better not to think because I'm almost thoroughly convinced I'm a genius again.
Miss Lovelace, don't you think you'd better have some supper?
No, please, listen, I want to tell you. I love your party, Mr. Easton. I love New York, except that Broadway is too commercial. But isn't New York a beautiful city? I love it. I love to walk and walk and look and look. In Franklin, if you walk very far, you're out on a country road with nothing but cornfields everywhere. Still, there's something about it, about those cornfields, that gives you a feeling of being great and lonely. I feel it now right here in my heart. I tell you, I know. I know I'm a great actress. I'm the greatest young actress living. And I'm going to go on getting greater and greater.
Miss Lovelace, you're making a fool of yourself.
A fool? That shows how much you know. You're talking to the greatest actress in the world, and I'm going to prove it. Listen to this. Listen. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
Eva, come outside, please.
What are they laughing at? Hamlet's not a comedy, it's a tragedy. Keep quiet, do you hear?
Eva.
If you think that's so funny, maybe you think Romeo and Juliet's funny, too. Give me that shawl from the piano and everybody sit still. You're going to hear some acting. Now listen. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but my sworn love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name, which is no part of thee, take all myself.
What's the matter? Eva, what is it?
It's my head. I feel so funny. I feel as if I'm going to...
Hey, what happened?
She's fainting.
Get some water, somebody. Water, here.
Well, that's one way of getting attention.
Come on, Joseph, give me a hand. We'll carry her into the library. Put her down over here, that's it. She'll be all right. I'll have the maid come in and look after her. Come on.
Poor kid, she probably hasn't had a square meal in a month.
Or perhaps she's had just too much champagne. That time sometimes happens to people. Well, how do you feel, Miss Lovelace?
Oh, I feel... Oh.
Here, take another swallow of this.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I just...
Here, it's only coffee. Good for you.
Oh, thank you. My head feels a little funny. I'm sorry I spoiled your party, Mr. Easton.
Now, don't be silly. You didn't spoil it.
But where is everybody?
They've gone home. You've been asleep for a couple of hours.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But you've nothing to be sorry for. I mean it.
Did you like my Juliet?
Your Juliet. I thought it was charming.
Oh, I'm glad. I did want to prove it to you that I could really act. When I flopped in Blue Skies, I didn't mind so much for myself, but I did mind failing you. I'd worshipped you from afar for such a long time.
I beg your pardon?
I'd worshipped you. I did. I'm like that, I think. You've done such beautiful things in the theater, and you can't do beautiful things unless you think beautiful thoughts. That's why I liked you. Because I knew you'd be like this. Kind and sweet.
No one has ever said that to me before. You almost make me believe it. You're very sweet, Eva.
Thank you.
Now, don't you think I'd better take you home?
Oh, no, please, not yet. Just let me sit here and talk. There's so much I want to talk to you about.
All right, we'll talk. Go ahead.
You think I'm worth talking to, don't you? I hope you do. It means so much to speak to someone who understands things as you do.
Don't you think you give me a little too much credit? Most people think of me as being pretty hard-boiled.
Oh, you're not, though. You may think you are, too, but down underneath you're like a boy. You bluster as if you're so very sure of things, and you're not. Except your love of the theater. That's why I've never been afraid of you.
You're much too young and much too pretty to be afraid of anything.
I am, though. Mr. Easton, did you ever want anything with all your heart and have a horrible feeling inside of you that you were never going to get it?
Many times. I felt like that when I was just a kid and a roadshow came to town. I used to hang around the stage door every night, and once they let me do a walk-on. I tripped on my first entrance.
And yet you've succeeded and done great things. Beautiful things.
So can you, Eva.
Yes, I know. It's such a long, hard road, isn't it? But I'm willing to work hard. You can have anything if you work for it. That must be true.
Perhaps I could make the road easier for you, if you'd let me.
Then you really think I can act?
I think you're the most beautiful, the most charming creature I've ever met. Eva.
Oh. Why did you do that? Why did you kiss me?
Why?
Did you think I wanted you to?
No, of course not.
But I did. That's funny, isn't it? I didn't know I wanted you to kiss me until you did. You know, I've always said an actress had to know everything, and I never knew anything. Oh, I feel so strange. Is this what they call love, Louis? Because if it is, I think I like it.
Eva?
Yes?
Eva, I think I'd better take you home. Come in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Harvey.
Mr. Sheridan is here, sir.
Oh. Come in, Joseph.
Hello, Louis.
How are you? Sit down. I'm sorry I had to get you over here so early, but I need your help.
Well?
I got myself a little involved last night.
What, again?
Yes, I don't know just how to handle the situation.
You can get yourself into more jams, Louis. What happened?
Nothing, really. Absolutely nothing. Just the same, I wondered if you'd see her for me and, tell her I've gone out of town or something. I'm very much embarrassed, Joseph. She's an awful little fool.
Oh, she's undoubtedly that.
She's got very romantic ideas. Not only about me, about the theater, too. I wish I'd never given her that part in the first place. I wouldn't be in this jam now.
What part? What girl are you talking about?
That girl, Eva.
Eva Lovelace?
Certainly. Who did you think I was talking about?
Well, I didn't know.
Well, the little fool thinks she's in love with me. Well, how about it, Joseph? I'd like you to see her for me.
Sorry, I can't do it, Louis.
Oh, come on. I don't feel that way about it. All you've got to do is to tell her that I'm out of town.
Oh, that's very easy, isn't it? Why don't you give her another part?
No. My plays aren't cast like that. You know it. Besides, I don't want to see her again.
Why bother about her at all?
Because she's young. She's half-starved, and she's on my mind. I've made out a check for her. Here, give it to her.
You can do your own dirty work. Give it to her yourself.
All right. I understand how you feel.
No, I don't think you do.
Wait a minute. You're not going to tell me that you... Oh, no.
Oh, it's very funny, isn't it? I'm glad I can hand you a laugh once in a while.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that way. You're sort of romantic, too.
Yeah, I suppose so. That's why I understand her. You know what she's going through. Do you know what she'll have to go through yet before she begins to do the things she has her heart set on doing? Do you suppose this is going to help her?
No, I don't. If you can think of any way out, I'll be glad to hear about it.
All right. I'll speak to her. I suppose the sooner she begins to look at things sensibly, the better it'll be for her. Give me the check.
Here you are. I'll see you later.
I'll be in the office.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, sure.
Joseph.
Oh, hello. I wanted to see you.
Oh, but I can't stay. I only came down for a minute. I'm going out. I just wanted to leave these flowers for him, for Mr. Easton. They aren't much, are they? But they're nice. Tell him I brought them.
Wait. You can wait a moment, can't you?
Well, I want to go before I see him. Of course, it's only for a little while. It's just that there's so much in my heart, and I want to be by myself. You understand?
Yes.
I think I'll walk through the park alone, where I can plan a little. We'll do wonderful things together, Louis and I, and you'll help us, won't you? You know what it's like? It's like two rivers flowing through the same valley to the same sea, his life and mine. And now they're to flow together. Oh, I'll make him proud of me, Joseph, so proud.
Eva, I want to tell you...
It's strange how it's all happened. Yesterday I was alone and frightened, really a little frightened. And now... Of course, it isn't because his work is in the theater, or because he's important and can help me. Even if he'd never seen a theater and never wanted to see one, I think I'd feel very much the same. At least just now. I liked him the moment I saw him. You remember that day in the office? Years and years ago. And you've always been terribly kind to me, Joseph. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Joseph. Was that Eva? Joseph.
What?
Was that Eva out here?
Oh, yes.
What did you tell her? Where is she? Is she gone? Joseph.
Oh, yes, she's gone. What do you care where she is?
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. DeMille and our stars Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Menjou will be back for Act 3 of Morning Glory in just a moment. Meantime, here's some more news about the Lux Rainbow Garden offer.
It's the most exciting flower bargain we've ever had.
10 first-quality tulip bulbs for only 25 cents. And they come to you now at just the right time to plant them. Yes, right now, in the fall, is tulip planting time.
Our Lux tulip bulbs come from one of America's biggest and best-known bulb growers. They're the very same giant Mayflowering tulips that are listed in his catalog at a much higher price.
And they're yours for just 25 cents and one Lux opening tab or one Lux toilet soap wrapper.
They're easy to grow. Plant them now, and along about next May, you'll have a rainbow garden of stunning tulips with gorgeous long stems and big blossoms in lovely rainbow shades.
Even in a city apartment, you can enjoy these Lux tulips. Plant them in flower pots. Just follow the simple directions that come with the bulbs, And they'll bloom indoors in time for Easter.
You'll be wise if you order several rainbow tulip gardens.
Yes, they're a real bargain, one you won't want to miss. So mail your order this very night. Here's what you do. Take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes, or a wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with your name and address and 25 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. With your 10 tulip bulbs, we'll send an illustrated leaflet of planting directions. But please allow at least 2 weeks for them to reach you. And please be sure to include your own name and address. Order as many Lux Rainbow Gardens as you like, but be careful to send 25 cents in coin and either a Lux Flakes opening tab or a Lux toilet soap wrapper for each set of 10 bulbs you want. Your dealer has convenient order blanks. Remember, the address is Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of Morning Glory, starring Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Monjou. Realizing that Louis Easton's interest in her was only casual, Eva drifts aimlessly along, waiting for the break which never seems to come. Disillusioned and broken in spirit, she's forced to take any job she can find. In a cheap nightclub just off Broadway, the manager is auditioning singers.
All right, what do you say? Who's next? You, kid?
I think so.
Yeah, what's your name?
Eva Lovelace.
Well, let's hear it, sweetheart. You ready, Sam?
Yeah, sure.
Shake it up, kid.
This lovely day, and I'll smile.
Okay, sweetheart, I'll let you know.
Was it all right, Mr. Fine?
Not bad at all. Is that the kind of stuff you do best?
I think so.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I was looking for something a little harder.
Oh.
Who's next, Sam?
Well, maybe if I tried another song.
I gotta hear the rest of these kids right now. I'll let you know, sweetheart.
Mr. Fine, I need a job. I need one badly.
Yeah, so?
Well, if there's anything at all.
Can you dance?
Well, not specialty dancing.
I mean regular, partners, taxi stuff.
Oh.
Go on over and see Max Seelig. Tell him I sent you. All right, who's next?
Hey, Eva, if that old Wilson shows up tonight, dancing with him, will you?
Well, I thought I had to dance with anyone who asked me.
Sure, but kind of make a play for him. I got a guy coming I'm kind of keen on.
All right.
Hiya, Dipples.
Well, if it ain't the Fleet.
Say, how about a light fantastic?
This way, Fleet.
I beg your pardon. May I have this dance?
Well, that's what I'm here for. Oh.
How are you, Eva?
Hello, Joseph. What are you doing here? Slumming?
I came to see you. Can't we go someplace and talk?
Oh, I guess so.
Sit down.
Thank you. You'd better order something. That's part of my job, too.
Waiter.
Yeah?
Scotch and soda, please.
Right.
How did you know I was here?
Well, I didn't until tonight. I've been looking for you. I finally got as far as your boarding house, and the landlady told me about this job you had.
Oh. Well, of course, it's only temporary, you know. I've always felt that experience is vital for an actress. You've got to draw from the adventures in life.
And you're learning about life in this place?
Oh, yes, every moment. I'm rubbing shoulders with reality. It's really quite amazing. I can't tell you, it's very interesting.
You've changed, Eva.
Oh, I'm a little thinner, but I think I can afford it, don't you?
No, I'm talking about your eyes. There's something...
Oh, let's not talk about me. What about you? Are you writing another play?
Just the translation of Golden Bough. I finished it finally. Goes into rehearsal next week with Rita Vernon.
I hope it'll be a success, Joseph.
Eva, when do you think you'll have learned enough about life to take another fling at the theater?
I don't know. I really don't. I suppose when the time comes, I'll feel it deep inside me. Then nothing on earth will stop me.
Look, we're using a few people for atmosphere. If you'd like to have something to do, I'll be glad to fix it for you.
No, thanks.
Oh, I know it isn't much, but it might be better than this.
No.
What do you say, Eva?
Oh,
well?
It's no use, Joseph. It's no use. I just
don't care anymore.
But you will. You will, Eva.
Okay, hey, come on, set that stage. Come on, put that table.
15 minutes, everybody. On your toes now.
Rita. Oh, Rita.
Come in.
Hello, Rita.
Oh, Louis. Joseph, come in. Thank you for the flowers, Joseph. You never forget me in an opening.
Not at all.
You don't mind if I go on with my makeup?
Did you want to see us, Rita?
Oh, yes, I did.
Well?
Louis, we've been together 4 years.
That's right. That's a long time, Rita.
Very long. Hasn't it surprised you that I've never asked for a contract?
No. I've always given you what you asked for.
Yes. But this year I didn't ask for what I really wanted.
I see. You mean you're asking for it now?
Yes, Louis.
Go on.
I want a contract to play this part in New York and on the road. I want a year's guarantee, $1,500 a week, and 50% of the profits.
What? Rita, you've gone insane.
Think it over, Louis.
Think it over when it's nearly curtain time?
If you don't meet my terms, there won't be any curtain.
No, you listen to me. You can't throw over a show like this.
Can't I? Who's going to stop me?
I'll find plenty of ways to stop you. I'll fix it so you'll never get a walk-on in a road company.
Try it. Do you think I need you? Do you think I need Broadway? Why, I could sign a picture contract tomorrow morning that'll make your paycheck look like a cigar coupon.
Why, you cheap little thieving ham.
Louis,
Don't
come on
you call
outside.
me a ham.
You're worse than a ham.
Come on, I want to speak to you.
Get out of here.
Louis, come on.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Get out, you shoestring spark.
I'll show that dame.
Listen, will you? She's a rat.
Did you bring me out here to tell me that?
Don't give in to I wouldn't. I'd keep the theater dark before I do that.
Oh, you would? Well, you're certainly generous with my bankroll.
Listen, there's a girl right here in this theater I have a lot of faith in. Hedges and I have been coaching her as general understudy. She could play the Vernon part.
You mean you trust her to open tonight?
Anytime.
Without a rehearsal?
She doesn't need a rehearsal. She knows every line, every move, every gesture. She's letter perfect.
Who is she?
Eva Lovelace.
Oh, for the love of... Go away. Go away.
Now, look.
I'm going back and talk to Vernon.
But, Louis...
She's got to be reasonable. She's got to. Rita, now listen.
Get out! Get out!
Very reasonable, very.
I'd like to break her neck.
Louis, if you'll only listen to me.
Are you sure about Lovelace?
I've told you.
Seymour.
Yeah?
Get hold of that Lovelace girl. Get Ella to fit her in the Vernon costumes. Give her a dressing room herself and get me a script. Now, look, Eva. We're risking an awful lot. You realize that.
Yes.
Joseph says you can do it. Can you?
Louis.
Let her tell me. Can you do this part, Eva?
Yes.
All right. Is that costume finished, Ella?
Yes, sir. I'll have her second change ready when she comes off.
Good.
Mr. Easton.
Coming. Hold the curtain a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
Are you all set, Eva?
Yes.
We'll be waiting for you. Hurry.
Oh, Joseph.
Here, let me see you.
Joseph.
You look beautiful.
Wait, listen, I don't know whether I can go through with it.
Eva?
I told him I could, but I don't know. He'll be watching me every move.
You've got to forget about him.
I can't. I've never even spoken to him since that night, until he came in here. And it was just the same, but he's changed. Did you notice? He looks so pale and so tired. And I'm tired. I'm tired, too. It's just come over me how tired I am.
Eva, listen, you've got to pull yourself
together. There were times
together.
when I wanted to kill myself when I didn't see him or hear from him. Then I thought, I'll forget. I'll make up for everything by making myself a wonderful actress.
You will be tonight.
But suppose I'm not. Suppose I'm not wonderful. Then everything's gone. If I can't act, there's nothing else. I don't think I can act, Joseph. I don't think I can.
Eva, look at me. This is the thing you've wanted and struggled for and suffered for. This is your dream coming true. Do you understand that? Everything you've done, everything that's happened to you has just been leading to this moment. The time you came into the office, the way you met Louis, the way you feel about him now. It's all part of it. Don't fail him. Don't fail yourself. Or me.
You, Joseph?
Curtain, are you ready, Miss Lovelace?
Well, Eva?
Yes. I'm ready. And that was why I loved you, Michael.
Ready with that curtain.
And that's why I have to leave you now. For a while, at least. Goodbye, my darling.
Curtain. All right, take it up.
Joseph!
Joseph. It's a smash. We've never had anything like it.
They're yelling for it. Better take this call alone. Stay out there, Eva. Stay out. Oh, the girl's marvelous.
Such a performance.
She's better than Vernon ever hoped to be.
Eva Lovelace, where's she been all this time?
One side, please, one side. Miss Lovelace can't speak to you now. Get her in the dressing room, Joseph.
Very much.
Everybody, please, just a moment.
Now, that crowd would tear you to pieces.
Eva, my dear, you are magnificent.
Oh, Mr. Hedges, you taught
The
me.
pupil is far, far better than the teacher.
Miss Lovelace.
Yes, Ella.
May I congratulate you, Miss Lovelace? You were so beautiful, my dear, so lovely.
Thank you, Ella.
Shall I help you with your costume now?
Oh, no, I want to wear it just a little while longer.
Very well, my dear.
Hedges, where's Joseph?
Taking care of the press, I imagine. Shall I call him?
Will you?
Of course.
Eva, I am at a loss for words. You were a revelation to me.
Oh, I'm so happy, Louis.
I can't tell you how it made me feel to think I'd never given you a chance before.
Oh, but you did, remember?
Yes, and I'm particularly ashamed to think I let you get lost the way you did. I should have taken better care of you.
Oh, let's not talk about that, please.
Well, I'm never going to let you get lost again. Never.
Oh, Louis, I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
We're going to do great things, you and I. A great play every year. Your name in lights. Why, it'll be the greatest partnership the theater has ever known.
Partnership?
Yes. Why, Eva, you're not going to pull a Rita Vernon on me so soon, are you?
Oh, no, I just thought that... Oh, I'm such a fool, Louis. Such a silly, silly fool.
I found him, Mr. Easton. He'll be in directly.
Thank you.
I think the press is waiting to see you too, Eva.
Are they?
They think you were quite wonderful, my dear.
But I'm just beginning. I'm going to make you so much more proud of me, Mr. Hedges. I'm going to be so much more wonderful.
My dear, so many people can be wonderful. Every year we see them. These young people who come to New York with the idea of conquering the world. It's amazing how many of them succeed, too. And then fail. Youth comes to the front. Youth has its hour of glory. But so often it's just a morning glory. A flower that's gone before the sun is high.
Oh, I wish you could have waited until tomorrow to say all this to me.
Hedges is right, Eva. That woman, Ella, the costume mistress. Do you know who she was? 25 years ago, she was the toast of Broadway. Her name was Esther Forrest.
Esther Forrest, I've heard of her.
Well, you don't hear of her now. She was a morning glory. But nothing must interfere with your career, Eva. Do you understand me? You've got to keep your head. That's why you're coming to my office tomorrow and sign a contract to play this part as long as the public wants to see you in it. That's why you mustn't take people too seriously. The people who are going to be running after you from now on, telling you what to play next, living your life for you. You must keep your health and your money and your head if you don't want to be a morning glory, Eva Lovelace.
You'd better get out there, Louis.
Right.
Good night, Eva.
Good night.
Tomorrow morning, Eva, at the office.
Yes.
Eva, what's the matter?
What?
Well, you look sort of crushed.
Joseph, I was a great success tonight, wasn't I?
Yes, a very great success.
Yes. And now it doesn't seem to make any difference. It's all so empty.
Why, you mustn't feel like that. I understand, though.
Do you?
I think so.
You've understood everything. You've been so good to me, Joseph.
Should I tell you why?
Oh, no, don't.
Please let me. Even though you know already, I've loved you for such a long time, Eva. I know what you've been through. I know how it's hurt you. But it's not a hurt that can't be soothed by understanding and care and love. You'd be happy with me. You would, Eva.
Yes, I think I would.
Eva? Well, that's all I'm going to say to you now. This is your hour. Your hour of glory.
Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, Joseph, I'm not afraid anymore. They were trying to frighten me before. Trying to frighten me into being sensible, but they can't do it. I'm too happy. I won't be sensible. Not now, not yet. You've got to let me be as foolish as I want. I'll have a white ermine coat, and I'll have rooms full of orchids and little apple trees and white violets. And you've got to let me think I'm much more wonderful than anyone else in the world just now. And you've got to promise not to try and make me sensible. For I'm not afraid of being just a morning glory. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
In just a moment, our stars will return to the microphone for a curtain call. Now, here's an interesting thing I read the other day. A soldier needs 5 to 20 times as much clothing as one of his fellow Americans in civilian life. Well, with so much of our fabric supply going into military service and other wartime uses, too, you can see why it's so important for all of us to make every bit of clothing we have last and wear longer than ever before. And that's why so many women today are giving their washables Lux Care. Here's what the Office of War Information says about conserving clothes. Mild soap and a minimum of rubbing will prolong life. That's expert advice. And if you stick to Lux, it's easy to follow. Lux Flakes are preferred by women everywhere for mildness. And with gentle Lux Care, there's no harmful cake soap rubbing. Nothing to fade or shrink or injure fabrics or colors. Yes, pretty rayon dresses, blouses, sweaters, gay cottons, and nice household linens will last longer if you Lux them. Actually, more makers of nice washables advise Lux Flakes than advise all other soaps put together. So start tomorrow to save your pretty washables, to keep them lovely longer, the Lux way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars.
Back to the footlights now come the 3 stars who put the glory in Morning Glory tonight. Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Monjou.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It was really a thrill for me to be in Morning Glory. It's the kind of a part I've always wanted to play.
And I congratulate you, Judy, on a talent that can take musical comedy and drama like this right in your stride.
Same here, Judy. You know, CB, I personally don't see how Hollywood could ever get along without Adolphe Monjou to play the theatrical producer parts. It's practically a tradition now.
Well, it's all right with me as long as I don't have to produce anything. And that's a job I leave to CB.
At last, a man who appreciates us. I'll give you an epitaph, Adolphe. Here lies the only actor who liked producers.
That's pretty ungrateful, Adolphe. You sympathize with him, and the first thing he wants to do is to write your epitaph.
Get me out of this, Judy.
Sure. How about next week's play? What's it going to be?
Judy, it's something to make everybody forget their troubles. Because next week, our play is My Favorite Blonde. And the stars are Bob Hope and Ann Sothern. Just picture Bob Hope trying to escape from a gang of spies with a vital military secret, plus a beautiful blonde. And I don't think you'll want to miss Paramount's favorite comedian, starring with Ann Sothern in My Favorite Blonde.
It certainly sounds like a winner, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Keep your eye on Judy, gentlemen. She's got a future. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope and Ann Sothern in My Favorite Blonde. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. There are 2 superb new radio shows on Wednesday night. First, Bob Burns, one of America's favorite comedians, in the role of the Arkansas Traveler. And immediately following, there's Lionel Barrymore. Long one of the great figures of our stage and screen, he is now one of the great figures of radio in his new series, The Mayor of the Town. You can hear both of these fine shows every Wednesday night over these same stations. Your local paper will tell you the time. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. His current picture is Iceland. Adolphe Monjou will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, You Were Never Lovelier. Heard in tonight's play were B. Benedictine as Rita, Norman Field as Hedges, and Lillian Bond, Gloria Blondell, Ann Duran, Fred Mackay, Dick Ryan, Paul Langton, Frank Penny, Tyler McVeigh, Leo Cleary, and Lee Arnold. Join us again next week. Be part of the coast-to-coast audience that gathers each week to enjoy this hour of dramatic entertainment. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Bob Hope and Ann Southern in My Favorite Blonde.
VIMMS. VIMS. FREE free. There's now a special trial offer of VIMS at your druggist. The makers of VIMS want you to find out what VIMS can do for you. Buy the large $1.69 package. Get the regular 50-cent size absolutely free. The supply is limited, so hurry. Get your free VIMS right away. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. All copyrights are the property of their respective owners.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. For myself, the test of a fine play or a fine performance is a simple one. After I've seen it, do I want to stay up half the night, or maybe all the night, talking about it? That's just what happened to me on the cold evening of February 3rd, 1938. I was too excited to sleep, for I'd just seen the first performance of Paul Osborne's On Borrowed Time. Here was a beautiful play, brimful of humor and affection. It was one of the best plays of that season, and it's one of the best for you now. Our company has, in the part of Gramps, who just pretends to be an old crosspatch, a character actor perfectly fitted for the part, Parker Fennelly. You remember him from his Snow Village sketches and his work for many years with Fred Allen. In the part of Miss Nellie, his wife, we have one of the most gifted actresses of the theater, Mildred Natwick. If you saw her, you will remember her as the spinster secretary in Shaw's Candida and as the slightly crazy fortune-teller in Blythe's Spirit. In the important part of the little boy is David Anderson, who is a veteran actor in spite of his extreme youth. Gramps and Granny Northrop live in a white clapboard house in the middle of town, with their grandson Pud and Pud's parents, Jim and Susan. Just now, Jim is out on a call. He's a doctor. And Susan has gone along. Gramps relaxes on the porch, shaded by an ancient apple tree.
Gramps! Gramps!
Huh?
Look!
What is it, boy?
Look what I found out and back by the garbage shed.
Well, Keezer's ghost. If that don't look just like a bone.
It is a bone. Is it a human bone, Gramps?
Might be, boy.
It looks pretty human to me, Gramps.
We'll ask your dad when he gets home. He's a doctor, and they know about these things.
We'll keep it as a specimen, okay, Gramps? Put it in the window box with the other things.
All right, boy. You better not let your granny know that you're using her window box for specimens. That frog is getting kind of old, boy. We'll have to throw him out and get something else. Maybe we could stuff your Aunt Dimitri in there, huh?
Aunt Dimitri is a piss-fire. Aunt Dimitri is a piss-fire.
Hey there. Where'd you hear that?
You said it.
Me?
You said she was a piss-mire.
Well, she is a piss-mire. She's the biggest piss-mire I know.
What's a piss-mire?
An ant. One of the meanest ants that crawls.
Why is Aunt Demetria so mean, Gramps?
Born that way.
Julia?
Oh, perdition.
Where's perdition, Gramps?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Julia? Granny's getting louder.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll just fortify myself with a little fire water before we go in.
Why do you always fortify yourself, Gramps?
Never you mind. Don't you ever touch this stuff, boy.
Just give me a taste.
No.
Please?
All right. Teach yourself.
Julian Northrop.
Oh, was you calling, Miss Nellie? I didn't hear you.
What are you doing to this boy? That I should live to see the day.
I'm just letting him learn things for himself.
He mimics everything you do. Hardly has a chance to see his own father. Jim's that busy. First thing you know, Julian, this boy'll grow up to be just like you, swearing and smoking and drinking. You'll never draw a breath that ain't full of swearing and smoking. And if you don't change your ways, I'm going to talk to that boy's parents about sending him away to school.
At his age?
Better than being around you. Demetria knows the school.
Dimitri. God, I might have known that old bird stuffer was at the bottom of this.
Demetria Riffle is a fine Christian woman.
She's a bird stuffer.
She may have her faults, but... Julian, what's a bird stuffer?
Nothing. Just a bird stuffer.
But it must mean something.
Now look, Miss Nellie. Adam saw a dog, and it looked like a dog, and he called it a dog. I saw Demi. She looked like a bird stuffer, so she is a bird stuffer. What's the matter, Nellie?
Who's that man?
What man?
Out there by the fence gate.
Oh.
Tall man, black coat.
I don't know, some salesman, maybe.
I don't like his looks.
Now, Miss Nellie, don't go...
Taking a chill all of a sudden. Pud?
Yes, Granny?
You come inside the house with me for a spell.
Hey, Granny, I'm digging up an old worm.
You come inside with me, Pud, now. Julian, you come too.
No, I think I'll set out here a spell. I feel kind of drowsy all at once.
Well, suit yourself. Come along, Pud.
Guess I ain't as young as I figured.
Mr. Julian Northrop.
Huh? You shouldn't come up on a fellow like that. You give my heart a real twitch there.
You are Julian Northrop.
I am? Who are you? What do you want?
I request that you come with me.
You do, huh? Where would that be?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Where the Say, I said that. I just made that up out of my head a little while ago. Who the old Harry are you?
You may call me Mr. Brink. Ready to come along now?
Now, you look here, Mr. Brink. I don't like you. I wouldn't go to a rat fight with you. So now you know.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And I don't like the way you snuck up here. So get, pack on sail for...
You see? Your heart is failing. It's time for you to come with me.
No, tain't. I ain't going nowheres. Now, you get the blazes out of here. You get off my son's property.
Julian?
Get now.
Julian, who are you shouting at?
At that fellow in the black coat, Well, I'll be doggone.
Where is he?
He's gone.
What did he want?
I don't rightly know, Miss Nellie.
Gramps, who was that man?
Oh, you see him, did you, son?
Sure, who was he?
He wanted me to go with him. Say, you suppose he... Now, who do you suppose that is?
Better answer it.
Sounds like somebody told the operator to really keep at it. Dr. Northrop's residence? What? Well, it can't be. Well, there was just... Yes. Bring them both home.
Who was it, Julian? Why? What is it? Julian, what is it?
Nellie, it's Jim and Susan.
What about them?
They was both killed in an auto crash.
Gramps! Hey, Gramps, I just found a new kind of stone, Gramps. Come on out and play. is Granny crying?
She's feeling kind of sad, boy.
What are you doing, Gramps?
Writing a letter, boy.
To who?
To Reverend Murdoch.
He's the one who talked at the cemetery, ain't he, Gramps?
Yeah, he's the one.
Granny.
What, Pud?
My papa was a brave man, wasn't he, Granny?
Yes, dear.
He turned his automobile right off the road so he wouldn't hurt a little boy, just like me.
That's right, dear.
But I must never forget that my mama and papa were taken from me, and I will never, never have any others. I'm an orphan.
Who told you that dribble?
Aunt Demetria.
That darned old pissmire.
Julian.
Telling a boy things like that. The old hellion...
Don't swear in front of Pud.
I'm going to swear when I'm older. Gramps said I could.
Did you say that, Julian?
Yes, I said it. Now, let me finish this letter.
What's so important about that letter?
I'm sending Reverend Murdoch $50.
$50?
He looked kind of shabby when he was preaching that funeral sermon. I reckon preaching don't pay what it used to. Call it my good deed for this lifetime.
Good deeds and leading a Christian life is two different things.
I reckon.
If you do a good deed and make a wish, it'll come true.
What's that nonsense?
It's true, Gramps. If you do a good deed and make a wish, the wish will come true. So make a wish, Gramps.
All right. Soon as I think of a good one, boy. Who the devil's that?
Come in. Why, hello, Demi.
I was passing by. I thought I'd stop in. Hello, Julian.
Yeah.
There's my poor little lamb. Got a kiss for your Aunt Demetria. Why, what's the matter?
I've had too much ladies' arms around me lately.
Too many arms.
Well, I'd like to have none arms around me for a while.
Well, that's all right. Poor little Lammy, still thinking of his mama and papa.
Oh, leave the boy alone.
Julian. There, Lammy. Your Aunt Demetria understands. God has taken...
Did you hear me, you old hellion, you?
Would you deny the child Christian comfort?
Oh, the howling blazes with Christian comfort.
Come here, Pud.
I hate you.
Good boy.
Julian, you're a demon. You whited sepulchre.
Whited sepulchre, huh? You woman of Babylon.
You Bismarck.
Come on, boy. Let's get out of here before we lose our tempers. Come on.
Well, did you hear that? He called me...
I know. Revelation 17:5. Don't say it, Demi.
Right in front of that sweet boy. I warn you, Nellie. It was bad enough when the boy's parents were alive, but now, with only Julian to teach him, well, he'll be swearing and blaspheming before you know it.
I'm as worried as you are, Demi.
You can't take care of him by yourselves.
Well, we've got young Marcy Giles coming to live with us. She's going to help look after Pud.
Did you say Marcy Giles?
Moved in this morning. She's downtown buying a few victuals. Why, what's the matter?
Well, of course, it's none of my business.
What ain't?
But if it were my grandson...
What about it, Demi? Do you know something about Marcy?
I should hope so. Carrying on as brazen as you please.
Marcy?
And that young Bill Murdoch, Reverend Murdoch's son.
Just a moment, Demi. Julian?
What?
Step inside a minute, Julian. It's important.
Me too, Granny?
You wait out there.
Ah, shucks.
You guard that apple tree, Pud. See that nobody steals any apples. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what is it?
It's Marcia. Demi says that she's been carrying on with the Reverend Murdoch's son.
Bill Murdoch? Good. He's a nice fella.
Are you going to have that kind of woman around, Pud?
What kind of woman? Stop your pussyfooting, Demi. What's she done?
Kissing.
Kissing?
Right in the park, like you never saw. Fair to make your blood boil. They carry on like that in public. What do you suppose they do when they're alone?
Well, but Demi, if they just kiss...
Kissing? Ye gods, that makes me mad. That makes me so dang mad.
Julian Northrop, you stop your swearing.
Miss Nellie, I'm disappointed in you, listening to her. You're getting to be nothing but an old fool.
Julian.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Nellie, but it's true.
You can march right out of here.
It's a pleasure. And old hellion even makes me fight with Miss Nellie.
Did you hear that? He called me an old fool. He said he was disappointed in me.
Oh, I don't see how you stand for it, Nellie. I don't. It just isn't any place to bring up a young boy.
Always swearing and smoking that smelly old pipe.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Lord took Jim and Susan just as a punishment to him.
Oh, well, he don't mean all them things, Demi. He's just a rough-spoken man.
Never setting foot inside a Christian church.
Well, it ain't that he sneers at religion, Demi. He just don't have no interest.
Well, it's no place for a boy of Pud's age.
I suppose you're right. Sometimes I wonder if maybe you shouldn't bring him up. Me? After all, he's your own sister's child. Julian and me ain't getting any younger. Matter of fact, Demi, I ain't told a soul, but I've been feeling right peaked lately.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And Pud is your own sister's child.
I've often thought of it, Nellie, but I couldn't afford to give Pud the things he needs unless Jim left a will or something. Did he, Nellie?
He did, Demi.
Well, think of that. And how much, is the little Lammy taken care of?
Jim left $15,000.
$15,000? Dear little Lammy. Nellie, maybe you're right.
About what?
Maybe I should adopt Pud.
Adopt him?
I could take his things over with me now, and in the morning I'll go down to Mr. Pilbeam's and have the papers drawn up for you to sign.
Now, just a minute, Demi. I don't want you putting words in my mouth.
Well, you said yourself.
I just meant maybe he could live with you and visit over here every day.
Well, if you want him exposed to all this blasphemy.
Oh, I don't know, Demi. I just plumb don't know, and I'm too tuckered out to think about it. Maybe if I just put my head back and think for a moment.
Very well, Nellie. You make up your own mind. Just remember that the boy's being spoiled. I'll be by in the morning.
Goodbye, Demi.
Goodbye, Nellie. You get some rest. You don't look very well.
She's gone, Gramps.
Who?
That old piss, my Aunt Demetria.
Good.
She just passed Marcy coming up the walk, and she didn't even look at her.
Well, we'll look at her twice, just to make up for it.
Here she comes. Gosh, I sure wish Granny would knit me a sweater with bumps on it the way Marcy's has.
Hush, child. You're too young for such talk.
Hiya, Marcy.
Hello, Pud. Hello, Mr. Northrop. I got the groceries.
Marcy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Don't you know it's a sin for a girl to kiss men in the park?
Well, I didn't kiss men. I only kissed one man.
Oh, well, that's different. Next time, you bring him up here and kiss him.
What?
I say you bring Bill Murdoch up here and kiss him. Time we had a little kissing in this house again. How the blazes is Pud going to learn about kissing if he don't never see none?
Oh, Mr. Northrop.
You in love with Bill?
We're engaged.
I kind of thought so. All right. You'd best take them groceries into Miss Nellie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Marcy.
Yes?
Fix her a cup of peppermint tea, will you? She's been looking kind of peaky lately.
All right, Mr. Northrop. Here's your tea, Mrs. Northrop.
Oh, just set it down, Marcy.
Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Northrop?
Wrong? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong, Marcy. I'm just kind of tired. I'm going to sleep in a minute as soon as I finish this knitting. Now, let me see. There was something I was supposed to talk to you about. What was it? Well, there, I've forgotten. Couldn't have been very important. Marcy.
Yes, Mrs. Northrop?
Marcy. You just see that Julian always has his pipe. Will you do that?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Northrop.
You're a good girl, Marcy. Now go back to whatever you're doing.
All right.
Don't you think you have done enough?
That you, Julian?
No, not Julian.
Who is it?
It's Mr. Brink. You seem rather tired.
I am kind of tired, Mr. Brink.
I thought so. Well, you're to come with me now.
Come with you? See here. What call of you to come button in here?
I usually come to bedrooms. It's much more comfortable.
What is?
To come with me.
Why should anyone go with you?
It's customary.
Oh, well, you might as well sit down and wait, because you needn't think I'll stir until I've finished this knitting I'm working on. I'm narrowing off at the top now.
Yes, I know you are.
What do you know about knitting?
I don't mean the mitten, I mean you.
What a fool thing to say. Don't you know a lady from a mitten?
Yes, I know a lady from a mitten. I know many things.
I'll wager I could show you a thing or two about knitting.
No doubt. Are you ready now?
Wait. Just a minute. I'm almost finished. There. That's got it. Don't that red stripe look well with the gray?
Excellent, my dear. Excellent. Now we must go.
Gramps, look!
Look where?
The apple tree. Those boys been stealing apples again, Gramps.
Oh, so they have. Looks like they got away with it, too.
They always get away with it, Gramps. You never catch 'em.
Well, now, one of these days, you just wait and see.
I don't believe you even try.
Oh, don't I, though? I swear, I wish that anybody who climbs that old tree from now on would have to stay up there until I let him down.
Gramps, you made a wish.
Huh?
A wish. You wished that anybody who climbed that tree would have to stay there until you let him down.
Yeah, so it did. A lot of good it'll do me.
Oh, but it will, Gramps. I bet we catch somebody and keep him there for 100 years. 1,000,000, maybe.
You know something? We better start eating some of them apples ourselves before they're all gone.
I'll get some. You'll let me down, won't you, Gramps?
Well, I reckon so, yeah.
Boost me up, Gramps.
Okay, boy. Easy now. 1, 2, up you go. Got the apples?
I got 'em, Gramps.
Yeah.
Great big red ones. Now, you know I can't get down until you let me.
My Lord and Miss Boopy Doop, you sure do beat the trolley cars, boy.
I wished it, Gramps.
Yeah, I reckon I did, boy. Well, in that case, I'm liable to keep you up there all week, maybe 100 years.
But you said I could come down before, Gramps.
Yeah, I changed my mind. Matter of fact, I might leave you there while I go down to Millball Park to pick up another frog for our collection.
Then I'm coming down.
Oh, but you can't, boy, 'cause you're under my magic spell.
Gramps!
Huh?
I can't let loose.
No, of course you can't. You can't go breaking my spells like that.
But honest, I can't, Gramps.
That's what I said.
Let me down, Gramps. Let me down, please. My arms is tired. Gramps! Gramps, let me go. Gramps! Gramps!
No, you're stuck now. Oh, what's the matter, boy?
Gramps, please, I really can't.
All right, come down. I break the spell.
I couldn't let go, honest.
I thought you was just fooling.
I was fooling at first. Then my hands wouldn't move.
Doggone, boy. If I don't believe you really thought that tree could hold you. Well, come along. Let's go inside and see if Master's got lunch ready yet.
Gramps.
What?
There's that man again.
What man?
The one in the black coat. He's just going down the walk.
Oh, so it is. He must have come out of the side door of the house.
What's the matter, Gramps?
I don't know, boy. I got a sudden sort of a chill. Come on. We best go in and make sure Miss Nellie's all right. Miss Nellie? Miss Nellie?
Here comes Marcy downstairs. Come quick.
What is it?
It's Miss Nellie.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure, but I think she's...
She's what? She's what? Speak up, girl.
I think she's dead.
Mr. Northrop. Mr. Northrop.
Oh, hello there, Marcy. I must have dozed off. Ain't that remarkable, Marcy? For a minute, I dreamed it was last week. And Miss Nellie was alive. And Jim and Susan.
Supper's nearly ready.
Where's the boy?
He's playing out in back. Miss Riffle was over, so I sent him out.
What's she want?
We're just asking about your health. She's been here every day since the funeral.
That old hellion. Just waiting for me to die,
If you don't take care of yourself, you will. You haven't eaten enough for a bird, and you've got to keep your strength up.
All right, Marcy. I'll be in directly. Bud seems kind of lonesome lately, don't he?
Well, when you don't eat, he hardly touches a mouthful either, you know.
That's what Miss Nellie used to say. Julian, she'd say, that boy mimics everything you do.
He does, too.
Marcy, it's that Brink fella.
Brink?
He was here, Marcy. He come for her.
Who's Brink?
I reckon you didn't see him.
I don't know anybody by that name.
If only I'd got upstairs a little sooner.
Oh, you couldn't have known.
We had words. She died before I could take him back and say I was sorry.
She understood.
No. She died and she didn't forgive me.
She did. She would have forgiven you anything.
Gramps? Oh, hello, Pud.
Oh, well, I guess I better set the table. Can I sit here on the porch with you for a while, Gramps?
What makes you think you have to ask it?
I don't know, Gramps. You seem so peculiar lately.
Well, I'm getting over that. We're going to have supper together.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, got to eat, boy. Got to keep up our strength. You see, there's only you and me now. Only me and you, boy. I figure we got to stick together, huh?
You're dang right, Gramps.
Shouldn't cuss, boy.
Why not? You do.
Well, I shouldn't either. Your granny didn't like it. We got to turn over a new leaf, Bud.
What for?
So your Aunt Dimitri won't keep saying I'm bad for you. Won't keep trying to get you away from me.
We'll kill her and we'll put her in the ground. We'll lower the coffin and we'll say ashes to ashes dust.
Boy,
Gramps, what's the matter? Marcy, come quick. Gramps is sick. Mr. Northrop, what is it?
Nothing. Just a little spell. It'll pass.
Oh.
I reckon I ain't used to not smoking.
Oh, would you like your pipe?
No, I'd best not. Miss Nellie didn't like me to smoke.
Nonsense. She told me I was always to keep your pipe filled.
What? When?
Just before she died. I took her up a cup of tea and she caught my hand and she said... Now, wait a minute. I'll remember her exact words. She said, Marcy, you see that Julian always has his pipe.
Marcy, you ain't making this up to make me feel good.
I couldn't do that.
No, you couldn't. Give me the pipe, girl.
Right here.
Well, now.
Tastes good, Gramps?
Better than anything, boy.
I'll go in and finish supper. Will you be all right?
Fine.
Gramps.
What is it, boy?
Look, coming up the walk.
What is it?
It's that man. That man in the black coat.
Is it, boy?
Gramps, why is your hand wiggling so when you hold your pipe?
Nothing, boy. I reckon I ain't been keeping up my strength like I should.
He's coming, Gramps. He's coming right up to the porch.
Good evening.
Well, what do you want?
You.
Can't I ever sit and smoke without you butting in?
I thought perhaps you might like to come with me now.
Now, look here, Mr. Brink. I ain't going with you at all. I'm going to stay right here with this young fella. You're about as welcome as a fly on a currant bun. So pack up and get, you understand?
Your similitudes are a bit earthy, but your meaning is clear.
My similitudes. You hear that, Pud? Fancy talk.
He sure talks funny, doesn't he, Gramps?
Now go on. Get off of my property.
Must you be so difficult, Mr. Northrop? Your wife was so charming to me when I came for her last week.
Miss Nellie, is she well?
Sorry, I can't tell you that. Only that she has changed.
Miss Nellie changed? That's what you think.
My dear man, let's not argue. Come along. Now, this time you can't fight me away.
Gramps, don't go and leave me.
Looks like I have to, boy.
No, Gramps,
yep.
No.
Mr. Brink, before I go, I wonder, could I taste one last apple from this tree? I planted it when I was a boy, you know.
Well, it isn't done, but I suppose.
Thank you kindly. You wouldn't reach up there and get it for me, would you?
Well, I suppose I could do that.
Just step up on that low branch there. That's it. Now, I see just the one I want.
This one?
No. Climb up just a bit higher.
Here?
Little higher.
Gramps.
Hush, boy. Little higher now. That's fine.
This one?
No. Matter of fact, Mr. Brink, I don't want none of them. I got you up in that tree, and you're going to stay there till I say you can come down.
Hey, here, why, this is ridiculous.
Is it? You try getting down. Pray, boy, pray it works.
I can get down any time. I seem to be stuck.
Try to shake loose.
I certainly shall, Mr. Northrop.
Gramps!
It's a word. He's stuck. Look how he's shaking it. You got him, Gramps. You got him.
By golly, boy, I believe we have. I do believe we have.
In a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Best Plays production of On Borrowed Time, starring Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. We return now to the Best Plays production of On Borrowed Time, starring Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick. Now, here again is John Chapman.
The modern theater is called realistic or naturalistic, and so it is most of the time. But at almost any season, you'll find plays that go venturing off into some world of imagination, of fancy, like the one we're hearing now. This season, we have Helen Hayes on Broadway and Mary Chase's delightful fantasy, Mrs. McThing. In 1938, we were specially lucky, for there was a stirring mixture of fact and fancy on the stage. There was such hard realism as Of Mice and Men and Golden Boy. But there also were worlds of make-believe to discover in Thornton Wilder's Our Town, Maxwell Anderson's The Star Wagon, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne having fun with the legendary Greek gods in Amphitryon 38. And, of course, there was On Borrowed Time, where a little boy has death himself held powerless in an apple tree. Act Two is ready, so let's listen now to what happens.
Dr. Evans.
Doctor, this is Demetria Riffle.
Oh, yes?
I hope I didn't disturb your sleep.
No, I usually sit awake all night waiting for calls, especially now around 1 in the morning.
I need your help, Doctor.
Is something wrong?
It's Julian.
Oh, heart?
No.
What is it?
Doctor, what would you say if I told you that Julian Northrup is out in his front yard right now building a fence around his apple tree?
At 1 in the morning?
Right now.
I'd say he'd gone completely crazy.
Well, he's out there.
Good Lord. And what does he say?
He says he has a man in the tree, a man named Mr. Brink.
Who's Brink?
Julian says he goes around taking people away with him when it's time for them to die.
Holy smokes. Are you sure he said that?
Not only that, Doctor, but he says that touching the tree is the only way anybody can die. There is no more death in the world until Julian lets Mr. Brink out of the tree.
Now, look here, Demi. Do you think Julian really believes this, or was he just spoofing you?
Oh, I think it's pretty plain what's happened, Doctor. All this death in the family's touched him. He's an old man, and his mind suddenly snapped.
I find it hard to believe.
I called you so you'd come over and take a look for yourself.
Huh? Now, look, couldn't we make it in the morning?
Dr. Evans, my nephew Pud is living in that house. If Julian is insane, I intend to get the boy away from him before something terrible happens.
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist, Miss Demetria, but I'll go over there. If I think Julian's out of his head, we'll get a court order and get the boy away. You meet me there in, say, 15 minutes.
Grasshopper sat on a railroad track, singing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day, picking his teeth with a carpet tack, singing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. Yeah. Mr. Brink?
Yes?
Just making sure you're still up there.
Oh, I'm still here, Northrop.
Fine. I don't know what you had to go making yourself invisible for.
I think it's better that way. When the time comes, the right folks will be able to see me. Don't worry.
Time ain't coming till I decide.
I can wait.
Glad to hear it.
Julian?
What the devil is that old fusspot doing here this time of night?
Julian, I brought Dr. Evans.
I told you not to tell anybody.
Oh, it's all right, Northrop. I was interested, that's all. Demetria tells me you've actually got somebody sitting up in that tree. Only we can't see him.
That's right.
And nobody in the world can die anymore.
Not unless they touch that tree, no.
Are you serious about this?
Would I be building a fence at 1 a.m. if I wasn't serious?
What makes you think a person will die if he touches that tree?
Because I see 2 stray cats and a dog touch it already tonight, and all 3 of them are stone dead.
I see. And you can talk to this Brink fellow?
I can.
Would you?
What for?
Well, I thought perhaps if you talked to him, you'd find out he wasn't there.
You don't believe me, eh? All right, by golly, I'll show you. Mr. Brink?
Sir?
See, he calls me sir.
There, he thinks someone is answering.
Humor him. Talk some more.
I hope you ain't mad at me, Mr. Brink.
I think I may be allowed some slight irritation.
Well, now, I had good reason for putting you up there. You see this old bag here? Her name is Dmitri Riffle.
Did you hear that?
Quiet.
You got her on your schedule yet?
Riffle?
Yeah.
No such name has come to my attention as yet.
Well, it better, Mr. Brink, because I'm going to keep you up there till it comes time for you to exterminate her.
My dear man, that may be a long time.
Well, that's how it's going to be. I ain't letting you down until there ain't no chance of her getting her hands on my little grandson.
Very well, Mr. Northrop, but I think you'll regret it.
I'll take my chances. Well, Doc, you satisfied now?
Yes. I'm satisfied that there's no one up there.
You mean you didn't hear him?
You were talking to yourself. And just to prove it to you, I'm going to pick an apple off that tree and eat it.
But you darn fool, after all I've been telling you has happened already.
I insist, Northrop. Now look out.
Doc, you make one move to touch that tree, and so help me, I'll brain you with this hammer.
Julian!
I mean it.
Doctor, look out!
All right, Northrop, all right. Now calm down. I just wanted to make sure you weren't joking.
Yeah, well, now you know I ain't.
Yes, now I know. Well, we'd better be getting along, Mr. Mitri. I'll be by in the morning, Northrop.
Anytime you please.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, don't worry about any of your patients dying for a while yet. Well, Mr. Brink?
Well, Mr. Northrop.
Fence is all finished now. I'll see you in the morning.
In the morning.
Don't go away.
I won't.
Masonia wore a crown upon his seat.
How's that?
The King of Masonia wore his crown on his seat.
You don't say. What'd you do to your finger?
I heard it when I was helping put away the tools this morning. But Marcy put a heap of tape on it, so I guess it's okay.
A heap of tape? I guess you mean adhesive tape, huh?
A heap of tape. Gramps.
Yes, boy?
Is he still up there? Mr. Brink, I mean.
Still up there.
Gosh.
Northrop.
Yeah, what is it, Marcy?
A couple of gentlemen inside to see you.
Gentlemen? See me?
Dr. Evans and some other man, I don't know. They came around the side.
I'll be right in. You stay out here, Bud. Don't go near that tree, do you hear?
Okay, Gramps.
Well, morning, Doc.
Northrop, this is Mr. Grimes.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
I was telling Mr. Grimes about your tree.
Oh, I reckon you don't believe that he's up there either, Mr. Grimes.
Oh, sure, I believe it. I was just going to ask you to come along with me and meet a fellow at my place who wants to hear about it.
Oh, well, it's this way, Mr. Grimes. I don't want any more people knowing about this. You see, I want...
Northrop, there's no point in beating around the bush. I've got a court order here to take you to an insane asylum.
Now, it's this way, Northrop.
Demi put you up to this so she can get the boy.
There's no use fighting it, Northrop.
Listen, there ain't nothing wrong with me.
Now, are you coming along like a good fellow, or do I have to put a straitjacket on you?
You'd do that, would you?
Unless you're a good fellow.
Well, I reckon I might as well go along peaceful, then.
That's a good fellow.
Of course, I can't go without my badge.
What badge?
My veteran's badge. If I'm going to march up to that bug house, it's right in the desk drawer. I'll get it.
Now, Northrop.
It's all right, Doctor. You got to know how to handle them.
That's it. Here it is, right here. Now then.
Northrop, put down that gun.
Hold still.
Put it down.
You know, you got to humor a crazy person. If you don't humor me, it's liable to drive me plumb wild.
Now, be reasonable, Northrop.
That's just what I'm going to do. I ain't going to no bug house. And I ain't letting that old she-cat get pud. But I see I got to prove that what I've been saying in reference to a certain Mr. Brink ain't no poppycock.
You won't get away with this.
Maybe not. You got your medicine satchel, Doc?
Yes, I have it.
You maybe got some poison in there? Enough, say, to kill a fly?
Poison? Well, of course, but...
Good. I'm making a bargain with you, then. And you'd best take it, too, because otherwise I'm just liable to go wild as all get out.
What's the bargain?
Doc, you take the worst poison you got in that bag and put it in a tumbler. I'll catch a fly and put him in the poison. If that fly dies, I'll give myself up. But if he lives, you swear I'm sane, huh?
That's fair enough.
Can you trust him?
I think so, Mr. Grimes. Don't worry. I know darn well I can kill a fly.
No, you can't, Doc.
Northrop, if I can't kill a fly, I'll quit medicine.
Pour it out.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Grimes, you get a fly. There's one on the window pane.
Okay.
There. Got him?
Right here.
I'm dropping in this tumbler.
You, got poison enough?
There's enough poison in this glass to kill a team of horses.
Okay. He's in.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't much of a swimmer, is he? How long you been practicing medicine, Doc?
51 years, and I can still kill a fly.
Well, you live and learn.
Take him out and put him on the table.
Looks kind of sick, don't he?
Never saw anything better than that fly, Northrop.
Wait a minute. Give him a chance.
Well, Doc?
He's dead. You can see for yourself.
Well, you've lost, Northrop. Now, come along, nice and peaceful.
Stick by the bargain, Northrop.
Looks like something's gone wrong.
I'll take the gun.
Wait a minute. He moved.
What?
That dang fly just moved.
Impossible.
Look for yourself. He's drunk as a lord, but by gracious, he's moving right across that table.
God, you didn't give him enough poison.
I gave him enough for 1,000,000 flies.
Now do you believe what I've been telling you about Mr. Brink?
To heck with that. You put down that gun, Northrop. You're coming with me.
Hey.
I don't know what kind of trick this is, but I'm not falling for it.
Grimes, you promised.
I came to get him, and I'm going to do it.
So you still don't believe it, eh?
Put it down.
And you ain't going to keep your word. Well, by God, there's another way of proving it. Doc, if a man was shot right smack in the belly, he'd die, wouldn't he?
Northrop, don't do it.
You crazy fool.
Okay, Mr. Grimes. You're an experiment now.
Grimes, look out.
Oh, you crazy fool. You've killed him. He'll be dead in an hour.
I don't think so, Doc. But I sure hope Mr. Brink stays up there. Because if he comes down now, I'm in one terrible fix.
Mr. Northrop.
What is it, Marcy?
Dr. Evans is back.
Where?
Out by the apple tree. He's got Sheriff Pilbeam with him.
The sheriff?
Mm-hmm.
Holy consternation. You don't suppose Mr. Grimes up and died?
I don't think so, but the two of them are acting kind of peculiar.
How's that?
They've got a fishing pole, and they're fishing through that fence you built around the apple tree.
Concerned fools. Let me get out there. What the tarnation is the matter with you two?
Oh, hello, Northrop. Better reel in, Sheriff. Okay, Doc. Dead? Dead as a doornail. It makes 3 mice we've killed by just touching them against the tree.
Well, of course. Didn't I tell you?
Maybe the tree's poisoned. That doesn't explain why Grimes is still alive. He should have died 3 hours ago.
You see, Doc?
Yeah, I see. Northrop, you can feel right proud of yourself.
What do you mean?
There's a man in my hospital who's been suffering for years, in constant pain.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Day before yesterday, I decided to operate on him. The operation was a failure. He's in more pain than he ever was. I expect the best thing would be death.
Well, I'm sorry, Doc.
Then there's that nice old lady in 2C, Mrs. Trenner.
The one that used to keep all the dogs?
That's right.
Say, I forgot all about her.
Everybody has. She's been in that bed for 6 years with only one idea. To die as soon as possible. This is just happening in one small hospital in a small town. In Gainesville, they have 2 hospitals. There are thousands in the world. And they're full of people just like that.
Now, Doc, Sheriff, I'm right sorry for them people. But if you're trying to get me to let Mr. Brink out of this tree, you're on the wrong track.
Think about it for a minute. No more death. Nobody died last night. Nobody's going to die tonight or tomorrow.
I don't give a hoot. Brink is up there and he's going to stay there.
Okay, Northrop. We're going. Oh, by the way, did you ever see a man 100 years old?
What are you driving at?
By the time Bud's a young man, you'll be about that age.
Say, if I ever get like that, I'd let Mr. Brink come and get me. I ain't ever going to be no nuisance to Pud.
Okay, Northrop. But I warn you, I'm going to do everything I can to make you take him down today. And so is the sheriff.
Right.
And, I thank you for not letting me eat that apple.
You can have one now if you want it.
I think you'll regret that I didn't eat it before I'm finished. Oh, come on, Sheriff.
Mr. Brink?
Yes?
If I let you come down, I'm the first to go, eh?
That's correct, Mr. Northrop.
Do you think what Doc said is right? You think I might become a nuisance to Pud?
I think so, my good man.
Yeah.
Here comes Casey, bingity bing. Ow, look out, I'm an express train. Choo, choo. Out of my way, Gramps. Here comes Casey Jones.
Hey there, watch out.
Boom. Help.
I got you. Now, I ain't going to let you go till I get a hug.
Okay, Gramps.
Do you love me, boy?
I love you, Gramps. Better than Casey Jones, anyway.
See who that is, Marcy. Well?
It's Miss Demetria. The sheriff and Dr. Evans are with her.
I'll see him outside. I don't want that woman inside my house. Well. What brings this delegation?
I'm here because Dr. Evans asked me to come, Julian.
Northrop, the sheriff here has a paper on you.
What kind of paper?
Read it, Sheriff. Skip the hogwash. Read the important part.
Whereas Dr. James Evans, having testified that Julian Northrop is incapable of managing himself or his property, it is the order of this court that he be committed to the Gainesville Institution for the Insane.
What?
According to the laws of this state. And it is further ordered that custody of the child, John Guilford Northrop, known as Pud, be awarded to his aunt, Demetria Ripple.
So, that's your game.
That's my game, Northrop. I warned you.
I'll be good to the boy while you're in the asylum, Julian.
Come along, Northrop.
Pretty smart, ain't you, Doc? You figure I'll let Mr. Brink down before I'd go to the asylum.
That's what I figured.
Well, you just figure wrong. Because I've just about decided that I ain't so good for Pud anyways. Now, if you'll give me a minute with the boy, I'll come along with you.
No tricks now.
I just want to talk to him. I'll be out in a minute.
I don't know.
No, let him go in, Sheriff.
Okay, Doc.
Pud?
What's up, Gramps?
Sit down here, boy.
Sure, Gramps. What's the matter?
Pud, I'm going away.
Going away? But where?
Where the woodbine twineth. Or thereabouts.
But why?
Well, Pud, you see, I'm getting to be a pretty old man now. And I'm kind of tired.
Let's lie down and rest then, Gramps.
It ain't quite that simple, boy.
I'll go with you. No matter where it is, I'll go with you, Gramps.
No, you can't go with me.
But I want to. I love you, Gramps. Don't go away.
You shouldn't love me that much, boy. You see, Pud, I've been thinking things over. Maybe it ain't such a good thing you're living with me anymore.
Oh, Gramps.
And you know, maybe your Aunt Demetria, she ain't as much of a pissmire as we thought she was.
Gramps.
No, sir. Maybe if you was to go and live with her... What's the matter, boy? Why are you pulling away from me like that?
Don't you love me anymore, Gramps?
Of course I do. It's just that I got to go away.
But I'll go with you.
No, you can't, boy.
Please, Gramps,
No,
please.
no.
Then I don't love you anymore. I don't. I'm going away from here. I'm going far away.
Pud! Oh.
Ready, Northrop?
In a minute. Demi?
Yes, Julian?
Demi, honest to God, will you be good to Pud?
I'll be good to him, Julian.
Will you see he gets some fun out of life?
I will.
Will you not keep hugging him all the time like you do?
I'll be good to Pud, Julian. You don't have to worry. I have wonderful plans for him.
Such as what?
Well, I'm going to start right in getting him ready for next year's term.
How do you mean getting him ready?
I'll start teaching him the work, so when he starts his new grade, he'll be ahead of the others.
Ain't you going to let him play any?
Of course he'll have his play period, but now he'll have education, too. I'll begin to form his mind.
His mind is forming all right as 'tis.
He needs to learn to behave nicely. I'll teach him to say no, sir, and yes, sir, to curtsy when old...
Curtsy?
By the time Miss Ramsdell's school
Miss
opens...
That's a girls' school.
Not anymore. They're going to have 3 little boys next year.
Oh, you're going to make that boy into a sissy. By God, you still are a piss-mire.
Don't try anything, Northrop. You're still coming with me.
You think so, Sheriff?
I know so.
Mr. Brink!
Who's he talking to?
This may be what we're waiting for. Let him talk.
Well, Mr. Brink, kind of looks like the time has come.
Yes, the time has come now.
I expect you're ready.
As soon as you say the word.
I hope you won't hold it against me. The only reason I kept you there was to keep Demi from getting the boy.
I've taken that into consideration.
I was going to let you down just as soon as you had word to take her.
I know, but there's been no call for her yet. Probably won't be for years.
What's that? You say you were supposed to take Dimitri an hour ago?
Good heavens.
No, I said I probably won't take her for years.
Oh, my God, Mr. Brink, why didn't you say so?
But I'm not supposed to take her.
Northrop, did he really say he was taking Demi?
Yes, says he was supposed to take Demi an hour ago.
Oh, no, it can't be.
This changes everything.
Doctor, it isn't really so, is it?
I'm afraid he's really got death up that tree, Miss Demetria. If your time has come...
But he can't.
Northrop.
By the way, Mr. Brink, after you take Demi, I wonder if you could just slip the sheriff in for good measure.
Hey!
The old stiff is trying to take me to the nut house.
Northrop, this is practically murder.
Mr. Northrop, if you please.
Mr. Brink's talking to me again. Yes, Mr. Brink?
This is the wildest absurdity I've ever heard. You know perfectly well I have no authority to take these people.
You say you'll take the sheriff, too. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Brink.
Julian!
Mr. Brink's awful angry.
Northrop, when I get down from this tree, so help me.
Well, goodbye, Doc. Demi, Sheriff, you'd best line up now. Come on, line up, everybody. Here we go. Off to glory.
Stop him. Somebody stop him.
Hold on, Northrop. For God's sake, hold on a second. Northrop, stop it. Stop it. We'll do anything you want us to.
I'll tear up the court order. Look. There.
Good. And you, Demi, will you keep your hands off the boy?
I will, Julian, I will.
And keep the howling blue blazes away from me, too? You promise?
I will. I'll keep the howling blue blazes away from you, too.
All right, Mr. Brink. Anybody else tries to make me let you down, you take them, too.
I will not.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, you 3 vultures, you get out of here. I'm going to stay and take care of Pud. And I don't care if the whole world goes to blazes. Go on now, go on. Good riddance. Well, that's done. Marcy? Marcy?
Yes, Mr. Northrop?
You seen Pud?
No, he ran off when I called to him.
I hurt his feelings too much, I reckon. Well, you run over to Jimmy's house, see if he's there. I'll look around back. Mr. Brink, you stay right there.
Poor man.
What's that you say?
I said, poor man.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I don't like the way you said it. Pud! Pud, where are you? Where are you, Pud?
Well, hello there, Pud.
Hello, Mr. Brink.
Your Gramps and Marcy are looking for you.
I don't care.
What's the matter?
They don't love me anymore.
What are you going to do?
Run away?
Well, you're not big enough to run away, my little man.
I am so, and I'm not your little man. I'll spit in your eye.
I'm afraid you couldn't reach
I
me.
could, too, and I could climb up on that fence.
You'd be
I
afraid.
would not, you big squasher hopper shoppers.
I see you can make up words, too.
I can do anything.
Except climb this fence.
I could do it with one hand.
Let's see.
All right.
You'll never get up on that side. Better come around here. It's much easier.
Ouch!
What happened?
I scratched my hand on the fence. I have to get some heat-protectant.
Baby calf, afraid of a little scratch.
Who's a baby calf? I'll show you. First, one foot up here, then...
Splendid. Come on now.
Just a little more. Get one leg over. There. You're up.
Gosh, I can see far from up here.
Can you see me now, Bud?
Yes. Gee, why do you make your voice so whispery, Mr. Brink?
Do you like it?
Yes.
Good. Look at me.
Gee, you've got funny eyes, Mr. Brink. They make me dizzy. You've got ghost eyes.
Look at me again. That's right. Keep on looking at me. Now, give me your hand. Lean forward. A little more. A little more. Now.
I'm falling! Gramps! Gramps.
Right here, boy. I got you in my arms.
Where am I, Gramps?
On the porch, near the tree.
I fell.
I know.
It hurts, Gramps. I want a heap of tape, Gramps. My back hurts terrible.
Hush, boy. Don't try to talk. Mr. Brink?
Yes?
Pud's in terrible pain. I think his back's broke. Why did you let him do it, Mr. Brink? Why?
My dear man, I didn't mean to hurt the boy. I just meant to take him. It was the only way. He slipped before I could touch it.
Couldn't you have found some other way?
The boy was my only hope of getting down. You see, I want you to understand what it means to you and your world to deny me. Already they are beginning to feel the bewilderment, the pain, the sorrow. It gets worse every hour.
I guess I tried to bite off more than I could chew.
Much more.
Gramps, my back.
Steady, boy. Mr. Brink?
Yes?
Would you come down, please, and take us both?
Gladly.
Gramps, a heap of tape. My back hurts terrible.
Just a minute now, boy. Just a minute. You down yet, Mr. Brink?
Just 1 second. There. Now, I'll just touch you. No. First, you, Mr. Northrop.
Say, Pud feels light as a feather now.
Now, Pud.
Hello, Mr. Brink.
Hello, Pud.
Are we dead at Gramps?
Must be. I feel like a 2-year-old. How do you feel?
I feel like a 2-year-old too, Gramps.
Mr. Brink, why didn't you tell me it was going to be like this?
My dear man, I've been trying to tell you how pleasant it is, but you wouldn't listen. Come along, both of you.
Where are we going, Gramps?
Yeah. My golly, where are we going, Mr. Brink?
You'll find out.
How long will we be there?
For eternity.
How long is eternity, Gramps?
Right smart piece of time, boy.
Anyway, we'll be together, won't we, Gramps?
You're dang right we will.
Julian?
Julian Northrop? Do you have to use such language in front of the boy?
Miss Nellie. Mr. Brink, I thought you said she'd changed.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of On Borrowed Time by Paul Osborne, starring Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick. And here is your host, drama critic John Chapman, with a closing word.
Wherever they are now, Gramps and little Pud are not deaded. Nor will they be, so long as there is a theater somewhere. It was a privilege to bring you this best play by Paul Osborne. And I might add that Mr. Osborne has another success on Broadway right now, Point of No Return. Next Sunday, for a change of pace in this series, we'll bring you what I consider the best thriller of the modern American theater, Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. The company will include the stars who played in the Broadway production, Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
On Borrowed Time by Paul Osborne was adapted for radio by George Leffert. Supporting Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick were David Anderson as Pud, Agnes Young as Demetria, Peter Capell as Mr. Brink, Terry Keane as Marcy, Louis Van Ruten as Dr. Evans, Carl Weber as the Sheriff, and Bill Griffiths as Grimes. Ed King directed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop, because of the approaching national elections and the attention they have focused on the supreme law of our land, presents sections of the Constitution of the United States. It is our hope that listening to the Constitution will stimulate in all of us a desire to know that document more intimately.
The Constitution of the United States, September 17th, 1787. The Preamble.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America.
Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen.
Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union according to their respective numbers. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years in such manner as they shall by law direct. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment.
Section 3, modified by the 17th Amendment. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be the President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Section 4, modified by the 20th Amendment.
The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by law appoint a different day.
Section 5.
Each House shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and the majority of each
shall constitute a quorum to do business, but a smaller number may adjourn from date to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal.
Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time. And no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it become a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it with his objections to that house in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that house shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other house, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered. And if approved by 2/3 of that house, it shall become a law. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Section 8.
The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States.
To borrow money on the credit of the United States.
To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes.
To establish an uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States.
To coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures.
To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States.
To establish post offices and post roads.
To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries.
To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court.
To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations.
To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water.
To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years.
To provide and maintain a navy.
To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces.
To provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union. To press insurrections and repel invasions.
To provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states, respectively, the appointment of the officers, and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress.
To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by session of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings,
And to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof.
Section 9, modified by the 16th Amendment. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Article 2, Section 1, modified by the 12th Amendment.
The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with a Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows.
Each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. But no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector.
The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for President and Vice President, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as President, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as Vice President. And they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as President, and of all persons voted for as Vice President, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify, and transmit, sealed, to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for President shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3, on the list of those voted for as President, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately, by ballot, the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice.
And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president, whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the Vice President shall act as President, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the President. The person having the greatest number of votes as Vice President shall be the Vice President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the Vice President. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of President shall be eligible to that of Vice President of the United States.
The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person, except a natural-born citizen, or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States.
In case of the removal of the President from office,
or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed or a President shall be elected. The President shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them.
Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. And he shall nominate and, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments.
Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States.
Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Article 3, Section 1.
The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office.
Section 2, modified by the 11th Amendment. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority. To all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls. To all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. To controversies to which the United States shall be a party. To controversies between two or more states. Between citizens of different states. Between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed.
Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attainted.
Article 4, Section 1.
Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. And the Congress may, by general laws, prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof.
Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up, to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime.
Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislatures cannot be convened, against domestic violence.
Article 5.
The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate.
Article 6. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding, the senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so ratifying the same.
Amendments to the Constitution of the United States. The First Amendment.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
The Second Amendment.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
The Third Amendment. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. The Fourth Amendment.
The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
The Fifth Amendment.
No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
The Sixth Amendment.
In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
The Seventh Amendment.
In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
The Eighth Amendment.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
The Ninth Amendment.
The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
The Tenth Amendment.
The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
The 13th Amendment.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The 14th Amendment. Section 1.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws.
Section 3.
No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability.
Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave. But all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. The 15th Amendment. Section 1.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
The 19th Amendment.
The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex.
The 20th Amendment. Section 1.
The terms of the President and Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of Senators and Representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January of the years in which such terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified, and the terms of their successors shall then begin.
You have been listening to sections of the Constitution of the United States, presented tonight on the Columbia Workshop because of the approaching national elections. It is our hope that by this presentation we shall have aroused a fresh desire in our listeners to familiarize themselves with this fundamental document of our national democracy. Next Sunday night at this same time, the Columbia Workshop will bring you a program of music by one of the world's outstanding living composers, Bela Bartok. The composer himself will appear as pianist. Tuesday is Election Day. CBS, as part of its established policy to give you an unbiased record of news of every kind, will bring to its nationwide audience complete and up-to-the-second reports of this great moment in the history of American democracy. From a central control in the CBS News studio, a staff of analysts, reporters, tabulators, checkers, copy readers, and technicians will coordinate the incoming tallies and bring to you instantly state-by-state interpretations of election trends. Elmer Davis, Albert Warner, and Bob Trout, radio veterans of many campaigns and elections, will be at the microphones until the final returns are in. Stay tuned to this station for the complete story Tuesday, November 5th. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who betrayed his country because he refused to believe the truth, refused to believe even the things that he saw for himself. J. Carrol Naish stars as Thomas Custer in the story called The Traitor.
Tom, what time is it?
11:05.
Are they all in the church yet?
A few stragglers still. A couple of officers standing outside. I don't know whether they're going in or not.
Well, we'll wait until they start. Is everything set?
Yes, I know my job.
Now, take it easy.
Sorry.
It'll all be over in another few minutes. Well, they're sure giving the old general a fine funeral. That's a shame to spoil the show.
George, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Getting cold feet?
No, just doubts.
We have our orders.
I know, but...
This is the biggest thing we've done yet. All the opposition is across the street there. The army officers, the political leaders, Congressman Phillips, all of them.
And some others besides.
None of our people. We gave them all a warning to stay away.
But there are some who aren't on either side.
Tom, I know that some innocent people are going to be hurt or killed when I press this plunger. You think I'd do it if I didn't believe it was right?
No, I guess not.
It has to be done. Get rid of the opposition and we take over. We'll blame the whole thing on the reactionaries, the isolationists, the fascist police. And the people will believe us. Besides, you and I know that it's for their own good. That's what makes this right.
I wanted to hear you say that, George. That's the only thing that does make this right. It's for their own good. And for the good of the whole country.
What time is it now?
11:10. They're just closing the doors.
Did those officers go inside?
Yes, there's no one around.
Well, as soon as I set off the charge, we'll go out the back way, split up, and meet back at headquarters. Our alibi is all set in case someone suspects us. Are you ready?
Ready.
Then here she goes.
I now declare the fifth session of the Central Committee of the Midwestern People's Territory of the United Soviets of America to be open. Deputy Prime Minister Comrade Costa will give the opening report.
Thank you. I should say before reading this that it covers only the last 12 months. As all of you know, in the 25 years since the bombing of the Springfield Community Church, which was really the beginning of our success, in these 25 years, we have made great strides in the communist cause. Now for the report. All non-communist political parties have been disbanded during this period, and all non-communist papers suppressed. Nicholas Peterson, the leader of the opposition in the Territorial Soviet Senate, was hanged in September. In order to further our ideals of communism for the good of the people, it is strongly urged that immediate action be taken against the remaining opposition in the church. Further, it is recommended that some measures be taken to restore Midwestern economy, which has shown a decided tendency toward disruption despite our attention. That concludes the report. Any questions?
Was a copy of that sent to the Central Committee in Washington?
Yes, of course.
Do you think that was wise?
What do you mean, Cole?
Well, the part about the church was all right, and what came before, but those last points seem to me to be an admission that we're not doing our job. With all apologies to Coster, he's an economist. That's something he knows about. But do you think we ought to let them know about it?
He has a point there. Who do you mean by them, Cole? The Central Committee?
You know very well who I mean.
What do you say, Coster, about all this?
Gentlemen, the 7 of us here in this room now control this whole territory. We are doing what our philosophy has taught us to do, adapting that philosophy right down the line to the problems at hand. Our teachers, Marx and Lenin, have shown us.
And Stalin.
Oh, yes, of course. They have shown us the road to follow. Now we must show our fellow Americans. It is our duty.
Tom, you said the report had gone in just as you read it?
Yes.
Very well, then there's not much point in discussing that angle. Cole, have you done anything on the suppression of the religious organizations?
Yes, I have. Do you want a report?
Please.
I've drawn up several resolutions to be passed on to the Senate. Now, I believe that they will...
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Who are you? What's the meaning of coming in here?
Oh, George Damon, I recognize you from your pictures. You do not recognize me, though, huh? The name is Bork. Alexander Borka.
Oh, Borka, of course. I read about your activities in Europe.
You have credentials, Comrade Borka?
Yes, I have them. You're wise to be cautious, Mr. Damon. Here they are. Look them over, and I'll meet the others here.
Look, Tom, they're signed by the Politburo itself.
Well, you know who he is, don't you?
Yes, by reputation. I never expected to meet him.
I wonder why we had no warning.
We'll find out soon enough.
Now then, if you're satisfied that I am indeed who I say I am, we'll get to work. Please sit down, gentlemen. Now then, let me say first that I bring personal commendations from our great leader to all of you for the fine work you have done in this territory. Under your leadership and inspired by your example, thousands of party members have been educated into absolute loyalty to the party. But that is not the only reason I am here. I have a copy of your last report, Comrade Custer.
Yes?
You prepared this?
Yes, I did.
You will explain it, then, please.
Well, as we said there, all political parties and newspapers have been...
That I have read myself. You will explain only the recommendations.
We recommend that some measures be taken to assist us with our program here, with the dissolution of the church and with readjusting our economy.
Enough. Comrade Custer and the rest of you, too. Do you realize what you have done? You have made recommendations to us. Quiet. No one does such a thing. It is disgraceful. Now you leave, please, comrades, to think this over. Except you, Comrade Damon and Comrade Custer. I have some further instructions for you. It is the feeling in the Politburo that while you have made a terrible error, you are both the loved and respected leaders of the party here in this territory. Therefore, we are inclined to forgive this indiscretion for the time being. I repeat, for the time being. I'll remain here and see to it that nothing like this occurs again.
Mr. Borka.
Yes?
Tom and I have been loyal Soviet Americans for 25 years.
I know that.
We've worked for communism because we believed in it. The things that we've done, many of them on orders from your country, we did because we were told that they were right. Right for our country. These recommendations were made for the same reason.
For a communist of 25 years, you show a remarkable lack of indoctrination to our policy, Comrade Damon. In your last pretty little speech, you made two bad mistakes. First of all, your nationalist spirit is deplorable. Nationalism is the prerogative of the one and only leading power of the world, Soviet Union. Your country is the Soviet Union. And secondly, you will receive complete guidance from the Kremlin. They will not tolerate the slightest sign of independent action or independent thinking, even among the most loyal communist leader in the Soviet satellite states. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Parker. Quite clear.
I'm very sorry that our first meeting had to be on such difficult matters, Damon. I have respected your work and your leadership for many years. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
I'm certain we'll get along very well from now on. It's much better to clear the air this way so that we can join together in a friendly atmosphere.
Of course.
Now, would you excuse us, please, if I talk to Costa alone?
Very well. I'll wait for you. All right, George.
Damon seems to have changed, don't you think?
How do you mean?
I remember one statement he made some years ago. He said, all communist parties form one single communist front under the direction of the Soviet Union. Now he seems to have forgotten his own words. Ah, well, no matter. Now, Costa, let's get down to work. First of all, the Politburo quite agrees with your thoughts concerning the church.
They're certainly consistent with Marx and Lenin.
You were wrong to make their recommendations, of course. But nevertheless, here are the laws to be enacted to correct this corruptive influence of religious bodies. Here you are.
A law guaranteeing the freedom of religion. Article 1. All churches, mosques, synagogues, and other religious bodies of this territory, as well as all clergy and ecclesiastic officials, are remanded under state control. 2. The state assumes power to alter or suppress all church statutes, regulations, administrative rules, and so forth. 3. The state has the power to appoint, dismiss, and remove from their posts all clergy and all church officials.
I think you have the general idea. You will submit this to the Senate and carry through after this passed. Naturally, we'll expect a unanimous vote.
But why me?
Why, you? The answer should be obvious. You are now the top man in this territory. Respected, admired, loved by the working class.
Yes, but I'm only the vice premier. How about Premier Damon? Why doesn't he present this?
Comrade Damon? I believe we need to re-educate him. Too nationalistic, too unreliable. He'll leave tomorrow for Moscow. Here are your orders for the eliminating of all unions, Premier Custer. You'll put them into effect at once. It is essential that we expand the territorial police force, Comrade Custer. You will transfer half the funds of the Education Ministry to the Police Ministry. Here is a list of party members to be purged. You will see to it that they are expelled and deprived of civil rights. All equipment from the Springfield rolling mills is to be transferred to Russia. You will order it at once.
No.
What did you say?
You can't be serious about this.
I am always serious.
But half the workers of Springfield are employed at the rolling mills. The whole economy of this territory is based on its production.
I'm aware of that.
If you remove this industry, you'll throw the entire population into chaos through unemployment.
It shouldn't be necessary for me to point out, Premier Custer, that this is an order from the Kremlin.
But it's ridiculous.
Custer, watch what you're saying.
What possible reason could they have for...
It is not up to you to ask for reasons.
But I'm an economist. I know exactly what a thing like this will do to our country.
Our country is the Soviet Union. They need the machinery. Very well. They will get it. Also, as a good revolutionary, you should know that our society prospers in the middle of unemployment and chaos. If you need reasons, there they are. Now, if you will sign this order.
No, I will not.
It seemed that I was as wrong about you as about Damon. Or had you forgotten about him?
No, I haven't forgotten how you sent George to Moscow. How he was reported to be a very sick man. So sick that he died shortly after he got there.
Exactly.
Suddenly, in the last few minutes, I've remembered a lot of things. Things I thought I had pushed out of my mind because I believed in what I was doing. I believed it was right for my country.
Your country is
Yes, of course. My country is the Soviet Union. How many times have you told me that, and I didn't pay any attention to it because, well, I thought, he's a Russian and I'm an American, but we both have the same communist ideals. He's entitled to love his country, and I have the same rights. But now, for the first time, I see that isn't true. I see how blind I've been for 25 years. Blind to everything that was going on around me.
This is treason that you're talking
about. Oh, no. Don't try to tell me what treason is. I've been a traitor to my country. Yes, my country. A traitor since I first took out a Communist Party card. And for the first time in my life, let me be a patriot. Let me stand here and tell you that I know you and the bosses in the Kremlin for what you are. You don't want anything but Russian colonies. A whole world of them, ruled by Soviet marshals like you. Yes, that's right. Press your buzzer, pound the buttons in front of you, and get your police in here. You have a perfect case against me. A man willing to cry out to the world about what a Frankenstein he's created. A blind man who's suddenly been given the power to see.
Premier Custer is under arrest. Take him away. The Premier? You will hold him in isolation. I'll arrange the details later.
Yes, I'm sure you will, Comrade Borka.
Now, don't give us any trouble, Mr. Custer.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I know what happens to anyone who resists arrest.
Come along.
Oh, one last question, if you please. Comrade Borka, you have succeeded in eliminating me. But how long do you think you can last?
Take him away.
Hello, Burns. This is Alexander Borka.
Yes, Comrade Borka.
You'll prepare indictment against Premier Costa immediately, charging him
You say Premier Costa?
Yes, Costa. Can't you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
You will charge him with treason, espionage, and sabotage. Also with nationalistic tendencies and lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the details of the trial later. How it is to be conducted and what the verdict will be. That's all.
You are listening to The Traitor, starring J. Carroll Nash. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
You may leave.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Costa, are you awake?
Yes.
I have something here for you, son.
It's Burns, isn't it?
That's right.
Minister of Justice.
I don't have much time.
No, I don't suppose I have much time either.
Will you sign this now?
What is it?
Your confession.
All this? This thick sheaf of papers is my confession?
Yes, that's right.
Married?
That won't be necessary.
No, I know it won't be necessary, but it should make interesting reading. Oh, don't worry, I'll sign it. I was questioned once before by other professional inquisitors, and that's how I got this broken, twisted back. I'll sign it.
Right here. Here's my pen.
Thank you, Burns. Tell me, when is the trial?
December 7th.
A whole week. Your timetable is working out very well. It's taking you almost 8 months to discredit me with the people.
Well,
yes, I got news even in here. June 14th it was that I was expelled from the Communist Party for... What was it? Oh, yes. Nationalistic policies that deviated from the pro-Soviet line of the Soviet-American regime. And for refusing to admit my error of being anti-Russian, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, you can't keep people from spreading news, even in a Russian state. And I marked the dates down like any other prisoner, here on the wall. See that long stretch? That's July 20th, the day I was ousted from the Senate. Then there's October the 9th, when they took away my immunity. And now here. Another big mark for another red letter day. The day I confessed in... How many words?
What?
Words there in the confession.
It's 30,000.
Oh, that's a nice round figure. 30,000 words of confession, and I haven't even read it.
Mr. Castro, I shouldn't say this, but I want you to know there's nothing personal in all this. It's my job.
Thank you, Burns. I understand.
I just thought if there's anything I could do.
No, there's nothing.
Well, I guess that's all then. Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, Burns.
Yes?
There is something you could do.
What is it?
They'll let you come back to my cell before I'm executed. Now, I can get some papers, some writing materials, and prepare a statement of everything that's happened. The true story of what this Soviet regime has done and what it will do to our country.
But there's nothing I could do with it. No place to publish it or spread it around.
But there will be. Later on, when the people finally come to their senses. All I want you to do now is to take what I write and hide it someplace. Hide it where Barker and his police will never find it. When the proper time comes, you will know it. And you can bring it out then. Will you do it?
I don't know.
Burns, you're not like these others. You never were a sincere communist. I knew that. I even tried to have you purged at one time.
Yes, I remember.
You've seen the same ugly things about this whole business that I didn't see until it was too late. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Then say you'll do it. Not for me, not even for yourself, but for our country. It may help sometime in the future.
All right, I'll do it. I'll come back.
I declare this Soviet court now in session. Thomas Coster, you will please stand. Step forward to the bench. Thomas Coster, you are charged with treason, espionage, nationalistic tendencies, sabotage, lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Now, do you plead?
Not guilty.
Quiet, please. This court is inclined to agree with the expression of the people, but in the interest of expediting this trial, we request no further exhibitions. Now, Thomas Coster, I have before me your full confession to these acts. What do you have to say to that?
They are not true.
If it please the court... Dr. Dykeman, you're the counsel for defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I should like to ask for a recess.
I have never been a police agent or an imperialist spy.
Be quiet, Coster. I'll handle this. I should like to ask for a recess to acquaint the defendant with the items in his confession.
The court will recess for 20 minutes.
Come along, Coster. We'll go to the judge's chambers.
Now then, what is the meaning of all that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the defendant...
Coster, I thought you'd been rehearsed for your part in this trial. You signed the confession?
I've lied enough. From now on, I'll tell the truth.
You tell the truth? To whom? Don't you realize that we have 50 witnesses ready to testify against you?
Your Honor, I was informed when they assigned me to this case
Keep out of this thing. We've got to get this thing straightened out right now. Coster, when we go back in that courtroom, I want you to plead guilty just as you were instructed.
No, I won't do it.
Very well. Dr. Dykeman.
Yes, Your Honor.
When we reconvene, I will call on you for the opening statement and you will address the court. This trial is again in session. The People's Court will hear the counsel for defense, Dr. Dykeman.
Your Honor, members of the court, I have discussed the charges with the defendant, charges of great magnitude against which there is no defense. These charges have been proved, and the defendant confessed to the truth. Now he chooses to make a mockery of this court by denying them. I have no recourse except to state that as defense counsel, I must assist the prosecution to find objective truth. I apologize for serving in Coster's behalf. In a socialist state, there is no division of duty between the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense counsel. Only if Coster repents will I ask for mercy. If he does not, I ask that the maximum penalty be exacted.
Thank you, Dr. Dykeman. Thomas Coster, do you wish to change your plea?
No, I am not guilty. I have not done the things with which I am charged. It is a pack of lies. Lies. Lies that were prepared under the shadow of a red flag 5,000 miles away. I am guilty only of being blind. Only of helping a cruel machine to gain control of our hearts and minds and finally our country.
Thomas Coster, the People's Court of the United Soviets of America finds you guilty as charged. You'll be taken from this place and within 48 hours hanged from the neck until you're dead. Case dismissed.
And so this true story ends, or will end within a few minutes. To you who read my words, I ask that you remember me. Hate me if you will. I deserve your hatred for what I did. But learn my lesson, too. Open your eyes and your minds. Fill them with the truth. For that is the one and only thing that the enemy cannot destroy.
Guards, stand outside. The committee's coming right in.
Yes, Mr. Burke.
They're right behind me, Mr. Coster. You finished?
Yes, quick. Take it.
Get out of my coat.
Thank you.
And, Comrade Coster, I've already notified the papers that you made a groveling plea for mercy in the full confession. We explained your defiant attitude in court is due to nervous agitation and the unhealthy ambition of an intellectual.
Ah, Mr. Burns, you have perceived us.
Yes, sir. I was just telling Coster.
Yes, I heard you. May I commend you on your announcement. I particularly like the part about when Coster here admitted that the sentence was just. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
And now, Comrade Coster, if you are ready.
Quite ready.
Good. I see that you're not going to give it the same difficulty we had in court.
I am ready.
Take him away.
Yes, sir. What? March!
It's a great day for me, Comrade Burns. There goes the last of the trollmakers. Now our own men. Men trained in Moscow are in the key positions. We have no more difficulties with enforcing our regulations.
Yes, sir.
It's a shame about Costa. If only he had followed orders, he might be dying for a cause instead of for nothing. He might have left something behind.
Yes, Comrade Borka. Yes, indeed. He might have left something behind.
You have just heard what happens to justice when communism gains control of a country. You have heard what happens when the rights of the individual are trampled under a communist machine. You think this could not happen? It did happen exactly as we told it. The whole story took place in Bulgaria. Thomas Koster was Traiko Kosta. He was a slave of communist ideology, but he refused to make his country a colony of Soviet Russia. Yes, this is the true story of Traiko Kosta of Bulgaria. Removed from office, arrested, tried, and hanged within a period of 8 months. Been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring J. Carrol Naish as Thomas Koster in The Traitor. Frank Richards was Borka, Stacey Harris was Burns, and Doug Young was Damon. Others in the cast were Lamont Johnson, Ralph Mooney, Bill Bissell, Marty Warren, Herb Ellis, and Frank Gerstle. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Traitor was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.